or if you know what passage it is, I also put the prop on the top in the box. Or next to them.
I don't, but I'm going to find out.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
I have my giant flag right here.
Oh, wow.
It lights up.
Can we use that for the pledge?
We could, if you want to.
I don't see it. Crystal? Diane, do you have the, do you want us all to read this part of this proc, right?
Yeah, so everybody should have a copy of the proc for the 100th anniversary. And on your copy of the proc, it should be, you should have one of the whereas clauses highlighted. Does everybody have that?
Diane, mine, and just for everybody else's reference, I didn't see the highlighted part until I actually put it in I annotate, and then it automatically popped up.
Okay. Does anybody else not have their part highlighted? Okay, so we need to figure that out. Abby, I know you're listening.
I don't have mine either, Diane. I'll look for it, but I don't have it yet.
Okay, so
Diane, we're alive now, so why don't we put that at the back, at the last of our procs tonight, and we'll let you guys work that out if that's okay.
Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah. Sure. Counselor, just a second. We're getting our technical stuff covered on our end with clerk, and then we'll be ready. All right. Welcome to everyone. Good evening and welcome to the 15th meeting of the 24th City Council of the City of Albuquerque. This meeting has come to order. And our roll call tonight, all councilors are present or will be present shortly via Zoom video conference. As we do with every meeting, we begin our meeting tonight with a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance in English, which I will lead tonight. And I'll ask Councilor Benton, if you don't mind, you may have done this for us last time. Would you lead us in the pledge in Spanish tonight as well, though? So if everyone will join us in a moment of silence tonight, and then we'll proceed to our pledge. Thanks. Thank you all. If you would join us for the pledge, for those of you following along on Zoom, you can see that here on our shared screen, and Councilor Borrego has an artistic flag that she's sharing with us tonight. So thanks, Councilor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilor Benton.
Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you, Councilor. We appreciate it. A few housekeeping notes tonight. Thank you, Councilor Borrego, for sharing that too. A few housekeeping notes tonight. As was noted in the press release from our office on Friday, posted on our website and in our public agenda, tonight's meeting has special procedures given the governor's declaration of a public health emergency that continues to have a ban on gatherings of more than 5 people. Hence, we're holding this meeting via Zoom video conference. So members of the public, our city staff, and the media all have the ability to view this meeting live through 3 different platforms: on GovTV, on Comcast 16, the GovTV website, and on YouTube. The live streams can be accessed from almost any smartphone or tablet or computer. And for those watching on live stream, we thank you for joining us. As a reminder, if you're watching one of those and you feel like you might have lost a connection, you can follow us on Twitter, where we post live updates, including if we say we lose you on YouTube, where you can continue to join us online. It occasionally happens with technology, but we keep working as long as people are able to follow. Our video recording of this and all past city council meetings will also remain available for viewing at any time on our city council website. Our staff is amazing and they're available via telephone. If members of the public need assistance to find this meeting or others, you can just call us at 768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. The council is accepting live general public comment for the first time, I think, in about 5 months. We're going to try this tonight for the first time and see how well we can manage ourselves in that process. But we also always accept written comments. Written comments received by 1 o'clock were distributed to counselors in advance of today's meeting. You can also send them by snail mail, which we received some today, and those were shared with counselors as well. As we usually do, we start with our proclamations and presentations. I don't see Councilor Pena yet, and so we're going to start. Councilor Gibson, are you prepared for that proclamation, or should we wait and do that after our presentation from EHD? I want to take your lead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you mind just going ahead and going to the presentation, and we'll come back to this?
I think that'd be great. So heads up to the administration. We're going to change the script around a little bit on everybody. First up, I think we have Director Ryan Mast from Environmental Health for a brief presentation about the administration's progress on climate change initiative. Director, do I see you in, I think, budget conference room? Is that right?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Welcome aboard. Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Council President Davis and councilors, I appreciate the opportunity this afternoon to provide a quick update on where we're at on the update to the climate action plan for the city of Albuquerque. I don't know if Julian, you can pull up the presentation. I'll keep this brief, but we thought it was really timely and important just keep you informed of kind of where we're at, especially because we're going to be going through quite a significant public engagement process that's going to affect all the different residents in your districts. And so we started the launch of this last month on July 29th, and functionally, the climate action plan is the city's roadmap to both accounting for and addressing the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions over time. And so we as a city have signed on to the Paris Climate Accords. And so our goal as a city is to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions between 26 and 28% from the 2005 levels by 2025. And so functionally, that's where the planning process will go from. Julian, if we could go back, we're not quite ready to advance yet. But I just wanted to mention that, especially from the support of council and the resolution that was passed last year that declared a climate emergency for the city, we really want to utilize the update to the climate action plan as a means of engaging with the community around the ways that climate change can impact them and how we collectively can come together to start to address this. So this climate action plan will be not only just a functional plan to putting us on a means of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, but also over the next several months, we look to really create a whole community dialogue around climate change, its impacts on our community, and what we can collectively do together. Next slide, please. So real quick, what has changed from 2009 to 2021 is this time around, we really have a real focus on equity-driven process. And what that means is that we're going to try to do a lot of engagement around ensuring that what we're moving forward in terms of addressing our climate action is relevant to everyone here within the community, is accessible to everyone in the community, and is actionable across different stakeholder groups. So this really isn't something that is just city-led and driven only by city government, but also can be accessed by the business community, by neighborhoods, by the individual, by the business sector, across the board, because we all have a role to play in this, and we all have ways in which this is impacting us as a community. Of course, this year started off a little bit differently than we had anticipated around planning for this. And so we're going to have to ensure that all of our activities moving forward also align with the public health guidance. And so we've baked that in now to the way that we're engaging with the community over the coming months, as well as collecting feedback from them. And then finally, this time around, we really wanted to condense it down to themes in 5 different sections, which are outlined there. And so the ways that we'll be talking about this moving forward are going to all fall into these different categories. But within this, we can look at the equities that exist and that we need to address within our communities moving forward. And so we're hoping to put forward a very broad brush action plan coming out of this process. Next slide, please. So the timeline that we're going to be working on, as I mentioned, is that we kicked off the process on July 29th. And that really started with our climate survey that is now going out. And a little while ago, our sustainability office sent an email to all of your offices with some of the details that you can share with your constituents, explaining how they can take part in that climate survey. In addition, we're accepting right now task force applications, and we'll go into that in a little bit about what that task force is going to do and what it's going to be compiled of. So later on this year, the task force will come together to start to drive and really create those different actions that will be included in this year's action plan. We're also going to be basing a lot of those decisions on that public input. So not only is it the survey meant to provide the initial priorities for that action plan or that task force to put together, but it will also then directly derive after, and when we get to the review of the draft release plan, we'll be using those public comments to also help feed into that. Over the winter, we'll be releasing a draft plan for public comment, and then the goal right now is to have the final plan updated and released to the public next spring, and so that we can start action on it next summer. Next slide, please. And so right now where we're at is really in a major public outreach component of this. And so, as I mentioned, we've released a climate action survey that is now available that can be completed either on a computer or on a mobile phone. And we're really gathering input on several different things. Here is just some of the items that we're really trying to seek some input on, which is green space access, transportation access, any updates in green neighborhoods, rebates and tax credits that could be either sought out or are already available, as well as education around recycling. And again, these responses are going to really inform the climate action plan. And some of the questions, just to give you an example, that are included in the survey are: how do you get around the city? What changes, such as trees or safer sidewalks and what changes would you like to see in your neighborhood, such as trees or safer sidewalks and bike lanes, et cetera? So we're really going to be trying to get at the core of what impacts members of the community in our survey. Next slide, please. The second part is just to accept applications for those who might be interested in serving on the task force. So there's an application that's now available. That task force is open to all Albuquerque residents. And what we're really trying to do with the task force application and the task force composition is to foster and empower new and diverse climate leaders. We here at the city talk about these things quite a bit, but we also know that there's a whole community out there that's interested in working with us. And we want to continue to build that community here in Albuquerque because we know it's so critical for the future of our city. And then finally, that task force's main goal is going to be developing those planning goals and actions as we move forward. Next slide, please. So as we mentioned before, there's a real focus on equity. So in addition to the traditional ways that we engage around digital interfaces with the public, we've also sent out 20,000 postcards to residents in low-income neighborhoods that are experiencing energy burden. So we have an energy burden map that we use to identify those neighborhoods. And on those postcards, we've given the residents information on how they can also take part in the climate action survey, as well as reach out to us if they're interested in serving on that task force. There's a way for them to provide their phone number. So if they don't have internet access at their house or they don't have access to a computer, they can also then let us know their phone number, and they have an option to take the survey over the phone just using text. And so that's another option that we're using. In addition, we're partnering with Prosperity Works here locally to do free energy audits for low-income homeowners that are also in those high energy burden neighborhoods. And those audits will lead to us connecting them with resources to actually do energy efficiency upgrades to low-income households. And then as they do that, they're also invited to give us input on what else they could be able to really leverage to help be a part of addressing climate action in their communities. Finally, just to kind of reiterate this, we have a strong commitment to diversity on the Climate Action Task Force. So we're doing a lot of outreach in these same neighborhoods to really encourage them to be empowered and take part in this process as well more formatively and actually sit on the Climate Action Task Force. Next slide, please. So on the task force itself, just to kind of dig into this a little bit more, the task force will be composed of 12 to 15 members, and they'll represent diverse backgrounds as well as experience. We expect there to be facilitated work sessions over 5 to 6 months, and we will be connecting with or providing subject matter experts to provide some of the very specific details. It's not expected that they're going to know everything about the work that they're going to be involved in, but we'll be providing those presentations and subject matter experts to help support the work that they're doing. And just a quick update, because we've launched this already a little while ago. As of today, we've already received over 1,800 survey responses and have over about 24 different members who have expressed interest, or residents who have expressed interest in being in the task force. So we're really excited about the energy that's already been created around this work, but we really just want to ask for your support in this as well. And next slide, please. And here's a couple ways that we can do that are outlined here. The first one is just to share the climate action survey and to ensure that anyone who's interested to can take that and provide that feedback to us, because it's so valuable. And secondly, if they are interested in becoming a climate leader here locally, to also share that task force application, because we're definitely still very interested in receiving that interest, and we will be making those decisions here in the coming months on what that task force is going to be composed of. There's some social media handles there on how people can get connected. They can also reach out to us on our sustainability website, and that's at cabq.gov/CAP, and CAP standing for Climate Action Plan. Next slide. So I believe that just completes my presentation, but I'll stand by if there are any questions at this time. And again, really appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you, Director. That's great. And congrats on getting this started. Counselors, any questions? It's a great time, as a reminder, to use our raise the hand button where you can to get us in that habit and get me in that habit. But if you can't do that, by all means, just yell out. But I see Counselor Senna can, and so we'll start with her.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director Mass, I just had a quick question on what the requirements are for that task force application, specifically regarding, the age requirements. I think our youth are really centered in this conversation for climate change and the fight against it. So just curious what the task force application, if there's an age requirement. And second question is really those postcards and the equitable outreach. I just really appreciate you on that, but I also would like to know if it was conducted in multiple languages such as Spanish.
Council President Davis, Councilor Senna, thank you for those questions. As far as age requirements, I believe we were looking for 18 and older on that, but I think you raised a very interesting question. And so what I will do is go back and talk about how we can include the youth voice in that. Again, one of the things we wanted to do with the task force was just to make sure that they were as educated about the different topics as they could. And so maybe bringing in some of the representatives from some of the youth empowered groups to kind of present to them and present what their information or what their challenges or thoughts are would be a good way to engage with them, to provide education to the entire task force. As it relates to the postcards that went out, they did go out in English and Spanish. And so we would send them out in multiple languages. So thank you for that question.
Great, thank you. Counselors, other questions for the director? Going once, going twice. Seeing none, Director, thanks for giving us that update. Good luck on the plan. I'm sure we'll get that around, and we look forward to those updates. So come back when you have some. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have Deputy Chief Griego regarding APD crime stats and some of the updates and changes there. Chief, are you with us somewhere? I think I see a badge and a patch in Economic Development Conference Room and very little heads. There we go. Gentlemen, are you with us? There we go. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, Mr. President?
We do, but you have an echo. But let's see what we can do about that.
How about now?
Much better. Thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. President, councilors. Today I'm here to present the 2019 crime stats juxtaposed with the 2018 crime stats. These stats are in NIBRS format. So just go over what that means. NIBRS stands for the National Incident-Based Reporting System. It is a program run by the FBI, which takes all the crime from all the 50 states and compiles statistics for the country. They used to use a system called SRS, which is the Summary Reporting System. Now that kind of got conflated with UCR. So people refer to SRS as UCR, kind of like Kleenex got used as a term for tissues. But the two reporting systems are NIBRS and SRS. SRS was started in 1929. Al Capone was still out running the streets, running his criminal enterprise. And they eventually recognized the need, as crime had changed over the years, to develop a new system. Next slide. So when we talk about the NIBRS system, it's much more comprehensive than the SRS or UCR system, depending on which term you want to use. The main thing is that because of the change in the system and the reporting, they really can't be compared to each other, as it's kind of like comparing apples and oranges. And if you go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit more about why. So I won't read every one because not every one is relevant to the discussion, but these are the differences between NIBRS and SRS. One of the things that I want to point out is if you look under SRS, the fourth one down is the hierarchy rule. Under the SRS system, when you had a crime that involved more than one offense, only the highest level crime was reported. And I'll give you an example. If you had a burglary in which somebody was home and it resulted in a kidnapping and they stole the car as a getaway vehicle, the kidnapping is the highest crime, so that is the only crime that would get reported to the FBI. And that's important because, you know, when we look at data and we look at crime mapping and what's going on in our neighborhoods, you know, we need a more clear picture of all the crime, not just the highest offenses. Under the old SRS system, there were only 10 offense classifications, means there were only 10 categories for which we could report crime. Under NIBRS, there's 52 offense classifications, and we'll get into those a little bit more in a bit. In those classifications, there are 58 data elements. Data elements consist of things like gang affiliation, victim to offender relationship. It gives a more comprehensive look at the data as far as crime goes. When a department switches from SRS to NIBRS, you generally see about a 2.6% increase in crime. It's not crime that's actually occurring, it's crime that's being reported. So when you switch from SRS to NIBRS, there's kind of a built-in increase in there based on the reporting system. And when you look at multiple offense crimes, like I just gave an example of, there's about a 10.1% increase. If you go to the next slide. So the next slide is going to be 2018, the NIBRS total group A. And you can see in 2019, we had a -7% decrease. And some of those crimes are the total crimes for group A. If you go to the next slide is going to show crimes against persons. So in this one, you can see that there was a 1% increase from 2018 to 2019, which is very small, and it's within that built-in increase that I was talking about earlier. The next slide will show the foundational data for those crimes, and I'm not going to bore you with reading each one and every number because I know that everybody can read those on their own. So if you skip to the next slide on crimes against property. Sorry, we appear to be having technical difficulties.
Yeah, Chief, I think we did, but Mr. Moya is going to join us again and bring that back up. So give us just a second. Chief, is this the right one here with the spreadsheet, or do you want to go to the next diagram?
We can go to the next item. So this is crimes against property, and as you can see, there was a 10% decrease in crimes against property. A large portion of that was auto theft reduction. The next slide that I won't bore you with reading to you is the foundational data for some of that. So the following slide is going to be crimes against society. You know, there's probably questions about, well, what does that category consist of? The slide after that will tell you exactly what those categories are. But as you can see, there was a 9% increase from 2018 to 2019. In the next slide, we'll show you what those crimes are and the foundational data for that slide. And that's all I had for the stats, and I will stand for any questions.
Chief, thanks so much. I know since you've taken over this, y'all have done a lot of work inside APD to work on our adapting to this new process and getting those data up to date, not to mention a big backlog of old reports or unaffiliated or unassociated data. So congrats to you and your team. I know y'all have done a lot of work. So just want to say that out front. But beyond that, counselors, other questions? Start with our raise the hand function and then yell at me. The first two I see are Counselor Gibson and then Counselor Bassan. Counselor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chief, for this presentation. I'm just wondering if this is available for us to go back and reference after this evening.
Absolutely.
And where might we find it, Chief?
I'll get it to you.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Sure.
And that's a good point, Counselor. Thanks for reminding me. Mr. Moya just reminded me, we have the original here in the office, and it'll be a part of the minutes of the meeting that folks can request from the City Council as well. Counselor Bassan.
That was my question. Thank you, Mr. President.
Counselors, other questions? Going once, going twice. Let me just add again, Chief, thanks so much. Counselor Benton and I had a chance to meet with the mayor earlier today about policing issues and crime issues, and certainly the decrease in property crime is a bright spot. We've got a lot of other work to do, but being able to track that data means a lot in terms of where we deploy the next round of officers coming out. So congrats for getting that up to speed, and thanks for your work.
Thanks, sir.
Next up, I think we have Counselor Pena. If you're now with us, Counselor Pena has a proclamation, and then we'll go to Counselor Gibson, who will present another proclamation. Counselor Pena, are you with us?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we had either Adan Cariaga and Jennifer Weiss who were going to be here to accept. Hey, Jennifer.
Hi, Clarissa. Yeah, I'm here. Dawn had.
So I'll go ahead and start reading it. Today, August 17th, 2020, whereas the United States Department of Health and Human Services, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, strives to reduce the impact of substance abuse and mental illness in America's communities. And whereas National Recovery Month is a national observance held every September to educate Americans that substance abuse treatment and mental health services can enable those with mental health or substance abuse disorder to live a healthy and rewarding life. And whereas the nationally recognized Recovery Month began in 1989 as Treatment Works Month, which honored the work of substance abuse treatment professionals in the field. In 1998, the observance was modified as National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month, expanding to include celebrating the accomplishments of individuals in recovery from substance abuse disorders. The observance evolved once again in 2011 to National Recovery Month to include all aspects of behavioral health. And whereas the City of Albuquerque, in collaboration with the recovery community, community-based organizations, managed care organizations, State of New Mexico Behavioral Health Services Division, Department of Family and Community Behavioral Health Division, Bernalillo County's Department of Behavioral Health, and peers thriving in recovery have initiated a National Recovery Month entitled Albuquerque Celebrates Recovery. And whereas Albuquerque Celebrates Recovery advocates and supports individuals with substance abuse and mental health disorders by providing an avenue to achieve and sustain long-term recovery and to reinforce the positive message that behavioral health is essential to the overall health of our community. Prevention works, treatment is effective, and people can recover. And whereas the 5th annual Albuquerque Celebrates Recovery event will be celebrated virtually throughout the month of September to increase awareness and understanding of substance abuse and mental health disorders and to celebrate the gains of those in recovery. Be it proclaimed that the City Council, the governing body of the City of Albuquerque, hereby declares September 2020 as National Recovery Month. So thank you, Jennifer, and thank you for all you do and everyone else in the community who works on this. You know, I apologize to my fellow counselors that I didn't have them read this along with me. I just have had a lot going on here personally. So, but I'm sure we all have the same sentiment.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And I just want to let you know that, you know, we're doing things a little differently this month or in September for celebrating Recovery Month. We're doing it virtually and there'll be events all month long. And, you know, those things will be posted on our website, which is albuquerquecelebratorecovery.org, and also our Facebook page. So we appreciate the recognition, and hopefully next year we'll be back doing everything in person, but this month it'll be, or this next month it'll be a little bit done a little bit differently, but hopefully with the same effect.
Great.
Thank you.
Councilor Pena, we weren't able to hear you there. Councilor Pena, we might ask you to interrupt you and ask you to reset your mic on your end. I think we're going to try again.
Okay.
There.
Just a note to staff, it's still happening. Anyway, I just want to say again, I didn't know if anyone else had any comments or questions for Jennifer, but again, I just want to reiterate how important the work she and others are doing in our community to help people with behavioral health and substance abuse and just a variety of different, you know, mental health disorders out there. I really appreciate you guys. Without you, we wouldn't have made the strides that we've made thus far. So thanks, Jennifer.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And thank you, Councilor Pena, for bringing that proclamation. Councilors, we have one other proclamation tonight to be led by our Vice President, Councilor Gibson. And for folks following along, if you're waiting on general public comment, we'll come to that item next. So stay tuned, however you're watching us, and we will let you in after this. But first, Councilor Gibson has some guests and a proclamation.
Yes, thank you, President Davis. The proclamation that I offer today is a really special one. We'll never go past this anniversary again, guaranteed. This is the 100th anniversary of the passage and ratification of the 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. And we have with a special guest today, Ms. Pamela Herndon, Ms. Sylvia Fink, who is with the American Association of University Women. I think that's right, AAUW. I always think of them as AAUW. So I'm sorry if I slaughtered that. And then Miss Meredith Macon, who is with the League of Women Voters. Very welcome. Thank you for being here. I see familiar faces. And this is we've never done this before, but it was really my hope and good intention that everybody on council be able to participate in this, because it's, you know, it's so important. It's such a an event that we should, you know, and do all recognize and celebrate the historical significance and getting us where we are today. So if hopefully everybody has a copy of this. I'm going to read the first whereas clause, and then we go, if you don't have one, we are marked anyway, we go by district. So the second whereas clause will be Councilor Sena, then it goes to Councilor Benton, Pena, in order of district number. And if there's a pause or it doesn't look like somebody has one, I'll go ahead and jump in for you. Okay? So as I say, this is a very special, I'm very honored to give this proclamation, and we'll be hearing at the end of this, I'm sure, from all three of our guests, and hopefully they'll also be talking about the celebration and how we are going to commemorate that here in Albuquerque. Very special event. So I will begin. Whereas in the United States, suffragists began their organized fight for women's equality in 1848 when they demanded the right to vote during the first Women's Right Convention in Seneca Falls, New York. And
whereas August 26, 2020 marks the nationwide centennial of the 19th Amendment, which secured women's constitutional right to vote, officially becoming part of the United States Constitution after the required number of states had ratified. And
whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. And
whereas interaction between the Iroquois women and the white women unveiled a social structure where women's unchallenged political power became a model for the Siena Falls Declaration of Sentiments calling for women's suffrage. And
whereas Mary Church Terrell was an ardent suffragist, educator, and one of the few African-American women allowed in meetings of the National American Women's Suffrage Association, Ms. Terrell's speech at the 1898 convention in Washington, D.C. was a bold call to publicly include the rights of all people of color, especially in southern states. And
whereas Clara Lee founded the Chinese Women's Advocacy Group in the Bay Area and registered to vote on November 8, 1911 at the Alameda County Courthouse. She and Emma Hu Tom were the first Chinese American women to vote in the United States. And
whereas Adelina Otero Warren, head of the New Mexico chapter of the Congressional Union, the precursor to today's National Women's Party, and garnered suffragette support from Spanish and English-speaking communities, insisting materials be published in both languages. And Councilor Jones, if that's you, we'll unmute you.
So bad, I pushed my button and it didn't work. Sorry. And whereas American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of the life of the nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. And
whereas many women in communities of color in New Mexico were unable to participate in the suffrage movement and waited many years for laws to be passed in order to exercise their right to vote freely. And
whereas today, more than 68 million American women vote in elections because of the courageous suffragists who never gave up the fight for equality. Be it proclaimed by the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque hereby commemorates the 100th anniversary of the passage and ratification of the 19th Amendment, providing for women's suffrage to the Constitution of the United States, and proclaims August 26, 2020 as Women's Equality Day. So I am so proud of us. We pulled that off. Everybody had it. Thank you very much, counselors. And I'd like to maybe turn it over to Ms. Herndon to, she has been working on this for 3 years. For 3 years, I have been hearing, Diane, we really want Civic Plaza on August 26th of 2020. I heard this in not 1997, almost that long ago, but it was 3 years ago, 2017. And she has been putting her heart and soul, not only Miss Herndon, but to Miss Machen as well as Miss Fink. So I'm really glad that you're all here. Miss Herndon.
So thank you very much, Councilor Gibson. We really appreciate having this proclamation today, and we really appreciate the emphasis that you put on civic engagement and the role that women play in that. So I just wanted the council to know that not only are we coming together as a city council to celebrate this monumental event in our history, but we are bringing with us every single woman from every other state to stand on the platform with us, the virtual stage, to say we are standing with women in New Mexico, and we are so proud of the fact that we are voting and that we have the right to vote and that we are voting to participate in civic engagement. But you know, there's another major event that's happening also. We are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the year that 18-year-olds got the right to vote also. And in that regard, we're bringing 18-year-olds on our platform. And as a part of that proceeding, they will stand and pledge to vote in the 2020 elections and also pledge to vote in the future. So we are so excited about that major event that will be occurring. But the fact that we're representing here, New Mexico, the largest city in our state, where the population is more than 51% women, that we are having this huge recognition. And I just want to tell you one moment before I introduce my associates who have been standing beside me. I want to tell you some of the sponsors, just so you can see how broad this participation is going to be on August 26th from 4 until 7. And I know we're going to see every last one of you there and joining us. We will have the AAUW Albuquerque branch, the Rape Crisis Center of Central New Mexico, Santa Fe Now, Santa Fe County will also be joining us, the Gutierrez Hubble House, the League of Women Voters, Vote 411, the KWH Law Center for Social Justice and Change, the McHard Firm, the only full women's accounting firm in the entire city here, the Omega Psi Phi fraternity, the Good Brothers are also joining us, Planned Parenthood of the Rocky Mountains, Bernalillo County, the Rio Grande Credit Union, U.S. Eagle Federal Credit Union, CU Safe, a new CUSO that you'll hear about on that stage, the New Mexico Black Leadership Council, Represent Us New Mexico, and the Bernalillo Community Museum. So you see how widespread that is and what an amazing event this is going to be. So I'd like to turn it over so that you can just hear for a moment from my two colleagues who have joined me, one from the League of Women Voters and one from AAUW, even though they're a membership process, just for a few seconds here. So first, Sylvia Fink, would you please take the stadium, our virtual platform, and say something to our amazing council?
Thank you for acknowledging all our efforts and of the many, many women over, over 100 years, 130 some since it started. Thank you.
And Miss Meredith Machen from the League of Women Voters.
Yes, as you know, the League cares about elections, and we were formed out of the National American Women's Suffrage Association, and Harvey Ferguson made a speech at that national convention in 1898, and Albuquerque had a suffrage association in 1893. So even though we added, New Mexico came in and became a territory in 1850, we didn't waste much time. Women mobilized, national suffragists came to Albuquerque to help get the vote. And we have a long, strong history. In that first election in 1920, 27 million women were allowed to vote for the first time, or recognized as having voting rights for the very first time. So I'm glad that Albuquerque has an Erna Ferguson library, and that you all have been working so hard on gender equity and ethnic equality. And I think it's really beautiful that you're doing this. We had hoped that we could have had marches in the Civic Plaza and ice cream socials and that was very disappointing to have to cancel that parade because of the pandemic. But I think that the event that Pamela was just describing is going to be equally wonderful. And we so appreciate the support of the counselors for doing this proclamation today. I loved the way you took turns reading it and you worked together very cooperatively. And thank you very, very much, Councilor Gibson, for taking the lead on this proclamation. And thank you all.
And in closing, Mr. President, Councilor Gibson, we just thank you again. But what's really exciting is her entire posse. That means every single woman who's sitting on the council today will be joining her on the virtual stage to kick this off. So we appreciate it, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Herndon, and thank you, Council President. And just one last thing. So Wednesday on the 26th at 3 o'clock is showtime. So we need the recording from each of you, 15 seconds, nice shot, smiling. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Gibson, and thank you, ladies. I feel bad for, excuse me, I feel bad for the folks that always have to follow Ms. Herndon on that, but she's a fabulous speaker, and we appreciate it all. Thank you, Councilor Gibson. We look forward to seeing that coming up soon, and thank you for bringing that to us. So, next up on our agenda, our general public comments. And so, as was stated earlier, live public comment is being taken today, actually for the first time since our public health changes. We have 15 people who have signed up ahead of time to speak today pursuant to our new procedures. Again, we had at least as many written comments that were sent in earlier today, and those were shared with counselors, as well as individual comments and emails. I know I've gotten a number of them, and we'll reference those as we get to items on the agenda tonight. Those were also distributed to counselors. Members of the public will be able to address the council if they have signed up for live public comment per the rules published on the agenda on our website on Friday. Members of the public will be moved from the Zoom waiting room into the meeting room once we begin this public comment. It looks like Mr. Moya is already working ahead of us on that, which is great. They will remain muted until you are called on to speak, and at which point the moderator will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes to provide comments to the council. After that, your microphone will be muted, and so we remind you to watch your time closely because that will be our process. At this point, I'm going to ask Mr. Moya, who's our Zoom moderator, to move all members of the public who signed up to speak into the meeting tonight. And as soon as we get that, we'll go over a few rules and we'll get started. While he's doing that, I should note for those of you following along at home tonight, the City Council's agenda is an excellent list of the things we will do, but it is probably a bad idea to follow it, assuming we're going to follow that schedule as it's outlined tonight. We're going to do our very best to try to get to some administrative issues in this earlier part of the meeting while some folks are still working so that the public can participate in the discussions or watch the discussions on some of the ordinances and other actions later. So after we do public comment today, you'll see us do some zoning hearings, some administrative changes to our agenda, and then I anticipate that we will take our regular dinner break before we get to final actions and major action on ordinances and resolutions later this evening. So if you're making your schedule, I think that's going to be our order of the day for today. But in just a minute, we'll let Mr. Moya get everybody in, and then we'll go through the rules and get started. All right, Julian tells us everybody's here. So for those of you who signed up for public comment, bear with us today. You're our guinea pigs. We have not done this by Zoom yet for a city council meeting, but we're going to try it today with you all. So please help us by following the rules so that we can continue to offer this to the public. For those of you who are joining, you can watch the live. If you're watching the live stream, you can mute it or turn it off at this point so that we don't get any echoes. Here are the ground rules for public comment, just like we have when we're in person in the chambers. Each person has up to 2 minutes to present. You don't have to use all of your 2 minutes, but you are welcome to do so. Comments have to be addressed to the councilors only, and only through the council president. So in other words, when we call on you, you can please give your comments, but we ask you not to call out others or folks who are not counselors here today. Any disruptive comment, which could include lewd or disruptive comments, will result in your removal from this meeting room. One other note, we have a couple of items tonight on zoning hearings. One involves the pool property, another is a different property on the Northwest Mesa. If you are here to comment about those items, the council is not allowed to hear public comment on those items. The council has to participate in those through public hearings with a different set of rules. So we'll ask you not to reference those if you're here to speak on those this evening. Again, you have 2 minutes and the timer will start once you begin. And then Mr. Moya will let you know when your time is up. That being said, Mr. Moya, will you call our first speaker?
Our first speaker is Sue Joyner. Please unmute yourself and feel free. 2 minutes will begin when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you, Councilors Davis and Sena, for sponsoring Resolution 2065. I'm the Senior Minister of First Congregational United Church of Christ. I want to say that faith communities are often the ones who fill in the gaps and provide needed social services for those on the margins. We're counting on our civic leaders to support the community in ways that are humane. I'm representing more than 60 leaders from a number of faith traditions who signed a letter advocating an end to military-grade equipment and unnecessary violence in our community. We are disturbed about the militarization of the police department, and we urge you to use communal funds, especially taxpayer money, for wise investments in education, healthcare, and other public good, rather than funding intimidating groups wielding weapons or otherwise accommodating such groups. We are opposed to our police department having access to a stash of military hardware and chemical weapons. Tear gas has been banned on the military battlefield, yet police can use it on citizens at home. The cornerstone of all religious traditions is love and respect of neighbor. Such principles require thoughtful peace building within our community and world, which seems increasingly violent. Violence fueled by racism is often targeted, intentional, and disproportionately impacts minority groups. As faith leaders, we will not tolerate authoritarian militarization of our police and federal agencies in the streets against our people. As our community faces increasingly public and hostile acts of white supremacy by self-appointed militias and federal threats of escalation in the form of secret police and homeland security, we call on you and we pledge our support to peacefully resist by promoting and practicing peace building. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend, and thanks to everybody who came to Civic Plaza today to share some of those sentiments as well from our faith community.
Thank you.
Mr. Moya.
Our next speaker is Mr. Dan Regan, and he'll be followed by Tammy Feeblecorn.
Mr. Regan, if you're with us, you can open your video and your time will begin.
Mr. President, Councilors Dan Regan, D4C Zoning and Development Chair, and Knapp Height NA President. First, I applaud and support the ongoing efforts of the Council to recognize, address, and change the structures and procedures that established and continue to support various manifestations of systemic racism in our city. Second, I strongly urge the Council to slow down the efforts by LUPS and unknown others to get the IDO revisions adopted forthwith. The EPC did not deliver their IDO nod to the Council until January 28th this year, just about the time that the worldwide pandemic began to impact our nation. New Mexico had its first case in early March. We go on to have some 23,400 cases and some 700 deaths. Since our state's first case, there has not been a single in-person meeting of the City Council and the public to discuss the proposed changes to the IDO. There has been no substantive dialogue between city representatives and the public. Such is the state of our city's representative democracy given the COVID, and this is not goodness. After adding 78 pages of brand new Packet B amendments since July 5th without any dialogue with community participation, it is incongruous that the LUPS wants to get all IDO revisions approved ASAP. However, the Council will consider a 6-month delay in the IECC regs taking effect. And the council postponed the CPA schedule for good reason for 8 months. And it let the revision of the DPM go on for 2.5 years beyond the IDO being approved. These are problems and issues. And I thank all of you for the stress, hard work, and energy y'all each put into keeping our city in the best possible shape it can be, especially in the crazies of our COVID times. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan, stay with us just a minute. I believe Councilor Harris had a question for you. I'm not sure if he still does, but Councilor Harris.
No, Mr. President, I thought he was talking about the pool appeal, but he wasn't.
That's great. Thanks for checking on that. Thank you, Mr. Regan. We always appreciate you, and we do get your emails as well. Thank you very much.
Take care, sirs and madams.
Our next speaker is Ms. Tammy Feeblecorn, followed by Camila Feebleman. Ms. Feeblecorn, feel free to unmute yourself and put on your video. I see you're already on. And your 2 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Thank you, President Davis, members of the council. I am Tammy Feeblecorn with Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. I wanted to thank the council for voting at your last meeting to update the city's energy conservation code to the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code without amendments. This update is so important for Albuquerque. It reduces energy use in new buildings by about 25%, which is important for meeting our climate goals. It saves Albuquerque residents money every single month, year after year, for the entire time they live or do business in these buildings. And it reinstates Albuquerque as a leader in the state and region in energy efficiency. I want to thank the councilors who have pushed this issue through numerous city council actions over the past 2+ years. The process was long, but the result is one that we should all be proud of. We're very concerned about possible further delays to this code update. We hope the council will not support R2089, which calls for additional studies and delays in getting the benefits I mentioned previously to all Albuquerque residents. It's important to note that the DOE has already funded a cost-effectiveness study on the new code, and it was completed by the Pacific Northwest National Labs. Clearly shows that the code saves substantial amounts of money every single month for owners of new homes built to this code, resulting in an average life cycle cost savings of over $6,000. There's no reason to spend additional city funds to repeat this type of detailed study. A copy of that was provided to council staff, and I believe it was made available to all councilors. More than 2 years of analysis and delays is enough. 11 years on an old code is enough. Let's move Albuquerque forward by not acting on any proposals to further delay or amend the Albuquerque Energy Conservation Code, which was approved by this body at your last meeting. Thank you for setting Albuquerque on a path forward towards sustainability, lower energy burdens for residents, lower operating costs for businesses, and having our city become a leader in energy conservation again. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Camila Feibleman. Please unmute yourself and feel free to turn your video. And you will be followed by Miss Amy Miller.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And first, let me just thank the council for all of your work in such difficult times. And I'll echo the previous speaker in thanking you for finally updating Albuquerque's energy conservation codes. I'm Camila Feibleman. I'm the director of the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club, and I represent 35,000 members and supporters throughout the state and West Texas, most of whom are located here in Albuquerque. I served on the Albuquerque Code Change Committee and saw a clear argument for moving to the new code after 11 years of waiting. I also observed the City Council pass a climate emergency resolution, and this is one of the key ways in which the city can act to curb global climate change. You'll notice how hot it is outside, and that is part of the numbers that are showing us how badly our planet and our communities are suffering from global climate change. And you'd be surprised to know what a huge percent of global warming gases come from buildings. So on the one hand, by opposing R2089 and slowing the implementation of the building codes, you'll be taking action to comply with the global climate change emergency, you'll also be saving people like me money, people who want to be able to save money month to month on their electric bills. And that's what the codes do, not just for homeowners, but also for business people. Thanks for your attention, and please do oppose R 2089. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feebleman. Our next speaker is Amy Miller. Please unmute yourself and feel free to turn on your video. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start speaking, and you will be followed by Lynn Anderson.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Davis and members of the council. I am Amy Miller with AMM Consulting here in Albuquerque. I worked in the energy industry for years, first at Rural Electric Cooperatives and then at PNM. And I now have a consulting firm where I work on environmental and energy issues throughout New Mexico. Like the previous two speakers, I'm encouraging the council to stay committed to what you voted on during your last meeting. That's the approval of the 2018 International Conservation Code without any amendments. Albuquerque should be the leader in our state in energy conservation. Not only does this new code update help Albuquerque move forward on its climate goals, it starts to further address the energy affordability challenges for businesses and residents that are so prevalent throughout our state. And I saw this throughout my career for many years. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Our next speaker is Lynn Anderson. Please unmute yourself and feel free to turn your video. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start speaking. And our next speaker will be Maya King Flaherty. Ms. Anderson? Are you there, Ms. Anderson?
Mr. Moya, let's go to the next person, and we'll put Ms. Anderson back at the bottom of the list, and perhaps we can test her mic or her connection while we're doing that.
Ms. Maya King Flaherty, your 2 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, President Davis and members of the council. My name is Maya King Flaherty, and I'm with the Sierra Club Rio Grande chapter as well. And my comment is in reference to Resolution R 2065. We support this resolution because military equipment does not belong in our cities and should not be deployed on citizens. Case studies have shown that militarized police forces can erode public confidence in law enforcement and have led to escalated incidents with civilians that all too often lead to fatal outcomes that could have been avoided. Ending this program is an important step in transforming policing in Albuquerque, but there are more urgent reforms needed to ensure police accountability, as well as to dismantle systemic racism that is inherent in policing policies. The resolution should also consider requiring APD to destroy or return all military equipment acquired under the program and call for a permanent ban on using military equipment for civilian law enforcement. We are in a historic moment to rethink and reimagine policing in our city, and we must reinvest in our communities and into a shared vision of community policing and safety that works for all of us and keeps us all safe. And so I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, is your microphone? Can we check that? Okay, we will move on to our next speaker and try Ms. Anderson again in a few moments. Our next speaker is Anita Amstutz. Please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn on your video. Your 2 minutes will start when you begin speaking. And following that, our next speaker would be Dr. Joe Valles.
Yes, greetings, and thank you so much, President Davis and all counselors, for this opportunity to speak. I am an ordained minister, also part of the Faith Community Initiative, and I thank you for Maya King Flaherty and also Reverend Sue Joyner. I join them in saying that we must end and dismantle stockpiling of military hardware and weapons and stop participating in the 1033 military surplus program. So thank you so much for this resolution, because I believe if those are stockpiled and they are there, then they will be used at some point against our citizens. And I want to say that if we want to build communities of trust between the police and within all of our communities and their goal to protect and serve, then we must see this as a declaration of war against our citizens when we have these kinds of options available. So we no longer want militarization of our streets and our against our citizens. But secondly, I want to thank Councillor Benton. I recently saw in a district newsletter as the chair of the committee of the whole budget that he has supported examining the APD budget more closely, and also creating a Department of Public Safety, Health and Welfare. So when we talk about defunding the police, we are actually asking to refund and restore mental health and social programs that have been decimated during former administrative eras. And so I want to thank you, because such cuts to public services that might mitigate poverty and promote social mobility have become a perpetual excuse for policing instead. And so we must put money into these alternative programs. And so thank you, Councillor Benton. So I stand with 60 faith leaders and their thousands of constituents in our community in support of Councillors Davis and Lancena's R2065, as well as Councillor Benton. Thank you for your budget accountability and transparency, and you're asking to restore money to our community.
Thank you. 2 minutes are up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Joe Valles. Please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn on your video. And after that, we'll have Mr. Roger Powers. Dr. Valles, your 2 minutes will start when you begin.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Mr. President. I think you all know that neighborhoods throughout the city are having major problems with the IDO. And this weekend, I went back and looked through my records, and I found the brainstorming sessions January 2014 and consolidated roundtable notes July 2016. These are inter-office memos from the planning department and the lead up to the IDO. And the things that just stand out to me when they argue is, number one, keep neighborhoods under control. That was stated twice. How were neighborhoods handled? We want higher density. And then this is the challenge: rebalancing neighborhood association input into development process. Too much power without responsibility. Need to either remove from the process or give them a charge. They can say no to a development only if they offer another area within the neighborhood where it would be more appropriate, or only then to say yes if require proof of representation of the neighborhood, et cetera, et cetera. Now, they also came up with another statement that says we're going to tailor the messages to different audiences. On March 5th, 2019, a letter to the mayor from the developers stated this: pandering to opponents would do nothing more than fuel the NIMBYism that the IDO sought to impartially regulate and control. And we understand fully that there were different meetings held, some with developers and some with neighborhoods. But where did this developer find assurance that the IDO sought to regulate and control NIMBYism? And I'll define NIMBYism this way. It's a convenient term used to discount what's really at stake. And that's called community input and involvement. We're the ones that live and pay for what's been done through the IDO. So my question here today is, when will you begin the necessary task of meaningfully bringing in neighborhoods as important stakeholders? After all, that was the promise initially. I and others are willing to work with you to make this process more equitable, and I thank you, and I mean that sincerely. We are willing to work with you.
Thank you, Mr. Valles. 2 minutes are up.
And Dr. Joe, before you go, Councilor Borrego, I believe, has a follow-up.
Sure.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joe, and also to Dan Reagan, who spoke earlier. If you saw the LUPS meeting, our last LUPS meeting, I attempted to buy a little more time to look at our amendments, and unfortunately that didn't pass. So I did make a motion to ask for another month so that we could kind of digest all those amendments. I know that this is on its way to council, and I fully intend to ask for that delay again. Thank you.
My concern, Counselor, my concern is that if throughout the city, neighborhoods are losing respect for the city council and the IDO and the planning department, how they process the IDO,
Thank you, Dr. Joe.
that is going to be very difficult for the council.
Thank you, Dr. Joe. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to have that back and forth debate, but we encourage you to continue that conversation, and we thank you for that.
Willing to work with you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Doctor. Next up, I believe we have Mr. Roger Powers, followed by Joan Brown. Mr. Powers, is that you?
Yes. Thank you, Council President Davis and members of the council. I'm Roger Scott Powers, the pastor at St. Andrew Presbyterian Church, and I join my clergy colleagues in speaking in favor of Resolution 2065 that would prohibit APT from receiving surplus military equipment for civilian law enforcement under the DoD's 1033 program. There are two primary models of policing. One is the military model or crime fighter model. The other is the community policing model or social peacekeeper model. In the military or crime fighter model, police are seen as soldiers on the front lines of a never-ending war on crime. The military model regards the use of coercive force as the key characteristic of policing and views the gun as its primary symbol. Neighborhoods are often viewed as combat zones, and residents are viewed with suspicion as potential enemies. In the community policing or social peacekeeper model, police are seen as fellow citizens working in partnership with their community to serve the community and keep the peace. Emphasis is placed on the prevention of crime through the use of persuasion, with physical force used only as a last resort and then only the minimum necessary. Key to community policing is relationship building with members of the community who are viewed as neighbors rather than potential enemies. If the council wants to support the military model of policing in our city, then by all means, continue to allow APD to receive surplus military equipment and weapons from the DoD. But if you want to support the shift to community policing, then please vote in favor of Resolution 2065 to prohibit APD's participation in the 1033 program. Military equipment and weapons should have no place in a civilian police department. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ms. Joan Brown, followed by John Garcia. Ms. Brown, please unmute yourself and feel free to turn your video. Your 2 minutes start when you begin speaking.
Yes, thank you, President Davis and council members, for all of the items on the agenda tonight and all of your hard work in very challenging times. So I appreciate my other colleagues in the faith who are supporting our 2065, as I also do. I'm with New Mexico Interfaith Power and Light, and we see that this issues of justice and equity need to be addressed through this particular resolution, but also in many other ways. I think it's important to note that we're also in support of the conservation codes, and grateful for the report on climate and that task force that's being worked on. And I think it's important to note that all of these are interrelated concerns that really talk about our communities and our ways to address racism, economic inequity, and various other justice issues, and they are all connected. And some of our challenges with systemic racism spring from othering, from not being just and equitable with energy, with housing, with social services, with education. And those are the things that we need to continue to put our creativity and resources into. And I think that will help us to really be neighbors and caring for one another in this wonderful city. So again, I just want to thank you for our 2065 and for the other work that you're doing to make our community one of equitable care and justice and peaceable living with one another. So thank you.
Reverend, thank you for joining us today for the press event for our council meeting today. It was great to have you and our other religious leaders that are with you, and we'll talk about that a little later tonight. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Blessings.
Our next speaker is John Garcia. Please unmute yourself. Feel free to put on your video. And following that will be Marlene Parada.
Mr. President, members of the council, I'm trying to set up my video. It doesn't seem to work. Maybe it's working now.
We can see you now, John.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is John Garcia, Executive Vice President of the Home Builders Association. My comments are related to R2089, the Energy Code. Councilor Benton said at the last meeting, you all worked on the Energy Code for 2 years. Well, that's not so. R1818 was to establish a working group. That, as far as I know, the working group met once. There was no recommendation, no follow-up meetings. And the Councilor Benton characterized the industry as building shoddy homes, end quote. Well, that's not true. The Sustainable Building Tax Credit passed by the legislature years ago increased the values for energy efficiency homes, and most of the market has really responded over the last couple of years, building to the standard that you're setting now. But the fact is, and I want to thank Councilor Pena for putting forward R2089. We've never had a code adopted so fast without a lot of comments or questions. It is a rush, and you are going to price out the bottom of the market. Average cost of a house will increase by $6,000 to $10,000, which really puts a burden on the bottom of the market, pricing out the market that would look for affordable housing. If you really want to fix the energy situation here, 100% of the housing stock is not energy efficient, and yet you're only addressing the small amount that could grow in the next 20 years. Although that's important, I think you could also look at the existing home market and maybe improve those values. So bottom line, so we do support Councilor Pena's recommendation R2089 to hold off the implementation until you can train inspectors and you can train the industry, and the suppliers can actually put the windows that need to be installed in place. Right now, they're sitting on old stock, can't get new stock because you can't manufacture windows. So the delay is probably necessary. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Our next sign up was Marlene Parada, but I do not believe she has signed into the meeting. So we will go next to Ms. Patricia Wilson. Please unmute yourself and feel free to turn on your video, and your 2 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, you ready? Okay, say that you're Marlene.
Hello.
Please proceed, Ms. Wilson.
Okay, thank you. President Davis and councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Patricia Wilson. I'll be addressing the pool property appeal. We're all suffering from—
Ms. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, we're not able to discuss the appeal for the pool property. As you may remember, we have to take that as a quasi-judicial matter, so we can't take public comment on that matter.
Oh, I misunderstood that.
Unfortunately, yeah, councilors are not able to have comment from the public about matters before them for zoning matters.
Okay.
Those have to be taken up with the EPC. But we welcome you to have comment on any other item tonight. And if not, we can move on to other folks, and we'll come back to you at other meetings.
I would just urge councilors to oppose Resolution 2089 and not delay the implementation of the 2018 Energy Code, which was approved at the last council meeting. So thank you, and I apologize for misunderstanding.
Thank you. It's we're glad to have you back. Sorry if I misstated that earlier or for some other reason. It's great to see you, and thanks for all the work, by the way, that you do with our Victory Hills neighborhood. There's some really cool stuff happening, and
there is.
Great deal to y'all's organizing. So thank you very much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Mr. Moya, I believe I saw Marlene, Sister Marlene with Reverend Joan Brown. I think they're sharing a connection. Could we go back to her and see if we could get Miss Marlene?
There you are.
Hi. Good evening,
counselors, and my name is Sister Marlene Parrott. I'm a Mercy Sister, and one of the big issues that I'd like to just say is that the militarization of the police department has to be really looked at. When we have a training and have military arms, it gives the sense that we're at war and that we civilians are the enemy. I really support what a previous speakers have been saying. We must look for a civilized and a civil police force, a neighborhood peace force. And it behooves all of us to look at where our money.
Give me my speech,
are
please.
going. Please look at that as we look at the police force. What is needed for our neighborhood law enforcement? And I hope we can find that we will address white supremacy, racism, poverty, mental illness, and help our police people to really help us to have peace and crime go down and no need for violence. Thank you.
Sister Parrott, thank you so much for joining us today as well. I appreciate it. And, I apologize that we skipped you earlier. We didn't know you were there.
Thank you. Our last person that signed up to speak is Mr. Sal Perdomo, but I do not see him signed into the meeting yet. So we will go back to Miss Lynn Anderson. Are you there, Miss Anderson?
Can you hear me? Wow.
You now, yes, go ahead. Go ahead,
Okay.
Lynn. We have you on another
My
connection.
apologies. 3 computers later. Good afternoon. I am Lynn Anderson representing NAIOP, the Commercial Real Estate and Development Association. The construction and real estate industries thank Councilor Pena for her introductions of R 2089, raising the need for a phase-in period for acclimating to the city's new 2018 International Energy Code. In my 25 years as NAIOP's president, I have never seen a code implemented in less than 6 months from enactment. In fact, based on the information I could find, no municipality or state implements a code within a month. The probable results of that are confusion, additional cost to existing or planned projects, poorly trained crews, tradespeople, building professionals, and inspectors, as well as canceled projects and lawsuits. This code is over 200 pages of complex technical information. So here are a few impacts on ABQ businesses if this code goes into effect immediately. Local suppliers will have to eat their existing inventory, and they are very concerned about finding some of the newly required equipment, windows, lights, etc. Supply chains have been seriously impacted by COVID. Private sector companies in the city need time for in-depth training for crews, planners, architects, engineers, tradespeople, and inspectors. Projects in development that are partially through the city's permit process may have to go back to the drawing board and to the bank or their investors, probably killing some projects. Added costs are going to be inevitable. In addition to code requirements and new materials, lumber is now up 30% for stick-built homes and small commercial projects in Albuquerque. Please give buyers, renters, builders, and developers the time to adjust to the new code. 6 months is reasonable, especially with all the other problems from COVID facing businesses. Bottom line, none of this is a rollback on the energy regulations in the code. It is simply allowing businesses to learn this code and do it well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Anderson.
apologies.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. Mr. President, that concludes public comment.
Thank you to everyone who helped us get that scheduled. As we are going to try to keep that as a regular part of our process. So for people who are interested in future issues, just please note that we will put out that sign up with our agenda on Fridays. And we'll take the first 15 or so people who sign up either by phone or by Zoom to accommodate you for public comment, and you can continue to offer your comments by email and by snail mail. Let's see. So for those following along and trying to plan your evening with us, I think it's going to be a long one. We are on track, believe it or not. We're going to do some public hearings really quickly. Then I anticipate that we'll do some administrative things regarding our agenda and probably take a break before we get to actually, counselors, if it's okay, maybe we should do administration Q&A right now, because I know we have some department directors that might be standing by for that, and we'll let them leave. So unless there's any objection, I think what I want to do while Mr. Moya moves our public commenters out is just open the floor for administration Q&A. Then we'll do administrative hearings and probably take a break after that. Councilor Bassan, I know you're queued up and have some questions. Can we put you on the spot here to get us started if we can find the administration and get them back? Welcome back. And then I see Councilor Bassan and Councilor Borrego. And then Ms. Holtz is joining us from City Attorney today. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies in advance. I have several questions that have come up throughout the week, given different articles in the paper and such. But my first question, I've been receiving a lot of, this is for Parks and Rec, if somebody's here that can answer for that, if Director Simon is around. But I know that I've had conversations with Director Simon regarding trash pickup in various parks. And I just want to know, because he's been very responsive and quick, but I don't know if I need to, we need to assess something else, if there's a shortage with staff or not, because I know that I've had even a constituent reach out saying that 311 directed her to empty the garbage on her own at our city parks. And I don't think that's what should be being directed towards people. So I've had probably at least 4 or 5 constituents reach out saying that it's a continual problem. Is there something that we need to restructure or work on to get staffing better up there?
Okay. I did. Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, pardon me for not being here at the beginning of your question, but our solid waste and the Parks Department are working on a collaborative to deal with this issue with such a high use in the parks, et cetera. There's been some confusion about information going to folks out there. So if you wouldn't mind, Dave Simon, I think may be returning here in a few minutes. I will have him give you a more detailed answer, and we will make sure that we talk to 311 to ensure that we're not giving people the wrong information, because that doesn't sound like the right call to make as it relates to the situation.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Rayal. And I realize, and again, I want to stress that Director Simon has been wonderful and responsive. I just don't think that we should have to necessarily call for every time a trash can is full. But I will move on. I appreciate it. So what is the administration's policy regarding city employees bringing their pets to work with them when they're not registered service animals? And is it appropriate to expect city employees to care for officials' pets while they attend meetings?
Hi, thank you, Council President Davis, Councilor Bassan. I actually don't know off the top of my head. I'd be happy to get back to you if there's a written policy regarding city employees' pets that are not service animals. I know there are building by building restrictions on animals as well. I'd be happy to get back to you with more details on that. No one's ever asked me that before.
Seems to be becoming a public issue at this point. So I have several questions that are again, things that have been in the newspaper lately. I don't want to violate anybody's privacy by naming names or anything like that, but I do think that the constituents in the city have a right to have answers to some of the questions that have been put out in the paper. So the Albuquerque Police Officer Association recently conducted a survey with over 400 responses from its members, and the results showed from their survey that 95% of those officers feel unsupported by the administration and the council. What's being done in the administration office to combat this shocking drop of officer morale?
Council President Davis and Councilor Bassan, was that directed towards the mayor's office or towards APD administration? And my understanding is we do have.
Oh, yes, thank you for clarifying. The mayor's office.
Thank you, Council President Davis, Councilor Bassan. We are aware of the survey of less than half of the officers in the APD, and we work closely with the chief of police and the entire command staff, whose primary responsibility it is to make sure that they understand the concerns of their workforce and are addressing them and bringing them up to our attention when that's appropriate.
Thank you, Ms. Nair. And I have a few more, Mr. President. I promise I'm going to roll through them as fast as possible. So according to articles in the Albuquerque Journal, Chief Geyer requested an investigation for serious allegations regarding or including violating standard operating procedures, engaging in conduct that reflects poorly on the department, altering, misrepresenting, or making false statements in reports, and failing to safeguard department property. The chief's signature stamp was reportedly used without the chief's approval to buy a personal computer and an Apple TV box, and that had no apparent use for work and was reportedly never returned. Mr. Aguilar stated during routine APD administrative investigations to determine whether employees followed policies, quote, temporary reassignment of employees is a common option to protect both sides during an investigation and is not retaliatory. So, first question regarding that, is it appropriate and customary to use signature stamps to sign official documents, including the signatures from both the mayor, chief administrative through the mayor's office, officers, and the chief of police?
Council President Davis, Councilor Bassan, so let me unpack that for a minute. There are several allegations about the use of the chief's signature stamp or his initial stamp. I'm not sure which those are. All of those allegations are under investigation at the internal affairs level, professional standards within APD. And so we would not discuss that until the results of that investigation are complete and those are made public. I understand that the press has printed a variety of allegations made by an administrative assistant and by the chief himself, but we're not taking any position on any of that until the investigation is complete. That would be improper. And to the extent you asked about my stamp, I don't have a stamp, and I don't believe the mayor does either.
That's very good to hear. Thank you, Ms. Nair. So in regards to taking a stand on that, and with what Mr. Aguilar, I don't know if it's best for him to respond, or if Ms. Nair, being that you just said you don't take a stand on certain parts, but again, from some of these allegations in the journal, have all parties involved in this same administrative investigation been placed on leave?
Council President Davis, Councilor Bassan, Steve is actually not with us tonight, but Deputy City Attorney Samantha Holtz is, and she can speak to the general policies that we follow regarding administrative leave. Just to be clear, the administrative assistant in the police department was put on a transfer, not a leave. So that means you work out of a different place as opposed to you're at home. And I'm not sure of the status of the chief of staff. That would be the chief's decision. I'm not sure. He hasn't asked for anything that requires my approval. But Samantha, do you want to add anything?
Council members, Councilor Bassan, I think it's very fact dependent on whether somebody is moved or under what circumstances people are moved. And so what we look at generally, and from work with human resources on with that, is what do the person do or an employee do? Is that transferable to somewhere else? And also getting them into, a situation that may not be, for example, in a harassment investigation, if somebody's making an allegation, you would want to get them moved. Many times people actually request that. So it's really fact dependent, and there's usually a legal analysis that goes along with that.
Thank you, Ms. Holtz. It appears that this transfer that's been mentioned could appear as retaliation to a lot of constituents and the people in Albuquerque, particularly if both parties involved are not transferred to another section or department or put on leave to have some fair and equitable accountability with that. So I worry that this failure to protect somebody that is allegedly doing something right and doing something honest ends up making it so that other people aren't going to be interested and willing to come forward and do anything honest and go to their superiors in order for clarification with that. So I guess I'm wondering, why was the decision made to transfer this employee to another department while the administrative investigation was underway, when it should be? I guess I'm confused why it's the chief's job on one hand and then it's Ms. Nair, you did it on the other hand. So can you please clarify?
Thank you, Council President Davis, Councilor Bassan. I'll leave most of that to Samantha. Just to be clear, I sign a lot of those memos, but it's never sort of my own idea. I have to take that recommendation from the departments. But go ahead, Samantha.
Yeah, so Council Member, Councilor Bassan, many times Ms. Nair is correct. We are discussing issues with the directors, which in this case would be the chief, about what is the best thing for the department. And then that recommendation goes to Ms. Nair for her signature. In the instance before you where you have the two parties and whether someone was moved or not, you know, I think it was also in the press that there were also allegations against the other party as well, that were prudent to have that person moved out of the department that had to do with confidential information and material.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. So my last main question, and this again, I appreciate the clarification from all of you because I read the newspaper and this is what I find out. So I want to make sure to get it from the administration and the source on how we should best respond or think as well. So it seems that members of APD are going around the chief, and that lends the appearance that the administration may or may not lack confidence in the effectiveness of Chief Geyer's leadership. So is Chief Geyer in control of the APD operations, or does the chain of command go directly around him to the administration depending on what questions are being asked?
Council President Davis, Councilor Bassan. Yeah, I read that blog too. I think the clearest answer is he's still the chief, and he is responsible for the actions and the work at APD. And I think he made it perfectly clear in some of the same press articles that you're citing that he is clearly running the department and intends to keep it that way.
Thank you, Ms. Nair. I think he did make it pretty clear, but he also said this is nothing more than water cooler talk, and I kind of wonder about that as well. So thank you for the clarification. I'm all done, Mr. President.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. We have a couple other councilors behind you. We have Councilor Borrego. I see Councilor Pena is back, and then Councilor Harris. So Councilor Borrego.
Thank you, Mr. President, councilors. The questions that I have for the administration, first of all, one is regarding animal control. And I don't know if there's anyone that's available to answer. I don't see anyone from animal control, but I wondered if...
Council President Davis, Councilor Borrego, we try to make folks available when we know about the questions in advance, but in the meantime, COO Rael can answer those questions for you.
Okay. This weekend, I was trying to help a friend look for an adoption of a pet. And we went to the city website, and really this is more of a comment than, you know, a question, I guess. And we really had a hard time finding and navigating that website in terms of finding where we could actually, you know, look at the pets and try to determine what was available, you know, what pets are available. And, you know, there was some level of frustration. And I you know, I think we were both pretty savvy in terms of computers. But I just wanted to make that comment because in a time when we have COVID and people are surrendering their pets, and you know, there are people that are adopting pets, and they are, you know, looking for companionship or whatever. I think it's really important that our website, if you go to that website, immediately you're able to find that link to look at what pets are available for adoption. And and something very simple that just shows, you know, the hours that you can go there and look at the pets and determine what is the easiest route to actually do a pet adoption. So I would really encourage you all to look at that website and see if, and I know you have a fairly new director, because I spoke with her not too long ago. We had a Zoom meeting, and she seems like a lovely person. But you know, if people can't find their way around to navigate easily, you know, I think that we're doing a disservice to our pets. And I know that we all really want those pets to get adopted. So that's my first question, or really, I don't know, it's not really a question, it's more of a comment. I don't know if you want to respond to that or not, but I know that we were really kind of successful with solid waste. And when I brought that issue up, so maybe this is another issue that I'd like to have looked at.
Mr. President and Councilor Borrego, be happy to look into this and see, look at the website and visit with our new director to ensure that that it is user friendly. Your perspective as it relates to the current time that we're in does really resonate with the fact that people should be having an easier time navigating the system. So we'll look to that and make sure we make some changes, and we'll get back with you and the rest of the councilors as we review that. So thanks for the comments.
Appreciate that. And I appreciate all the commentary tonight regarding APD. That's my second issue. And I was recently talking to someone who I know that was involved with what used to be the Safe City Strike Force. It was one of the employees from code enforcement who is now retired. And we were talking about when the Safe City Strike Force was implemented, and how it used to work. And I guess now that is ADAPT. And one of the things that I would like to see is I would like to have a report for how ADAPT is functioning. And so I'm making a formal request to have that report sent to my office.
Council President Davis, Councilor Borrego, happy to do that. You'll find some ADAPT updates in the monthly fire information report, but we have a lot of reports out of ADAPT, and you're absolutely right. After Safe City Strike Force ran into some legal problems, it was kind of flatlined when we got here. And so it transformed into ADAPT, which uses a neutral points program to avoid some of those problems that we had in the earlier iterations. So happy to provide that report. And then if you'd like Fire Marshal Gallegos and Captain Martinez to make a presentation next week, we'd be happy to do that as well.
That would be fantastic. And I'll tell you, part of the reason that I'm looking at that particular program is because of all of the discussion regarding community policing and how ADAPT sort of fits into that whole definition of community policing, because there was a time when it was very successful, when we had, these officers in the neighborhoods, and that was under the Safe City Strike Force, and it was pretty successful. And I think that this is an area that I'd really like to take a look at to see if we can, and not necessarily recreate those, what that organization that used to exist, but how we could maybe, and I've had some discussion with Councilor Davis. There's a lot of ideas floating around of how we restructure the police department, and having been a former city employee and understanding how departments work, it's not always easy to change the Titanic. And, so I'm looking at some other ideas, which once we've formulated those ideas, I'd like to sit down with the administration. But I'm kind of looking at the pieces right now, and I would definitely appreciate having that report on my desk as soon as possible.
Council President Davis, Councilor Borrego, absolutely. And, we have a great example of this going on actually today at the Rising Phoenix Apartments, which Counselor Davis and possibly other counselors are quite familiar with at this point. That's been an eyesore. It's a neglected, difficult property. And today we had a joint effort by the Fire Marshal's Office, ADAPT, Planning, and Family and Community Services and APD to go ahead and make sure that people were safely able to leave that property so that it could be brought up to code, that they were offered social services, that the landlords were doing what they were supposed to do in terms of getting those folks into housing. So we're definitely on the same page in terms of all of these pieces of community policing and nuisance abatement going hand in hand, and we will get you that report. Thanks.
And I appreciate, Sarita, the presentation that you gave at the Public Safety Committee meeting. And, you know, having heard that presentation and having thought about it quite a bit, and that's why I said it's kind of sometimes hard to turn the tide on the Titanic. And I don't want to see it run into a roadblock or an iceberg, so to speak. But, you know, sometimes, you know, we also need to look at, especially with dwindling resources, we sometimes need to look at how do we improve some of the programs or reorganize some of the programs that we already have and make them, you know, better, improve them, and make them effective, because really that's what we're going to be looking at with our dwindling resources, is what programs can be effective. And so that's why I'm looking at the different pieces. And I would, with that said, thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Pena. And we'll be followed by Counselor Harris and then Counselor Jones. And then we'll make one last call for other counselors and we'll close administration Q&A. Counselor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. But I actually think Counselor Harris was before me, so I'll defer to him.
Sure. Counselor Harris, and then we'll come back to Counselor Pena.
Well, this is going to be very short because I don't. Is Director Simon? Did he come back yet, or is he here?
Go ahead. Mr. President and Counselor Harris, I don't believe that he's come back, so apologize, but I can certainly relay any message you might.
Okay, just yeah, one of the things about a month or so ago.
Actually, Mr. Real and Counselor, I think Mr. Simon is sneaking into the budget conference room, so he is with us.
Oh, he is? Okay. There he is. Hi, Director Simon. Question from before. I think the governor was allowing lap swimming at pools, but seems kind of anomalous that they wouldn't allow scuba shops to train people in our pools. I was wondering if we had actually gotten that, because I think if they just actually thought about it, they'd allow it. But so I'm wondering if there's any update on that.
Yeah, Mr. President and Councilor Harris, we've worked out all the COVID safe practices with the scuba instruction organizations, and I believe scuba has been now back in the pool since August 8th.
Thank you. That's it.
That was quick. A great model for all of us. Counselor Pena.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, this is more, I guess, commentary. I just wanted to say that, you know, as everyone knows, there were 2 deaths of 2 gentlemen, Mr. Ken Reese and Jose Vallejos, this past week by the hands of APD. And I just really wanted to say that, you know, I want to reserve my thoughts and my comments until, you know, I have more information, until there's been a thorough investigation. But I just really want to, you know, talk about one of the gentlemen. I don't know the other, but Jose Pancho Vallejos. He was a relative. He's my husband's cousin. And I don't know what transpired. I don't know what led to the events of that evening. But, you know, I just do want the public to know that he was a good man. He was suffering from cancer. He was getting treatment once a month. He has 2 daughters, 2 sons, 4 daughters. He is a skilled tradesman, plumbing, heating, and cooling. He was an avid hunter, enjoyed spending time with his family. He just was an amazing individual. He was actually supposed to be at our house to check the refrigerator the evening that this, the air conditioner the evening that this happened. And so, I just really want everyone to know that he was a wonderful family man. And I am going to reserve my comments and thoughts until, in light of everything, until we have all the information. But I just wanted to share that. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. It's hard to share those personal stories, but thank you for sharing that with all of us. Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the time. Ms. Nair, I think these questions are probably of you. And one of the reasons I'm comfortable directing them to you is, if you will remember, the day after the major destruction on Central, when there was a press conference, the mayor made it very clear and made the statement that you are the citizen, the not sworn officer, I'm not sure how he said it, but the person in charge of APD. So my questions are, you probably don't have these off the top of your head, but I would certainly like to have some answers to this. How many sworn officers do we actually have? How many of those are working the DOJ CASA issue? How many officers do we have on the street? And how many do we have in the different area commands? Are we fully staffed? Do we have enough equipment? And it seems that the citizens with whom I speak are always concerned that the time for a police officer to respond is far too long, which I can understand if we're understaffed. But what are we doing? How many are going to be in the new class? Just would like to have some actual numbers on who's doing what, how many, and what do we have as far as chain of command in our different command areas. My district works with a couple of the commands, and it seems that we are shorthanded on almost every area. So if I could ask you please to give us a report on that, maybe not at the next meeting if you can't make that happen, but surely by the following meeting, if you would please.
Council President Davis, Councilor Jones, yes, of course, I know you're familiar with how our org chart works here in the city and the role of the Chief Administrative Officer in overseeing all of the departments. I'm happy to provide that as info. I think it has been at least 6 months since we gave you the breakdown of who's in the field, who's in investigations, and that sort of thing. I do feel confident saying in general that we are not fully staffed. We set a goal of reaching 1,200 officers when before the mayor even took office, and until there's a more updated staffing study, that continues to be our goal. I understand that I think the council may have asked for another staffing study. Councilor Davis has given me the thumbs up. So, if that changes our perspective on that collectively, then we'll know at that time. But in terms of being fully staffed, I can say with confidence that we're not where the most recent staffing survey says we should be. And happy to provide that report at the next meeting, which is, I think, a little bit into September, so should be plenty of time.
And Mr. President, if I may, one more question with Ms. Nair.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Nair, I would like also a report on the number of officers who've put in for retirement or in the last 6 months, perhaps.
Council President Davis, Councilor Jones, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, last call for questions, administration Q&A. And I should probably have started out with Mr. Real and Ms. Nair by apologizing for changing the agenda around. I know, but we got a request from one of your directors to try to move that up so that they could take care of some other matters too. So my apologies for throwing that at you at the last minute, but thanks for rolling with us and being able to respond. At this point, we are going to move to public hearings. And in tonight's public hearing, the first item we're going to take up is item 12A, which is AC 27. John Campbell, agent for Mike Gill and Sandy Levinson, who appeals the building permit for Kibo Drive in Northwest Albuquerque. Mr. Melendrez, I'm going to ask you to give us a brief introduction on this item and then the options available to us, and then we'll go to councilors for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This matter, AC 27, is before you for acceptance or rejection of the recommendation of your land use hearing officer. This particular appeal deals with property located in the Volcano Cliffs subdivision on the west side of Albuquerque. That particular area is subject to a view protection overlay known in the IDO as VPO2. The planning department approved a building permit in that subdivision that results in an effective maximum building height of approximately 18 feet above what's defined as natural grade in the IDO. However, the IDO limits building height in that area to 15 feet above natural grade. That approval was made apparently in order to try to address drainage issues in the area. Specifically, this is one of several lots that apparently sits below Kibo Drive, which is the road that it fronts. And some amount of backfill was required in order to get positive drainage out to the street. With that backfill in place, the actual structure height is diminished by the amount of backfill that was required. It was approximately 3 feet. So applying the IDO on its terms would have limited the maximum structure height at this location to approximately 12.5 feet. But the planning department went ahead and approved it at 15 feet. That decision was appealed to the city council, who referred this appeal to the land use hearing officer. The land use hearing officer, in evaluating the IDO, identified that the IDO does not actually allow administrative deviations like this within it, although it appears to have been well intended by the planning department given the practical limitations within the area and the relative minor deviation. Nonetheless, the IDO does require that this type of approval go before the Environmental Planning Commission to get that type of height deviation approved. So the land use hearing officer is recommending that the height deviation and associated building permit approval be reversed so that the appropriate process can be followed. And that process being that a request be submitted to the Environmental Planning Commission. This matter, you will not hear from the parties tonight. Again, it is only before you for accepting or rejecting of your hearing officer's recommendation. If you have questions, I'll do my best to try to answer those from the record. If you end up not accepting a recommendation tonight, then we can schedule this matter for a full hearing at a later time.
Thank you, Mr. Melendrez. Councilors, we're going to use our hands up button where we can, and I see first Councilor Jones, then Councilor Borrego. So I'll start with Councilor Jones and then go to the councilor from the northwest side.
Thank you. Mr. Melendrez, I think your report was fairly clear on the flexibility that we have on this. And I believe our LUHO gave us a good explanation of what and why and where. So with that, I will make a motion on this, but I'm certainly going to allow the other counselor to speak first if they would like.
We have a Councilor Jones. We have a couple of counselors behind you, but if you have a motion, we can let you make it, or we can return to you for a motion after. I'll defer to you.
I think I'll let them go ahead and speak first. Let's see what they're going to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
See if we get any other motions on the floor ahead of you. Councilor Borrego and then Councilor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. President. This particular piece of property does reside in District 5. And I just have to say that I'm somewhat disappointed with the planning department right now. But I would offer a second to Councilor Jones's motion because I was going to propose the motion.
And so, Councilor Borrego, what motion would that be? We'll let you introduce it and maybe she'll second it.
I would like to accept the LUHO's recommendation that this be remanded to the Planning Commission.
And I would second that.
And so we have a motion on the floor from Councilor Borrego to accept the LUHO recommendations and findings, seconded by Councilor Jones. Councilor Borrego, any other discussion on that before I go to Councilor Benton? And she says no. Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I'm going to support the motion, but I did, before I do, wanted to ask Mr. Melendrez or perhaps our planning department, in your write-up, Mr. Melendres, you basically provided maybe this was in the LUHO, if I can't remember now. But there was without the action of the planning department, the developer could have built a project 12.4 feet above finished floor. And I wanted to ask the question, if that's, first of all, if that's correct. Secondly, if it is there anything in this sector development plan that would prevent whatever a low-style flat roof type house?
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, I want to just kind of get one preliminary piece out of the way. I'll try to handle that question. If you would like to hear from the planning department, that would be something that'd be appropriate at a subsequent hearing, since the planning department is sort of a party here. They're the one that made the decision that's being appealed. However, in this particular instance, the record indicates that given the amount of backfill that was required, that you are correct, that a 12.4 foot structure would have been permissible without any deviations from the view protection overlay. And there do not appear to be in the IDO architectural standards that would limit that type of roof that you're suggesting. As we know, at times, different properties are subject to covenants that can deal with those types of things. It's not clear from the record whether that's an issue here, but as far as the public regulation goes, that would not be precluded.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. Councilors, other discussion on the motion on the floor to accept the LUHO recommendations? Yeah. It's going once, going twice. Seeing none, we'll call the question. We'll ask the clerk to call the roll for the roll call vote on the motion to accept LUHO recommendations and findings.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena. Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, councilors. Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Next up are our administrative hearings, AC4 and AC5. These are before the council for a full hearing tonight, and we'll take them together because the fact patterns are the same. Before we do that, however, I think we have two councilors who want to make a comment regarding recusal, and so I'll start with Councilor Sena and then Councilor Borrego.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I know that I specifically addressed many of my constituents before on this matter and have stated, but perhaps I didn't stress the importance of it enough. I first noted that I had to recuse myself because of my prior involvement on this property and appeal, but didn't state specifically what my involvement was, or perhaps didn't articulate it enough. But I want to note that I am a party of the appellants on the case, and specifically that I am an officer, being the president of West Bluff Neighborhood Association, that's signed in as an appellant. And because of such, I must recuse myself and am disqualified from making the decision on council from the city charter, the New Mexico State Constitution, and the U.S. Constitution, making that it's an ethical and legal obligation that I recuse myself from this issue. And just for the public's awareness, if they do seek more information on my recusal, please reach out to my office for a full response to me. I know I've emailed many of my constituents that have been concerned about my recusal, and I must say that I know that they are very frustrated with it, especially that the property in question is in my district. But as I stated, I am disqualified from being on this appeal, and I have a legal obligation to recuse myself. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Sena. For this purpose, once we hear from Councilor Borrego, we'll take you out of this meeting, put you in the waiting room, and we'll ask you to rejoin when we conclude these hearings. Councilor Borrego.
Thank you, Mr. President and councilors. And at our last hearing, I also recused myself. I've also responded to the West Side Coalition of Neighborhoods who asked for information about my reasons for recusal. I've also spoken with the city attorney's office about my reasons. I am a duly elected official. I sit on the AMAFCA board. I'm one of 5 directors who sits on the AMAFCA board. And because the property in question has issues related to the use of some AMAFCA property, it would behoove me to not make a decision and not sit in on this hearing. For the fact of the matter that it is a quasi-judicial matter, and I basically would violate my oath of office in both instances, and I think it would be difficult to be impartial, and I think that the best advice for me for myself is to recuse myself, and also having discussed it with legal and several attorneys, they have agreed with my stance. So for that matter, I am recusing myself again tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Borrego, and we'll ask Mr. Moya to move you back to the waiting room as well while the council considers these hearings. Mr. Melendrez, if you're there, we're going to ask you to come up with us for just a second. And Mr. Melendrez, now that we have 7 councilors who will hear this matter, can you remind us before we get into the substance here, how the vote counts are required in order to move motions?
Mr. President, thank you for raising that. As a general matter, when the city council acts, a motion that it moves carries by a simple majority. So a simple majority is irrelevant to the number of persons sitting. However, in certain instances, city code, or in this case, state law, will dictate a higher voting standard. And that is the case that is at play, at least in part here. The state statute requires that in order for the city council to reverse the decision of its environmental planning commission, that requires a majority of the membership of the body. And when a statute or ordinance references a voting standard that requires a vote of the majority of the membership, that term membership being key, that indicates that it is a hard majority of the membership of the body and not a simple majority of those present and voting. And so in this instance, in order to satisfy that requirement, a vote of 5 councilors would be required in order to reverse the Environmental Planning Commission. This isn't the first time that the City Council has confronted this issue. As recently as AC 19-7, which is an appeal from just last year, the City Council sat with 8 members and 1 excused, and all motions failed on a 4-4 vote, and the outcome was that the Environmental Planning Commission's decision stood. With respect to other motions that are not specifically prescribed by statute or ordinance, the simple majority rule would apply.
Thank you, Mr. Melendrez. I know we had to go through that last time, and Ms. Ortega reminded us tonight that we ought to do that to remind ourselves what happens, how many votes were required. So thank you. That being said, Mr. Melendrez, well, first of all, would you explain both of these appeals, and then we'll move into the swearing in the presenters and allow that to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. These are appeals AC 24 and AC 25 as designated on your agenda. They deal with property that is well known as the Pool property on Albuquerque's west side. The property sits just above the city's San Antonio Oxbow open space, which is open space along the Bosque on the west side of the river. The proposal here is to develop that site with cluster housing. The site is zoned for single-family residential land uses, and there are a couple of pathways towards development that might happen under that zoning. One is through a cluster proposal, which is being proposed here. It proposes that lots be smaller than would otherwise be permissible in exchange for the set-aside of some open space that is hopefully aligned in a way that will preserve sensitive lands and provide a buffer to the city's public open space at the San Antonio Oxbow. The City Council has heard this matter once before under appeals AC 19-6 and 7. At that time, the City Council remanded it to the Environmental Planning Commission to take a closer look at the definitions and the IDO and some requirements for cluster development. Specifically, the City Council's notice of decision in its appeal remand of ACs 19.6 and 7 referenced the cluster development design definition within the city's IDO and identified that it requires a design that concentrates buildings in specific areas on a site to allow the remaining land to be used for recreation and open space. And the city council made a finding that the clustering wasn't done pursuant to that definition, and it remanded to the EPC for the EPC to review a revised site plan that would hopefully take a better approach in the council's interpretation of that requirement, at least take a better approach towards clustering. The applicants for this matter did submit a revised site plan. It does separate lot groupings more distinctly than it did prior. It does demonstrate that open space would exist between the lot groupings. Of course, one of the issues in controversy is whether or not a portion of property that is otherwise designated as an AMAFCA easement can be counted towards that open space requirement. The city council heard this matter as an accept or reject matter at its last meeting and decided that it would like to hear more information about the appeals, rejected its decision of its land use hearing officer, and tonight you're poised to hear from the parties. You'll hear first from Mr. Gully, who is the appellant under AC 24, and later from Mr. Eintema, who represents the appellants under AC 25. The timeframes are set out in your rules for how these appellants will proceed. I'll be available to help with any questions that you may have, but otherwise the goal for tonight is to hear from the parties and to ultimately make a decision on these appeals.
Thank you, Mr. Melendres. I see Councilor Bassan, I think, has a question on process here before we get started. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Melendres, can you correct me if I'm wrong, but it wasn't that we decided as a council, the majority, that we were going to not be okay and we wanted this to go to a full hearing, but it was indeed actually because we couldn't get the 5-person count in order to make that final decision.
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, you are absolutely correct. That's an important clarification, and I'm sorry if I glossed over that. But there was a voting, is the voting standard I described for tonight. There is also a voting standard that applies to the city council when it moves to accept or reject a recommendation by its land use hearing officer. And a motion in that regard must pass by a hard vote of 5. And the motion last time to accept that recommendation did not pass by 5, and that is what resulted in this hearing tonight.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thanks, Councilor Bassan. That's really important, and thank you. We do our very best to turn these into plain English so that we can all follow them and the folks at home can too. So thanks for reminding us. That said, councilors, any other questions for Mr. Melendres before we get started? I think everyone here is familiar with this, but bear with us for just a minute. So all presenters other than attorneys must be sworn in tonight. Those parties are allowed to cross-examine each other. Excuse me. All those who will testify we'll ask you, if you will, please, to raise your hand so we can see you, and we will swear you in. I think that would only apply to the folks at Consensus. Is that right? Mr. Brito, you're here as well, so we'll ask you to go ahead and raise. Do you swear to tell the truth, Mr. Brito?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Strozier, is that you?
That is me.
And I see, do I hear Jenica? Is that right? Are you there? Thank you.
Yes, this is Jenica Jacoby. I'm an attorney, so I absolutely.
You
tell
have
the truth to you guys at all times.
Thanks. Thank you. And thanks for being patient with us. Sometimes hard to see little faces. So folks, the time limit for presentations are as follows for those following at home. We have 8 minutes from the presentation from the appellant, followed by 10 minutes from the appellee, which is the development, and then 3 minutes for presentation or response by the city planning staff if necessary, and then 2 minutes for rebuttal by the appellant. If we don't have any other procedural pieces, I will turn this over to Mr. Gully. You have up to 8 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Davis and councilors. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we can. Thank you. And for the record, Ms. Ortega is going to keep our time here with us on our side, and so we'll give you a fair warning if we get close. But go ahead, sir. Your time will start when you start.
Thank you. There are 3 issues in my appeal: whether multiple clusters are allowed, whether the site plan concentrates lots, and whether the AMAFCA easement can be counted as common open space. Regarding multiple cluster developments, the case that controls this issue is the High Ridge Hinkle case. That is a New Mexico Supreme Court case. The question before you is one of ordinance interpretation. You, counselors are the judges. You look at the site plan, it has 2 cluster developments, and you read the ordinance and decide whether the IDO allows multiple clusters. There are 3 rules in High Ridge Hinkle case. The plain language of the ordinance controls. Words in an ordinance are given their ordinary meaning. If several sections of an ordinance are involved, those sections must be read together. Surprisingly, the Lujo decision does not even mention High Ridge Hinkle, the controlling case. If Mr. Moya is listening, if you would put up my Exhibit A, please.
Just a second, we're doing that, and we'll pause your time until we get there. Mr. Foley, is this your exhibit here, the letter to the city council with your exhibits?
Yes, the exhibits are attached to it. So he just needs to keep scrolling. Whoop, too far. Back up. Back.
Sorry, there's a little delay here. We'll start right there with that Exhibit A, and then you can tell us where to go, Mr. Gully.
Okay, stop right there. First of all, the definition of project site is the largest geography specified in the earliest request for decision on the first application related to a particular development. Of course, the project site here is the entire pool property. And then if you would look at the excerpt I have there from section 43B2D, the cluster development project site. Cluster development is singular. So the pool property, which is the project site, has the cluster development. And then if you look at regulation 4-3B2E I have there, again, the cluster development shall be designated on a site plan. Singular. Words must be given their ordinary meaning. Singular means singular. Think of the precedent you would be setting if you allowed a singular term to be transposed into the plural. The Lujo says, well, multiple clusters are not expressly prohibited. Of course, they're not expressly permitted either. Think of the precedent you would be setting if you allowed something in a development because it was not expressly prohibited by the ordinance. Think what a mess you might be creating there that a developer could drive a truck through. Moreover, the Lujo cites no case precedent, and there is none for the proposition that something that's not expressly prohibited is allowed. The council should reject the Lujo recommendation because multiple cluster developments are simply not allowed on the pool property. Now I turn to the concentration of lots issue. If Mr. Moya would put up my Exhibit B, please. Finding B2 in the council's notice of decision, the first time this site plan came before you, was that the site plan was defective. That was the March 1 site plan. Finding B2 is that the site plan's design otherwise appears reflective of a traditional subdivision layout in that it does not concentrate buildings in specific areas as contemplated by the cluster development design definition. That vote, that notice of decision vote, was by a 6-0 vote. 3 councilors were absent. Councilors Pena, Benton, Davis, Gibson, and Jones, as well as Councilor Sanchez, voted for that decision. So take a look at the site plan. This is the one from March 1 before you before. The staff report found the entire site plan did not concentrate lots, but I want you to focus on the eastern half of this site plan. Now, if Mr. Moya would put up my Exhibit C, please. There you have the site plan before you now. Pay particular attention to the eastern half of that site plan. It does not concentrate lots any more than the March 1 site plan did. It simply would be inconsistent for counselors who voted against the previous site plan because it did not concentrate lots to vote for this site plan. The council should reject the site plan for this reason as well. Now I turn to my third issue, and that is the Amafka easement issue. If Mr. Moya would put up Exhibit D, please. First, I have the definition of common open space. You can see there in the bolded portion, the common open space must be for the use and enjoyment of the owners. In other words, the residents of this development would have to use and enjoy that common open space. Part of the common open space is the easement. I also have there the definition of dwelling cluster development because it's referenced in the common open space definition. That definition changes nothing with respect to the need for the common open space to be for the use and enjoyment of the residents. And then I have an excerpt from 4-3B2, dwelling cluster development, again, referencing the common open space must be for the use and enjoyment of the residents. Now, the easement itself between Miss Poole and Amafka states as following. This grant of easement shall be construed as narrowly as possible to allow only the construction, operation, inspection, and maintenance of the facilities for the purposes stated herein and to exclude any other use of the easement. Page 2 continues, absolutely no other use of the easement is granted or permitted. And then you have the portion I've included there on Exhibit D. Grantor and grantee further state that it is their intention to exclude any other use of the easement.
Mr. Gully, I just want to flag you have about 1 minute left.
Okay, thank you. Now, picture there being water in the easement, a foot or two of water after a heavy rain. The neighborhood residents of the development say, let's go down there and have our battery operated remote controlled speedboat race down in that easement. Or they say, let's have our neighborhood picnic down in that easement. Let's bring our tables and chairs and our picnic baskets. We'll set up a bocce ball court or a badminton court and use that easement. What do you think Amafka would say about that, given the terms of the easement? My belief is that Amafka would have a cow. Moreover, Mr. Hughes, the hydrology engineer, in a January 24, 2019 memo stated that the easement must be conveyed to Amafka, and that's supported by the statute, which is section 5-4K4, which requires the easement to be dedicated to the city or Amafka. For that reason also, you should reject the site plan. Without the easement, Cluster B is deficient in the amount of common open space.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. For the moment, that will at that time conclude your 8 minutes there. You'll have an opportunity to readdress us on redirect later. Next up, 10 minutes for a presentation from the appellee, which I believe will be the Consensus Planning Group. Is that right, Mr. Strozier?
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. This is Jenica Jacoby from the Rody Law Firm. I'm joined by Mr. Strozier from Consensus Planning. We both represent Gamma Development LLC, the applicant in this matter, and we appreciate the council's time tonight. I'll take these three issues raised, and I'll handle the first one regarding why multiple clusters are allowed under the IDO, and then Mr. Strozier will speak to the lot concentration and the Amafka easement issue that Mr. Gully raised. And so at page 94 of the record, you'll see the EPC's analysis of why multiple clusters are in fact allowed under the IDO. One is they noted that the IDO does not expressly limit site plans to a single cluster development. And I know Mr. Gully noted that he thinks that we need express permission. But in fact, nothing in the IDO expresses only a singular use is allowed. Townhomes, even though used in the singular, don't mean that only one townhome is allowed in a site plan or on a particular development. That's true for any of the dwellings or other development uses that are allowed. There's one way that the IDO separates uses like that, and that's a separation distance requirement when the council has determined as a matter of policy that certain uses should not be concentrated and should be spread out to avoid deleterious consequences. And that's done with very careful legislative findings. That's done for things like pawn shops, other loan shark type places, community residential programs. I believe it's done with wireless telecom facilities. It's done in a very limited way, and there's nowhere in the IDO, as the EPC noted, that cluster developments are all called out as something negative that needs to be unconcentrated. The second thing the EPC noted is that the character protection overlay for this area, the Coors Boulevard plan or zone, actually says that cluster development design on land above the flood level shall be used to the maximum extent practicable, and the floodplain shall be used as open space. And so not only is there nothing in the IDO that says that we should try to limit the amount of cluster development we do, on the contrary, it actually says that you should use it to the maximum extent possible, which is consistent with having multiple cluster designs on one site plan. That is only emphasized in the comp plan that formed the basis of the IDO, which mentions clusters 50 times, and all of it in glowing terms, that cluster development is an innovative technique, that cluster development is something that we should strive and encourage because it provides more open space opportunities rather than using the traditional straight subdivision, which Mr. Strozier can describe, which really doesn't give you these open spaces and viewscapes and things that we want our urban constituents to enjoy. Cluster development is a particular technique that lets us combine or increase density just a little bit, but provides this open space that is a completely new technique that we're trying to emphasize so that we're not landlocked subdivisions in the city. And the EPC recognized that policies from the IDO and the comp plan. The third thing the EPC noted is that it's in the city's best interests to consider both site plan or both cluster developments on one site plan. That way they can see how the whole development will work as a whole, because it's undisputed in the record that the developer could bring two different site plans. One would go to the EPC because it's larger than 5 acres and is adjacent to major public open space. The other one doesn't meet those requirements and would go to the DRB. And so then you've got two different bodies trying to look at two interrelated site plans, and you're not going to get the same transparency in front of the EPC with more public involvement, and you're also not going to get the same people making the decisions about the site plans. And so in the record, Mr. Strozier can share his screen here. This was in the earlier appeals for 1906 and 1907 at the supplemental record, page 32, I believe. The developer actually went to Mr. Campbell, the planning director at the time, and said, we think it makes sense to bring everything to EPC, provide maximum process, and look at the whole site plan or look at the whole project at once so you can see both site plans working together. Let's put it on one sheet. Doesn't that make more sense? And they received this permission here, you can see in the letter, to go ahead and bring a project that wouldn't otherwise have to go as a whole, but received permission to have it go as a whole rather than two different site plans to the EPC. And so for those reasons, the EPC's analysis and determination that these two cluster developments were absolutely permissible on one site plan that's consistent with the IDO and the policies and the reasons for the IDO. It's good reasoning, and the EPC's decision should stand. With that, I will let Mr. Strozier address the lot concentration and the Amafka easement.
All right. Can you see my PowerPoint screen? Did it change to show the site?
No, sir, not now. We still see Mr. Kobe's letter.
I think I need to stop sharing and then share again, which I will do here quickly. And we are going to.
Now we see it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So this is the site plan that went before.
Mr. Strick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We add in some time for procedure, but you have about 4.5 minutes for the record.
Okay, thank you. I'll go through this as quickly as I can. So, councilors, this is the site plan that went to the EPC in response to the council's remand instructions. And you can see that there's open space in the central portion of the site, as well as significant open space that remains along the eastern edge. And this is up the area that is adjacent to the major public open space, as well as private open space that is actually owned by the Andalusia Homeowners Association. And one of the things that we did as part of the presentation to the EPC was to show how each of these clusters functioned on their own. And you can see on cluster A, there's a large open space on the east side that connects down to, so it's visually accessible to the cul-de-sac at Namaste, and the open space across the street, basically, which is part of the major public open space, and provides a distinct separation between this cluster and the second cluster. It also includes an open space that runs east-west through this portion of the site that allows for pedestrians within the neighborhood to access a trail that will go through this area and provide access for the residents, and also provides a visual open space in terms of a view for those people that live across Tres Gracias, immediately adjacent to this site. The second cluster, see if it takes a little bit. These are large files. Oops, I went too far. So the cluster B, once again, is located on the other side of the open space that separates the two clusters, and then has a significant buffer on its edge related to the major public open space and the private open space that is adjacent to it on that edge. One of the things that this council also directed us to do was to make sure that, and this next graphic is that the setbacks are met for each of the clusters individually, which is what is shown on this graphic that was presented to the EPC, that shows where there is a required 25-foot setback versus the required 10-foot setback, and that setback is met for both clusters if you were to look at them individually as a part of this. With regard to the Amafka easement that is on the northeast edge of the property, I'll skip down two slides here, see if it works. So this is the sensitive land exhibit that we prepared. This was part of the analysis. This was included as part of the site plan. You can see the floodplain and the area that is referred to as the Amafka easement, the Amafka pond. A portion of that pond is located on this property. And I would just point out, when Mr. Gully talks about the use and enjoyment of open space, I think we can all agree that arroyos that go through a community are open space that's usable and enjoyable by the residents, whether or not they're allowed to go in it or not. The Oxbow itself, the major public open space adjacent to this site, is also open space that the public is not allowed to go into on a regular basis. It is restricted. You can look at it, you can see it, you can go to the overlook, but you're not allowed to go in it. And so you can't go have that picnic or any of the other options. So with that, I believe we're approaching the end of our time. We would be happy to answer any questions at the end of this if the council might desire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Strozier.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Oops, sorry. Had my own timer going.
Excellent. And we would give you a little time. We gave Mr. Gully another minute or so for the technical issues. So, but we'll come back if we need to. We want to give Mr. Brito and anyone from the, I believe Mr. Brito on behalf of the planning department, the opportunity to present or respond to any questions that might have been raised in those presentations. Mr. Brito, do you have any presentation, or do you want to respond to any of those issues, or do you just remain for council questions?
Mr. President, I don't have any presentations or responses to either of the previous presenters, but I am available for the council for any questions.
Thank you. And we will hold you there and go back to the appellant. Mr. Gully, anything else that you want to respond to in rebuttal?
Yes, sir. Ms. Jacoby mentioned the townhomes section in the table of allowable uses. It is townhome singular. However, if you look at the townhome regulations themselves, there are multiple townhomes allowed in development. That's contrary to, in the table, it's cluster development singular, and the text of the cluster development regulations is in the singular. Ms. Jacoby also mentioned floodplain, reference to cluster developments, and she discussed the merits of cluster developments. I don't contest the merits of a cluster development at all. My point is the site plan only allows one cluster development. That's clear from the text of the regulations. It would have been such a simple thing for the count when the ordinance was adopted to say cluster developments, plural, if that's what was intended. My point is that if the developer wants to have a site plan with one cluster development, that's perfectly permissible, no more than 50 lots. He's only having 2 to get around that restriction of no more than 50 lots. The letter that was put up on the screen, I don't know if Ms. Jacoby even referenced it, but Mr. Moria, could you put that up again, the letter from Mr. Campbell? It's the one that was up when Ms. Jacoby was speaking.
I think Ms. Jacoby has to share that back with us again. I'm not sure. Ms. Jacoby, do you have that available? I know it's an exhibit you referenced. We would normally be able to put up for you, but we have to count on you to do that one for us if you can. There we go. Let's see, Mr. Gully. There we go.
Oh,
Thank
there
you.
you are.
Appreciate you. Mr. Gully, go ahead.
I'm not sure what the point of this letter is, but perhaps it's the point was that Mr. Campbell said, oh, you can have, what does he say, 2 integrated and interconnected projects. But if you look at that number 2, it says there is one cluster development and the other a typical 1/4 acre RA lots. That's the heart of the matter, that 2 cluster developments were not contemplated in this project until portion of the east edge of the property was not buildable on. So then that's where the second cluster development surfaced to get more lots than was otherwise allowed. Mr. Strozier, I think, made an argument that you can look over the easement or look at it or something. No reading of the use and enjoyment would make that common open space. The enjoyment, maybe looking over it could be considered enjoyment, but the use of it, looking over the easement is not using it. And finally, just to conclude here rapidly, I'd like to say that Mr. Melendez's position that the site plan stands if you don't have 5 votes is absolutely incorrect. There is no New Mexico case law that supports that. Our appeals are pending. You can't reject or accept our appeals unless you have 5 votes. So his opinion is flatly wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. We appreciate you. And so, folks, for following along at home, that will conclude the hearing for AC 20-4. Normally, we would go to deliberations, but because the other hearing, AC 20-5, involves a similar fact pattern, we're going to have that same type of hearing with Mr. Hasientema on behalf of the Taylor Ranch Neighborhood Association, and again with the team at Consensus Planning, and then we'll move both of these items for discussion. And so, Mr. Yentema, welcome. We appreciate you joining us. You have 8 minutes, sir. Actually, Hess, we're not able to hear you. Can you try on your side? There we go.
Mr. Moya, could you please put my second exhibit up? That's the sensitive lands exhibit. Appellants want to go through 8 issues briefly tonight among the various issues. No, that's not the exhibit. The second one, please, with the sensitive, there you go, thank you. The issues raised by these appeals are important and novel issues under the IDO as to sensitive lands, cluster development, and protection of major public open space. Appellant's first issue is that protection of sensitive lands was not adequately considered as is required by the IDO. The project site abuts the San Antonio Oxbow wetland on the Rio Grande, which is one of the rarest natural resources in the middle Rio Grande. IDO section 52C states both the subdivision and site design processes shall begin with an analysis of site constraints related to sensitive lands. Avoidance of sensitive lands should be considered then at the start of any project affecting sensitive lands and should be reconsidered if the project is substantially revised, as was done in this case. Avoidance of sensitive lands was not considered by the EPC in its review of the substantially revised site plan. EPC counsel explicitly ruled out consideration of any sensitive lands issues. That's at page 927 of your record. The second issue is whether a single project site may have multiple cluster developments. Mr. Gully dealt with this well, and the appellants I represent incorporate Mr. Gully's arguments on that issue and all other issues that he presented into their appeal. And these appeals have been handled, this matter has been handled jointly, basically from the start. The EPC and the LUHO decided that multiple clusters are allowed because they couldn't find an express prohibition in the IDO. The problem with their interpretation is it takes you to some very strange situations, among other problems. Under IDO section 43B2A, a developer is entitled to 1 acre cluster. In other words, this lot, this property of 23 acres could be clustered into 23 separate clusters under the interpretation of the IDO provided by the EPC and the LUHO. Please recall that on August 3rd, the council heard AC 20-1 and granted these appellants appeal to void the ZEO's declaratory ruling requested by the developer in this case that multiple clusters are allowed on a site. The EPC in its review of the site plan relied upon that now void declaratory ruling. That's EPC finding 16. At least the EPC should have to reconsider its decision without any reliance on the now void declaratory ruling. The EPC and the LUHO failed to reconcile the various sections of the IDO concerning multiple clusters. Does the council really intend, for example, that a project site of 50 acres would be entitled to 50 cluster developments? I think the interpretation that anything goes under the IDO if it's not expressly prohibited is going to lead if that is the interpretation that this council adopts, that's going to lead to some very difficult and unfortunate public consequences. Third issue is related to that Section 43B2C states that the number of dwelling units in a cluster site area shall not exceed 50. This project has 69 dwellings. How does the unambiguous 50-unit limitation apply if a developer can slice up the project into multiple sections and ingeniously sculpt how its dwelling units are going to be worked around? Basically, the 50-unit limit is rendered meaningless by the EPC and the Lujo decision. Fourth issue is about concentration of buildings. If you don't have concentration of buildings under cluster development, basically what you've got is only a lot size reduction provision. The Lujo, and that's where the Lujo went. He ruled that lot configuration of the cluster dwelling of a cluster dwelling development was, quote, irrelevant under the IDO. In other words, it doesn't matter if they're concentrated or spread out all over. They can be any which way the developer wants. That's on page 21 of the Lujo recommendation. So project clusters could be sprinkled around all throughout the project. Contrary to that interpretation is the statement of cluster development at IDO section 4, page 458. Cluster development is a development type that concentrates single family or two-dwelling dwellings on smaller lots than would otherwise be allowed in return for preservation of common open space. Linear serpentine configuration, such as in this site plan, if you're looking at it, is not consistent with cluster development. The staff planner on this case at R108 noted flatly that the linear form of dwellings on the eastern side was purposely intended to not create a clear concentration of buildings. The fifth issue for our fifth issue is the floodway easement. There was one point that hasn't been addressed by either the EPC or the Lujo, although it's been raised every time we've been before them. And that's this: cluster development open space has to be created by the smaller lots used. It's a trade-off. A developer can use smaller lots if what's left over from the smaller lots goes to create sufficient cluster development common open space. The easement with the AMAFCA easement situation is that it already exists. And even if it's considered erroneously in our view to be an on-site pond, the floodway easement cannot be cluster development common open space because it is not created. It pre-exists. It's not created in return for smaller lots. Another error in this area is that the easement must be dedicated to AMAFCA under section 54K4A, as the flood control facilities involve a major arroyo or the owner cannot derive beneficial use from the easement property. Sixth issue is that the site plan proposes to build 4 units on the floodplain south of the AMAFCA easement. If you're looking at the exhibit, you'll see it's kind of a light gray area. That's based on the developer's anticipation that the floodplain will be revised at some point in the future. However, approval of development on the designated floodplain, which has to be established as of the date of the applicant's complete submission, is contrary to section 110B, which section requires determination of an application under the standards and criteria in effect as of the date of the application. And as of the date of this application, that floodplain is still in place.
Mr. Yentema, just a quick time check. You have about 30 seconds on your presentation and you'll have a chance to rebuttal.
And section 34C5A, which said the floodplain, quote, shall be used as open space. So that floodplain needs to be used as open space. Seventh issue goes to common open space. This common open space, this is not contiguous to the IDO. It's connected by thin, narrow lines. Under the developers and the IDO interpretation presented by the Lujo, the developer could put all of its open space at the far western side of this project if it was only connected by a line. And our final, yes,
Mr. Yentema, I want to cut you off there. We've extended your time just a little bit already, but you'll have a chance. You have another 2 minutes at the end for rebuttal, and you'll have an opportunity to do that if that's necessary. So thank you for your presentation, sir. And it's good to see you back at the City Council. Next up, we have a presentation from the appellee, Gamma Development, again, the group at Consensus Planning, and I'll let you take the lead You have 10 minutes, and we'll give you a 2-minute and a 30-second warning.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. I'd like to start with the multiple cluster issue again. And I want to point out on page 94 of the record, finding number 17 of the EPC gave its reasonings for why multiple clusters are allowed. And at no point did they rely on the declaratory ruling issued by the code compliance manager. And there's no indication that they ever did. In fact, the record indicates that I told the EPC that they should not rely on it as something that binds them, that the council had in fact instructed them to analyze it, and that's exactly what they did. They followed the council's instructions for the EPC to make that analysis. And they did so carefully, and they did a good job. And the LUHO recommended, after a very careful review, very extensive hearing, the LUHO agreed with them that their analysis was sound and consistent with the IDO. One of the things that's in the record in the LUHO hearing is that multiple cluster developments is sort of self-controlling as to whether or not it can be abused. Mr. Eintema was talking about how a 50-acre site could have 50 different cluster developments, and yet Mr. Brito explained to the LUHO that there are requirements for cluster development that would ultimately make those self-regulating. The 50 lot requirement requires those setbacks along each of those project sites that would limit the ability to make those go forever and ever. The other requirement that we have is that common open space have a minimum length and width of 35 feet, which is significant. And that would also limit the ability to make endless numbers of clusters. And so in reality, the cluster development use-specific regulations would prevent any abuse of this design technique that's encouraged, frankly, throughout the IDO and the comprehensive plan, as I've said. And I want to specifically review policy 5.3.4 of the comp plan. That indicates that we should use cluster development to concentrate buildings on a portion of the site, in particular near floodplains or other natural features, to allow the remaining land to be used for recreation, open space, agriculture, or preservation of sensitive land areas. And so that's the policy and the goal from the comp plan that led to the CPO2 regulation that said that cluster development design along the Coors Boulevard protection, the character protection overlay along Coors Boulevard should use cluster development design on land above the flood level to the maximum extent practicable, and the floodplain shall be used as open space. This property is exactly what these policies and regulations are speaking to, and that's exactly what consensus planning has done with the design here, to use clusters, and in this case 2 clusters, in order to maximize the policies and the objectives of the comp plan and the IDO. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Strozier to address the remaining arguments that were made.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Jacoby. So one of the comments that was made by Mr. Eintema was that the sensitive lands were not considered. And I would point this council to the August 17th, 2020 letter, which was a letter that I wrote as part of our transmittal of the updated site plan in response to this council's remand, which on page 2 of that letter includes the following. I'll go through this really quickly. The redesign also complies with the sensitive lands regulations as contained in the Integrated Development Ordinance sections 1416.5-2, site design and sensitive lands. The sensitive lands analysis is included as a separate sheet in the site development plan EPC. Some of the key responses to the analysis include the following. A large stand of pinon and Arizona cypress trees within the central common open space are preserved. The existing pipe and wire mesh fence along the eastern portion of the property will be retained, and provides the boundary for the sensitive land protection zone. No construction or access is permitted into the sensitive land protection zone, and the sensitive land protection zone protects the existing wetland, the private portion of the oxbow, the steep slope area, and the water quality pond adjacent to the San Antonio Arroyo. So to indicate that that was not considered as part of this remand resubmittal, that was part of our letter transmitting the updated site plan to the planning department in response to this council's remand instruction. The other thing is with regard to concentrate, I mean, when you look at the plain definition, concentrate means to make something stronger, denser, or more focused. This council asked us to look at, and the original site plan was concentrated almost all of the open space, because that's frankly what we were asked to do by staff at that time. And we did have kind of a serpentine aspect of one of the cluster's lots. What our analysis and the remand resubmittal clearly focused and concentrated the lots on cluster A along the western edge of the property, created a large open space in the middle that separated the two cluster neighborhoods. And then for the next one, a little bit of, so the cluster B concentrated its open space on the eastern edge of the property. Both of these clusters are, as compared to the first go around, when this council remanded it back, these are very distinct. And once again, the lots for cluster B are concentrated in this area with the open space concentrated as a large buffer up against the existing open space on our boundary. On the cluster A, once again, those lots are concentrated along the area where we have existing lots in our surrounding neighborhood and provided a significant open space buffer to the adjoining cluster. These two are contained, yes, on one site plan, but they function and they're provided for as separate clusters within that. With regard to the open space, I think Ms. Jacoby handled that well with regard to the Amafka stormwater quality pond. That is clearly exactly what the comprehensive plan, the cluster provisions in the IDO, and the CPO, which once again, just to remind you, cluster development design on land above the flood level shall be used to the maximum extent practicable, and the floodplain shall be used as open space. That is exactly what happens here. Now, I'm sorry, am I going to I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Strozier, just a quick 2-minute warning.
Oh, okay, all right. I would like to address, so one of the things that happens in the implementation oftentimes of flood control facilities. So when the improvements were made to the San Antonio Arroyo and the water quality pond was created, this was not always there. It was created and there was an easement created to accommodate that pond. And basically what that did with the construction of those improvements is it redefined what that floodplain is. Now, what happened here is Amafka never went back and updated the floodplain boundary. According to the engineers, and this is the engineers with Bohannon Houston, the city hydrology department, as well as the Amafka engineers recognize that this land that's shown as part of these lots that is currently mapped as floodplain isn't actually in the floodplain anymore, and that we have identified on the site plan that there is a restriction that prevents these lots from being developed until such time that that floodplain map is updated. And that's a provision called letter of map revision that is typically done before you build a project like this, but in this case, it was not done. So the site plan identifies that, acknowledges it, and makes that requirement that those lots cannot be developed until such time as FEMA updates their map to reflect the construction of those improvements adjacent to it. And I think that's, did I
Do you want
forget
to
something?
just show the sketch plat that was submitted early on?
Mr. Strozier, you have about 20 seconds left. I let you
Okay.
finish. I know you're at the end of that, but sure, if you want to show the last exhibit.
The question before the council tonight is not whether or not this property gets developed. It already has its entitlements. We're looking at site plans that show the layout. And so this was an early sketch that didn't use any clustering. And so you can see how the properties really get close to the floodplain, to the sensitive areas. And so what we've done consistently is work hard to use cluster developments to provide a better product. What you have in front of you is the best kind of product that this property can be put to. You've got lots that are similar in size to the nice homes surrounding this.
Your time is up, and so we'll have to call you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. We try to give everyone just a few extra seconds for the text time, and we appreciate your patience with us. Next up, we are going back to the planning department. I assume Mr. Brito is still here. Mr. Brito has the opportunity to present or respond to anything he heard on behalf of the planning department. Mr. Brito, any presentation or response to questions?
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilors Russell Brito with the City of Albuquerque Planning Department. I just want to point to the remand instructions that the City Council included to guide the EPC in their re-review of the resubmittal of this pool property site plan. And as outlined in the transmittal memo and in the EPC's findings, they followed your remand instructions and did the review as directed, which led to the redesign of the site, the conditions of approval, and ultimately the Planning Commission's approval of this project. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Brito. We're going to hold councilor questions to the end and let the appellate complete his rebuttal, and then we'll come back for discussion. So thank you. So Mr. Yantama, you're back. Rebuttal for up to 2 minutes, sir.
Yes, I'd like to mention our 8th issue, which I didn't get to, which is that under IDO section 5.2H2B2, development on sites over 5 acres adjacent to major public open space, quote, cannot, quote, create any material negative environmental impacts on the visual, recreation, or habitat values of the major public open space. From our perspective, this requirement has been ignored. I'd point out that the Open Space Division, page 181 of your record, wrote flatly, this new site plan will have more negative impacts on the natural values of the MPOS in terms of the quality of the new open space and the protection of the existing aquifer. The reduction of this buffer area is a large step backwards. And what Mr. Brito says is true. The EPC was absolutely precluded. It precluded itself from looking at the sensitive lands issue, contrary to what Mr. Strozier testified a few moments ago. At page 927, counsel to the EPC told them the issue of sensitive lands was not an issue that was supposed to be rehashed by the commission pursuant to the remand instructions. And that's despite that the new site plan went substantially closer to the edges and more threatening to the natural open space. You know, I regret that the council is trying to address these important policy issues in such an abbreviated format because they really require some analysis and thought. There's a lot going on in the IDO, and you have to compare multiple versions.
30 seconds, Mr. Yantama.
Back to Mr. Strozier on the floodplain. Mr. Strozier is well aware that the developer's application under the city's current interpretation has to be measured at the time it is submitted. And he cannot, his project needs to be measured under the existing floodplain map. The EPC should not be approving development on the come based on some anticipation of the developer as to what's going to happen.
Mr. Yantama, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Your 2 minutes is up. And so, councilors, at this point, we have the opportunity opportunity for deliberation and discussion amongst the counselors about the issues raised. We're going to discuss both items, but as a reminder, we'll have to take motions in order. And so we'll entertain motions on AC 20-4 first. But we can discuss both items because they are related. And so counselors, using your raise the hand button or by yelling at me, please go ahead and cue yourselves. I see Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have another clarifying question for Mr. Melendrez that for all technical purposes, we are supposed to be only voting on the technical procedures involved in this hearing, right? I mean, this is not necessarily on what our hopes and dreams and desires are regarding the property.
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, the legal standard that you are applying in this appeal is set forth by the IDO section 141664 U4. And it states that on appeal, the city council is to consider three things: whether or not the decision-making body or the prior appeal body acted fraudulently, arbitrarily, or capriciously. So did they act arbitrarily or capriciously? Was the decision supported by substantial evidence, or was there an error in applying a requirement of the IDO or other policy? So that's the standard that you're applying to the EPC's review: whether or not they acted arbitrarily and capriciously, whether or not there was substantial evidence, or whether they erred in applying the requirements of the IDO.
Thank you for the clarification and reminder.
Thank you, counselors. Other questions? If not, I'll recognize myself. So seeing none on this item, let me explain where I see this item and maybe make a motion to get us started here. So at the end of the day, this is a matter of interpreting two new pieces of land use legislation. It's the comp plan and the IDO. This sort of hearing is new because we haven't dealt with these issues around cluster development, at least not at the council level. And so we remanded this back to the EPC to sort of try to interpret, and they did the best they could based on the record that we can see, trying to decide whether these plans were consistent with both the comp plan's broader policies and the IDO specific rules. This legislation will create new precedents. We were all familiar with the old bodies and file cabinets, literally, because they were some Xerox things, decisions of case law under the old development codes. But this is new precedent under the new IDO. And so I think it's important that we get this right. I heard a number of different arguments. I'm particularly persuaded by some of Mr. Yentema's conversations, or some of Mr. Yentema's arguments. But what I heard someone say, and I think it was from Consensus, was that, or I'm sorry, it wasn't from Consensus, but that these clusters essentially would function on their own. But I don't feel that that's the case. When I look at the record here, I see that I'm not convinced they do, because they must be developed together. They share a common entrance, for example. They were originally designed together. I think they have been split. I think one could make a policy argument that they have tried to meet all the standards of the IDO. But the fact is, I don't believe they also comply with the broader policy goals of the comp plan. I also realize that this is private property. And as much as there have been other ideas that perhaps other people could do something different, the fact is that the property owner has decided that this is what they'd like to do with their property, and the government doesn't have a role to change that decision. And so our simple decision is whether this is an appropriate development or appropriate plan for this site. I don't believe it is. I believe there's enough, I don't believe this is good precedent for the council to establish. And so I'll make a motion to grant the appeal and adopt the findings at our next meeting relating to AC 20-4. I see Councilor Benton, and then I believe Councilor Bassan. Councilor Benton.
Yes, Mr. President, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. And while I have you, Councilor Benton, do you have any comment on this, or should I move on to other councilors?
Yes, I guess while I have the floor, I agree with your general characterization, Mr. President, that within the constraints that were begun which were the begun by Mr. Campbell's letter, which were that, okay, we can consider this all as one, even though it started as two. I think that an attempt was made on the new version with the remand to slightly, I mean, as much as possible within the concept, I believe, to enlarge the open space. But I emphasize within the concept. You know, I really don't, I still don't see a concentration or a clustering of buildings. I see lengthy streets and still, you know, what the EPC planner originally called, you know, something that looks like a conventional subdivision, albeit with some open space that some of which would already pre-existed, as was stated by Mr. Yankton, that the MF easement already existed, and I mean, I really feel like that was a stretch of the open space calculation. So, you know, again, I'm giving some credit to the designers that within the concept that they were tasked with tackling, that they improved it somewhat in terms of making more contiguous and recognizable open space. But that's still, to me, the original concept was so far from what I thought the intention was of clustering, and based on principles of conservation subdivisions, that it just did not meet the mark. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. Councilor Bassan, Councilor Harris, then Councilor Jones. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple more clarifying questions. So first, what happens if we do not achieve the same full 5 votes during this hearing? And second, what happens, because I believe there are several IDO amendments that are being proposed. So if this were to go to a full hearing at a later date, how would the potential passage of any of these amendments affect this particular case?
Mr. Melendrez, do you want to respond? I think we want to clarify our process here a little bit too.
Sure, Mr. President. I'd be happy to attempt to respond. And I will note that the floor has been closed. And so at this point, you're deliberating, and I'm happy to help answer questions. If you want to hear from the parties to this matter, the president would need to reopen the floor to address this question. The 5-vote standard, I recognize is not fully accepted, at least by one and maybe both of the appellants. However, that is set out by state law, and that statutory references NMSA 1978 section 321(8)(c), and the city council is familiar with that standard, and we've dealt with it before in a couple of different contexts. If 5 votes are not secured in order to reverse the decision of the EPC as required by that statute, then the council would be able to entertain other motions about whether to affirm the decision of the EPC or some other motion. The way that the statute is written out, it requires 5 votes only to reverse. So other motions would not require that 5-vote standard. And I assume that the policy reason for that, the wisdom perhaps or not that the legislature applied, was that the EPC is delegated as your experts in this area. And with that delegation, you give them some deference. And if you're not able to reverse the EPC by 5 votes, then that's the outcome. So I think that's the question that you had. And so hopefully that's a helpful restatement.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Melendrez. And then just because of the last experience we had at the last council meeting, if for some reason this doesn't get 5 votes and we entertain another motion and that doesn't get 5 votes, does it go to just an automatic full hearing?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, this is your opportunity to dispose of this appeal, and you have an obligation to hear it And now that you've heard it, if you're unable to reverse and if no other motions pass, then the ultimate disposition of this appeal will be, as I stated previously, that the EPC's decision remains unaffected. And that was the outcome in AC 19-7 that the council dealt with just last year.
Thank you, Mr.
So we would not come back for another hearing.
Okay, and then my other question earlier was, how does any potential IDO amendments, how does any of that affect the outcome of this? It doesn't then, right? Because we're done
Mr.
after.
President, Councilor Bassan, this has come up as well in the context of other issues and appeals that have come up before council. And the way that appears to have shaken out is that the IDO contemplates that the rules in place on the day you apply to you throughout the entire process. So the rules that were in place and that this council is interpreting and applying will remain effective for this application unless a new application is resubmitted under different rules at some point in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melendres. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Harris, then Councilor Jones.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a very difficult legal issue, even though I think Mr. Melendres cited the standard correctly. If we have all these unique issues of law, I think that it sort of is almost like a de novo, review of like what is the law, because we have to decide that. What do these things mean? And I just kind of result to the fact that we have two of the best lawyers in the state regarding land use. This is going to the district court. It's essentially a de novo case, and I just think it should be sent up there as quickly as possible. So I'm going to vote against this. I think that there is, this is something where elected officials really shouldn't be ultimately deciding this. I talk about precedent. The city council doesn't set precedent, but a district court judge will. And I think that it's very telling that two councilors from the west side, that the west side neighborhoods are very upset that they weren't going to vote. Well, they knew that they're much more likely to get the votes that they wanted from people who live there. And that's not kind of how judges are supposed to decide things in this quasi-judicial environment. It's a very political kind of overlay on something where we're sort of judges. And for all that, for those reasons, I'm going to vote against the motion. But, I wish Mr. Hankemeyer was a fine attorney and Jacoby that they figure it out for us before a district court judge and we get some good law on this.
Thank you, Councilor Harris. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is one of those issues that generates a great deal of passion, either positive or negative, depending on how you look at this and where you live, which it shouldn't do. This is simply, but very complicated, a land use hearing. What makes it more difficult is that we have some new rules in place from 2 years ago when we might have been doing something like this. One of them, which encourages the cluster development. It's nice that the developers have worked with this. It's a new process. Unfortunately, I believe the way it is set up legally, that this particular issue will be settled to see how this works in the future. It isn't all bad. That's kind of how we set the precedent on stuff, is it not? But I cannot support a motion to approve this. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilors, last call for any other deliberations or discussion on the motion on the floor to grant the appeal. Going once, going twice. Seeing no other, we'll close debate and ask Ms. Ortega to call the roll call. As a reminder, the motion to grant the appeal takes 5 votes in the affirmative to carry forward. Ms. Ortega, call the roll.
Councilor Bassan.
No.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
No.
Councilor Harris.
No.
Councilor Jones.
No.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That fails on a 3-4 vote with 2 councilors recusing.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. Councilors, as we've heard, it takes 5 votes to carry a motion. That motion fails. We can entertain another motion, or this matter, the decision of the EPC would be affirmed for lack of an appeal or approval of an appeal. Do we have any motions on the floor for AC 20-4? Going once? I'm sorry, Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I stated, I feel that the clustering of this missed the mark and the intent. And I'm going to move, I'm sure everyone's going to be upset, but I'm going to move that this be remanded to the EPC.
Mr. Melendez, is that we just want to clarify, is that an option for us to send this back to EPC again?
Mr. President, this matter has been sent back to the EPC once before through this process, and nothing would preclude you from doing that again if you're able to identify specific deficiencies that you think that the EPC could cure or fix through more process.
Thank you. And so, Councilor Benton, I'm going to ask, do you have just in order to send this back, do you have specific directions for remand, or is that findings you want to adopt later? How would you like to handle that?
Well, my intent would be to send it back to them to take a harder look at concentration of the buildings in the clusters.
Okay. And so there's a motion on the floor. Is there any second for that? Councilor Jones, I saw you had a discussion point. I just want to be sure. Last chance, anybody wants to do a second? Going once, going twice. That motion will fail for lack of a second. Councilor Jones, did you have a discussion? I'm sorry, Councilor, let's unmute you there.
Thank you. Sorry about that, sir. I'd like to make another motion since that fails.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the appeal and adopt findings.
So the motion on the floor is to deny the appeal and adopt findings. Is there a second? I see Councilor Bassan is the second there, and I see several others that I think will be the votes. Councilor Jones, do you want to comment any further, or if not, we'll move to other discussion?
I would like to comment a little further. This has been tied up for months, years actually, and I believe it's time for it to move on to the next step and see if the city can come up with a way, if this can be handled so that it will work in the future and hopefully work this time to a good compromise. So I would urge your support on that motion.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other discussion on the motion on the floor? I see Madam Vice President, Councilor Gibson for the motion to deny the appeal and adopt findings at our next meeting.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of order here. Our options are to accept LUHO recommendations and findings.
Mr. President.
No, I was going to say, Mr. Melendez, would you clarify? I think the matter in the staff write-up was related to the last hearing, but the options in the script are to grant.
Mr. President, Councilor Gibson, that's correct. I apologize. We had a little bit of a intersection of various staff memos going around, and that you're referring to was relevant to your prior hearing. So at this time, if the motion to affirm the EPC essentially prevails, then you would have the opportunity to reinstate the LUHO's findings as your own at this time, but you're not limited to those findings at this time either.
So if I may, Mr. President.
Councilor Gibson.
Okay, I need, I guess, a little more clarification. I'm sorry. So if there's no more motions right now, LUHO will be upheld. The project can proceed. Is that correct?
Mr. President, Councilor Gibson, so just to kind of outline the linear kind of aspect of this, at your last hearing, the council rejected the LUHO findings. That doesn't mean necessarily that the council, I'm sorry, let me restate that, consistent with Councilor Bassan's concerns from earlier. The council failed to accept the LUHO recommendations at its last hearing, because at the accept to reject hearing, in order to accept those findings requires a vote of 5. At this time, you are deciding whether or not, ultimately, based on what you've heard tonight in the record, whether or not to affirm the EPC or reverse the EPC. The motion to reverse has failed. The motion to defer has failed. There is now a motion being made to affirm the EPC with findings adopted now or later. And so you have before you the opportunity to second and or vote in favor of that motion. Actually, I apologize. I believe it was seconded already. So I think the motion is on the floor and ready for you to debate and vote.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. The idea with the motion is that we will deny the appeal and that we will adopt findings at our next meeting. And those could be a combination of LUHO meeting and findings. It's what we decide will work. We need to move this forward, and do something with it, either let it go to court or hopefully not, or come up with some work that we'll use in the future for similar cluster development. Ms. Melendres, do you have any other comments on what I just said that you need to slap my hand or tell me I'm not quite right?
Mr. President, Counselor Jones, I do not.
Thank you.
Well stated, ma'am. Counselor Harris, and then we'll go one more round for any other comments before the vote. Counselor.
Can we adopt findings on a 4-3 vote, even though we can't affirm on a 4-3 vote, or reject the appeal on a 4-3 vote?
Mr. President, Counselor Harris, again, referring to the statutory reference that I referenced earlier, that reference says that 5 votes are required to reverse. And so taking the legislature at its words, not reading additional meaning into its statute, suggests that it would have said that 5 votes were required to do anything. It did not say that. It said 5 votes are required to reverse. So based on that limitation, and there being no other limitations for other motions, it's my opinion that you have the authority to adopt findings on a motion of 4, because it is consistent with the EPC's prior determination, which the legislature appears to give deference to with this statute.
That makes it interesting. Thank you.
On behalf of all the non-lawyers on the call, I want to thank all of you for making this complicated. Any other comments? So Mr. Melendres will be looking for 5 votes again to carry this motion forward, if I understand correctly.
Mr. President, no. This is a motion to affirm the EPC, and given there's no special voting standard for an affirmance, only a reversal, so a simple majority would carry.
And with 7 counselors here, well, this could carry with 4 votes. Counselor Pena, I believe, has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think what we're all agreeing is that, you know, we're really not in a position to set precedents, and sending it back to EPC, you know, I think delays it longer. And I think, you know, this is going to go to court. And it just feels as though maybe without kind of putting the pressure on the neighborhoods and the appellants, that maybe we should just take it to, or move it to the next level, which would be going to district court, kind of similar to what Counselor Harris was saying. I mean, we can't have these conversations with anyone. So, you know, it's kind of difficult, because I think we're kind of in a tough situation here, because, you know, I think what the cluster development just kind of doesn't pan out the way we're all seeing. And, you know, so I guess my question is that if we support Counselor Jones, then it's just saying that we do support the EPC findings. I mean, just help me out, because I'm just getting just as confused as everyone else.
Mr. President, Counselor Pena, yes, the motion is to deny the appeal and affirm the decision of the EPC. So in doing that, you would be making the ultimate determination that the EPC in its function did not commit any of those errors that I outlined earlier. It did not act arbitrarily. It followed the requirements of the IDO, and its decision was made on substantial evidence. So a vote in favor of Counselor Jones's motion would be a vote in favor of that the EPC did not commit an error. The findings that you adopt in favor of that are really what this particular motion is about at this time, because it gives you, if this motion passes, it gives you the opportunity to adopt findings as to why you feel that way about the EPC's decision or why you've come to that conclusion through this deliberative process.
Mr. President, so is there any way to, I mean, it seems like we're just stuck. So is there any way, Mr. Melendez, would the only way to do it is just to kind of not come up with the decision this evening for it to kind of move to the next level?
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, I believe, I mean, obviously a little bit of uncharted territory here. As I said, we have dealt with this issue before. And in my review, the statutory reference is pretty clear. However, I think that given that the motion to reverse the EPC failed, I think that the ultimate conclusion here is that this is probably going to the next step, regardless of this motion. This motion gives you the opportunity to sort of, exhaust all options that you have before you, and determine whether or not the city council can come to a conclusion. I actually think it's an appropriate step to take to vote upon this motion. But if this motion passes, it will result in an essential affirmance of the EPC decision, and that decision will be prime, it'll be ripe to go to the next level. The appellants will have exhausted their administrative remedies through the city council and will be able to file in district court if they so choose. If the motion fails, then all motions before the council will have failed. And I believe that that's the operation of that statute, which would result in the EPC's decision essentially remaining undisturbed, in which case the project would still be approved. The appellants will have exhausted their administrative remedies by going through this process, and they'll be primed in that instance to go straight to district court and challenge the findings of the EPC.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Jones, I see you have another comment.
I'm just ready to close on this. I think there's a motion and a second on the floor, and I would urge your support.
Thank you, ma'am. Seeing no other items for discussion, Ms. Ortega, would you call the roll call for the motion on the floor to deny the appeal and adopt findings at our next meeting?
Yes, sir. Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
No.
Councilor Gibson?
Yes.
Councilor Harris?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
No.
Councilor Davis?
No.
That passes on a 4-3 vote.
So the appeal is denied and the council will adopt findings at our next meeting. Moving on to motions for AC 20-5. I think we're going to do this all over again. Councilor Jones got in under the wire. Do you have a motion, ma'am?
I do, Mr. President. I make a motion to deny appeal and adopt findings at the next council meeting.
I see Councilor Jones has a motion to deny the appeal and adopt findings at our next meeting. Councilor Bassan has a second. Councilors, any other discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
No.
Councilor Gibson?
Yes.
Councilor Harris?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
No.
Councilor Davis?
No.
That passes on a 4-3 vote.
So in the matter of AC 20-5, the appeal is denied and the council will adopt findings at our next meeting. Thank you to all the parties for participating tonight. Mr. Moya will show you out and back into our waiting room, and you're welcome to stay and follow along. Thank you all. Folks, at this point, we're going to take a break. We normally take a dinner break sometime around 7 o'clock, but that's usually when our meeting starts at 5. So we've persevered through this. So we're going to take, it is now 6:35-ish. So we'll come back at 10 minutes until 7. That's about 15 minutes. Try to be back at 6:50. And then we will take up items for the journal, letter, communications, introductions, and the rest of our business on the agenda. So we'll be back at about 6:50 in about 15 minutes. Thanks all.
business better. Hayatın Jarsek na grenja, 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 jarsek na grenja. Kjell Harsnam
Okay, folks, welcome back. We are back from our dinner break. Thank you for everyone's patience and for rushing through your dinner to get back with us. We still have a long agenda. And so we will start our next item with Madam Vice President, Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the approval of the August 3rd journal.
Councilor Bassan, thank you for the second. Councilors, any discussion? And seeing none, Ms. Ortega for the roll call vote, please.
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena, Councilor Pena. Can you hear me? Councilor Pena? Councilor Pena?
Councilor Pena, can you hear us?
We can't hear you, Councilor.
Sorry.
Okay, Councilor Pena?
So what was the question? I didn't hear.
We're voting on approval of the August 3rd journal?
Oh, yes, sorry.
That's okay. Councilor Sena?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, for the record, Councilor Harris will not be present for the rest of the meeting. Communications and introductions. Councilors, are there any changes to your letter of introduction? Councilor Sena and Gibson. Probably Councilor Sena, I guess.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R90 on tonight's agenda for action. R90 is amending appropriations for the Coronavirus Support and Recovery Program.
And Councilor Gibson, are you a second, I think?
I'm the second. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, 2/3 of councilors present being required.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Borrego?
Yes.
Councilor Gibson?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sena?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
8-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pena, I'm going to take your R89 at the very end of these, just so we can get through the other ones first, because I think there'll be some discussion on your item, if that's okay. But I think you also have R91 we'll take next, if that's okay.
Sure, thanks, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R91 on tonight's agenda for action. R91 is approving fiscal year 2021 appropriations to supplement funding for eviction prevention assistance programs during the public health emergency.
Councilor Borrego offers a second. Councilors, any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Borrego?
Yes.
Councilor Gibson?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sena?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
8-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Benton.
I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing EC 134 and placing it on the September 9th council agenda for action. EC 134 is the mayor's appointment of Bernard Toon to the Personnel Board.
And I'll offer a second for that. I'm sorry. Councilors, any other discussion? Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Borrego?
Yes.
Councilor Gibson?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sena?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
8-0. Thank you.
Councilor Benton.
Thank you. I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing O31 and referring it to the Finance and Government Operations Committee. O31 is authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Albuquerque Transportation Infrastructure Gross Receipts Tax Improvement Revenue Bonds, Series 2020, in an aggregate principal not to exceed $50 million.
Second.
Thank you. Councilor Gibson offered the second. Councilors, discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan?
Sorry, I apologize. I saw Councilor Borrego. No, she was offering a second. Councilor Benton, did you have a comment?
I had a question. This is the sale of the bonds. and this is going to FGO. I was under the impression that this was going to be for holdover, although I did make this motion.
Counselor Davis, Counselor Benton, it's my understanding from Mr. Padilla that given we are having a Finance Committee meeting next week, that at that time they may be requesting immediate action out of FGO so that this could appear on the September 9th agenda.
Okay.
And I'll ensure that it's published and meets the publication requirements as well.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Councilor Benton. I think that was the preference that came down from the 11th floor, and that seemed like regular order. It seems fine with us, if you're okay with it. Ms. Ortega, call the roll.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Davis.
Yes.
8-0. Thank you.
And I'll move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing EC 135 and referring it to the Finance and Government Operations Committee. EC 135 is an agreement with the Housing Authority utilizing CDBG block grant in the amount of $1.6 million and change to complete the roof replacement project for public housing properties. Do we have a second? Thank you, Councilor Borrego, and several others. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
8-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilor Pena, R89.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R89 on tonight's agenda for action. R89 is delaying the implementation of the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code for a period of approximately 6 months to allow the construction industry time to adapt to the new requirements and to require a study to be conducted on the price increase of residential development associated with the requirements of the 2018 IECC.
Councilor Borrego, is that your second? Thank you. And Councilor Borrego, for the record, offers the second. Councilors, the floor is open for discussion. Councilor Gibson, go ahead.
I won't be supporting this. I just kind of want to explain my vote. We did pass this at our last meeting by majority. This has been something that's been in the works for a couple of years now. It shouldn't come to any of us as any surprise. And I just don't think that I think it sends a dual message by offering or potentially even handling this in a expedited way after we've just passed the code last time. So I won't be supporting. It's very sorry.
Councilors, other discussion? Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am going to support this because I think that it deserves to have some kind of some discussion past just getting it off of the approval here. But I also think that it's not necessarily rushing it. I think there's new events that now that we know what the state and everything, I think that we should at least keep an open mind for that, because there is some training that is going to be necessary and it's going to allow for some time for that.
Thank you, ma'am. And Councilor Borrego, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you remember at our last meeting, I offered an amendment that we look at the state code and try to find areas where we could be at least maybe not completely duplicative, but areas that might warrant review. And that amendment passed at our last meeting, and that was part of the original bill. So I do think that, because of the letters that we did receive from some of the big groups that deal with building housing and commercial developments, like the home builders and others that support this. I think it warrants our review, and I don't think that it's going to, it will also allow contractors and developers some time to, sort of comply with with the new regulations and sort of gear up. So I think for those reasons, I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Benton, and then I'll recognize myself, and then I'll see if we go any other rounds. Councilor Benton.
Yeah, just since, we're opening up this again, I want to refute a couple things that were stated by the representative of the Home Builders Association. First of all, I never called anything shoddy that they built. I said it was substandard. And by definition, it was substandard because it was using the 2009 code. This bill, although there are amendments that are being proposed that would have to be discussed, this bill is essentially calling for us to start over and follow the lead of the state, which in fact followed our lead. And I think our moving this bill forward perhaps instigated them to act sooner, which is all good because we do need a statewide modern energy code. But the second thing, the second thing that Mr. Garcia said was that there was only one meeting of the committee that reviewed this code. And there may have only been one meeting that he attended, but I know for a fact, I could check with our staff who's here that it was part of that. There were multiple meetings of that advisory group. So this has in fact been out there for 2 years and been discussed as a priority of the council to move forward with something different for the last 2 years. So I just wanted to refute those 2 points. I absolutely oppose hearing this tonight. And I feel that it's, just because the state acted, because we just acted, doesn't mean we have to follow along with the state. Also, another red herring that was brought up, just since, at this point, we're being asked to follow the lead of a group like the Home Builders Association, which has resisted any change of the code. And if it were up to them, I have no doubt they would like to stay in the 2009 code for as long as possible because they can build the same thing they've been building. It's not that they don't want energy efficiency, but it's just the easiest thing to do if you're a builder. Just keep building the same kind of product that you've been building, not to alter it. And then, of course, the idea that because surrounding areas are all adopting this code, that we would hold back because there may be some inventory of old windows sitting around is also sort of preposterous. So I don't support this. I really, to me, it's sort of flabbergasting that we're going to come back after this meeting and even consider acting on this tonight.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Gibson, and then I'll recognize myself.
Thank you, Mr. President. I forgot a couple of things I really wanted to mention here. First of all, there's an error, a small error, but a significant error in the staff write-up. So I think that that's probably a good reason for us to, not move or go in the direction of expediting this through immediate action. And I did talk with Shanna about that, and she realized, she just made a very simple mistake. But it's about the construction costs in this. And these are the construction costs that came from the memo that we all received, that the DOE had commissioned a study that was done by the Northwest National Laboratories, and and actually the tables are very easy to read, and it's I could see how this mistake could be made. So there is an error in our staff write-up. And the other thing that I wanted to mention, when we were hearing during public comment, Mr. Garcia from NAIOP mentioned that in the first minute or two, fairly soon after he began speaking, that the builders were doing a pretty good job in already meeting these standards. So I thought that was interesting that he would make that statement, and he's certainly in a position of knowing. I don't dispute that, but making that statement and then still showing some opposition to this, to the code that we adopted 2 weeks ago. So I just wanted to bring out those two things, but definitely because of the staff write-up error that has been caught, we should probably get that taken care of before hearing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gibson. Let me close by saying, excuse me, I agree that I don't think this is necessary. As was pointed out, the state has since adopted their own code, which is the 2018 code, which goes into full effect on February 6th. I think it's incumbent on us to have our own version of that code with locally developed amendments that are appropriate for our city. This gives that certainty. It's certainly not something that's being thrust on anybody overnight. I've received calls, we all have, as Councilor Benton mentioned, there's a work group. This council had to pass legislation requesting that the administration set that up. I know I've received calls from home builders and NAIOP and others for at least a year and a half, more than a year at the minimum, about these codes and talking about what it takes to prepare and it being prepared. And there was a clear understanding that these are the new codes. But that's sort of how building codes work, is we adopt them. New plans must meet these standards. And so the standards will be clear. So for that reason, we passed them. I don't see a reason to do that. And so I would vote no. I realize that the legislation may still move forward. It would go to committee next week, to the Finance Committee, Finance Government Operations Committee, and can be back for final action as early as the end of this month, if nothing else happens at committee. So I don't think there's a need to rush this today. I think we will, I don't support the legislation in itself, but certainly don't see a need to rush it. But seeing no other discussion on the floor, Councilor Pena to close on the motion to suspend the rules.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, that was a lot of discussion on suspending the rules. But anyway, I just want to say that, you know, with all the conversation that's going about, this really isn't about adopting it or not adopting it, because ultimately I voted for it at the last meeting. Obviously, I think it's important. I think it's important for our city. But for me, ultimately, and, you know, even in our write-up, it talks about giving the development community time. I've been very clear with everyone. My primary concern is pricing new potential home buyers in homes, right? So I really wanted to understand what those added costs would be. I'm very clear that, you know, it's going to be a savings of $6,000 over, you know, the time for the mortgage, and which is important and good. And but when someone can't even afford to buy the home initially, that's concerning to me. And when you go and you get first-time homeowners, and the cost of homes in Albuquerque, somewhere I mentioned it last time, is about $150,000. If it goes up to $160,000 for new homeowners, well, then we're pricing people out of home ownership. And the same holds true for, and I said this at the last meeting, holds true for even rental properties, especially in prime areas like downtown, where, you know, they go and do a renovation, and that increase is going to be bared by the person who's going to rent that place. And I feel that it could contribute to further gentrification. So that's my primary concern. And the reason I wanted to delay it was just to give time so that we can find out, is there anything that we need to do as a city to incentivize people so that we don't price that lower level out of home ownership? So what do we need to do if they're going to have to incur that cost? And then when we're talking about it being implemented by the end of the month, I mean, to me, that was secondary. I think that, yeah, we should probably wait till the state goes ahead and does theirs, because I think that we're going to have to amend. I think some of the rule is that we can't be stricter. Is that what it is, Shanna? We can't be stricter. So there's obviously going to be some kinks. And when we're talking about us being the lead, we were the lead. I mean, we're the ones that adopted it primarily. And I think this just gives everyone time to really answer the question that I had since the last meeting, and then gives everyone enough time to be able to implement it. So, you know, I would encourage everyone's support. I think it's important. We're talking about all this social injustice and economic injustice, and just want to figure out what we need to do as a council to help folks make sure that ones that have been looking at homes for a certain price, that all of a sudden they turn around and they can't afford that price next month. So thank you. I encourage your support.
Thank you, councilors. Seeing no other discussion, we'll ask Ms. Ortega to take the roll. As a reminder, councilors, we need 2/3 of councilors present to vote in the affirmative for the suspension of the rules. Councilor Harris is absent, but that still requires 6 votes in the affirmative to pass. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
No.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
No.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Senna.
No.
Councillor Davis.
No.
That fails on a 4-4 vote.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. That matter will be referred to the Finance and Government Operations Committee, and then which will be heard next week. Seeing no other changes to the letter of introduction, Madam Vice President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move the, whatever I'm supposed to move. I move the approval of the letter of introduction.
Councilor Borrego, do you have a question, or is that a second?
Second.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no discussion, Ms. Ortega to call the roll.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena. Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Thank
Can
you.
you hear me
Councillor
now?
Senna. Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Senna. Yeah. Councillor Davis.
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, ma'am. And councilors' reports of committees. To that councilor from the Near Heights, Councillor Gibson. I believe you have a committee report out of FGO. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, August 10th, and reports out the following items in the matter of EC 12, EC 13, EC 14, and EC 117, that receipt be noted. In the matter of EC 115, EC 116, that they be approved. And in the matter of R18, R22, and R68, that they be without recommendation. In the matter of O29, that it do pass as amended and be acted upon at the meeting at which it is reported. I make the motion to accept the committee reports.
Thank you, ma'am. And we have a second from Councillor Bassan. Thank you. Councilors, any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega on the motion to adopt the committee report from FGO.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson. Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Senna.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
8-0. Thank you.
And from the Near Heights to the Far Heights, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee met on Wednesday, August 12th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of O9, that it do pass. In the matter of O10, that it do pass as amended. I make a motion to accept the committee reports.
And I see a second from myself. Seeing no other discussion, Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
8-0, thank you.
Thank you. Counselors, deferrals and withdrawals. Do we have any deferrals or withdrawals? Counselor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm having to unmute like 3 different buttons. Anyway, I move deferral until September the 9th. Committee sub R189, amending the composition of the Board of Housing Commissioners for the Albuquerque Housing Authority.
Thank you, counselors. And I take us. Thank you, Counselor Bassan, for a second. Seeing no discussion, Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
8-0.
Counselors, the last one of these, 029. I move a deferral of 029 until September 9th. 029 amends the section, Article 16, Section 3, and Section 6 of the City Charter, Chapter 2, Article 4, Section 13, ROA 1994 to change the dates of exploratory periods for the mayoral candidates, qualifying periods for mayor and council candidates, and time frame for seed money, and changes time frames for candidates to file their petitions. Do I have a second? Thank you, Counselor Jones. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. Next up, consent agenda. Counselors, any changes to our consent agenda? Seeing none, to those individuals who have stuck with us through the first 4 hours, we hope that your board and commission meetings are not as long as ours. But for those of you who have stuck it out and to be on city boards and commissions, thank you very much for doing that and agreeing to serve. I want to give a special shout out to Mr. Taylor Bowie, who I think is going to the Open Space Advisory Board. He's fabulous, and I think it's a great appointment. There are a number of other great appointments. I just happen to recognize Taylor in the list. So shout out if you're watching. Counselors, any other discussion on those items? Seeing none, Madam Vice President, do you have a motion?
I do. I move approval of the consent agenda.
I see a number of seconds. I'm going to take Counselor Bassan's. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
8-0, thank you.
And congrats to everyone who's appointed to their boards and commissions. Congratulations and welcome. Counselors, announcements. Counselors Gibson and Benton.
I'll take this, if that's okay. There will be a committee for guidelines on negotiations meeting on Tuesday, August 18th at 11 a.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you, ma'am. Do you have another announcement about FGO?
I do, thank you. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, August 24th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you. Counselor Sena.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Public Safety Committee meeting on Tuesday, August 25th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you. Counselors, any other announcements? Seeing none, we are on final action. Counselor Benton, R47.
Thank you, Mr. President. R47 is appropriating funds to implement the third phase of the transportation infrastructure tax and amending the capital implementation program of the city of Albuquerque by approving new projects. I move a due pass.
And I see a motion for a due pass, and Counselor Borrego is a second, I believe. And I believe there are some amendments, and I know the administration also has some comment, Mr. Counselor, so I'll let you decide which direction you want to go.
Yes, I know that there's a desire by the administration to defer this until we can hear the bond proposal, the bond that was just being introduced, and that's fine. But I think I would like to go ahead and move the amendments. But first, I did want to ask, just as far as the scenario, is Mr. Menicucci on the call at this point? Yes. I wanted to ask Mr. Menicucci, just procedurally, if, what would it mean if we were to go ahead and pass this bill tonight? Because I think we've come to pretty much of an agreement on this projects list. If we were to do that and not having passed the bond proposal yet, what would that mean, and what would that look like?
Can you hear me? First of all,
yes, sir, Mr. Menicucci, go ahead.
Yes. So, Councilor, what it is tonight, I think the best way to explain that is to explain it the way we've talked a little bit about quickly about how we funded projects for the quarter cent in the past 20 years. Historically, what we did was at the beginning of each tax, we passed a 10-year plan. Excuse me. And in that 10-year plan, what we did was that they listed projects, and then for each year of that plan, they would assign funds coming in for that year to that project. So in year one, they would say improvements to Maple Street will be funded on year one, year two, improvements to Elm Street, year three, and so forth. That's how we've historically done it the last 20 years. What I think the administration is proposing to do is change that. So as to, instead of having to kind of wait for projects to sometimes having to wait 10 years to get a project done that's been probably already needed 10 years before the tax was passed, was to go ahead and let's this time bond out. I think they're proposing to bond out at least 15 years worth, or do a 15-year bond and take a chunk of the incoming revenue, which is about $57 million of it, or 56.5, something like that, and bond it out, and that way we can get these projects done in 3 or 4 years instead of having to wait 10 or 15 years. So that's kind of what the change is. So tonight, if we were to pass the amendment tonight, and it would basically say, hey, look, there's a list of projects that we consider, that the council considers important, and that they would like funded, and they want these funds to go, a certain amount of funding to go to each project. They would then, that would just basically establish it. That would mean that in the next, and under this amendment, it would be over a 15-year period. During the next 15 years, $57 million of the revenue coming in for transportation would have to be assigned to these projects. Now, they have about $18.9 million a year coming in for transportation. So I think it runs out to about $290 million will come in the next 15 years. So 57 million of it would go towards these deficiency projects. The remaining of it, a little bit, another portion would go towards, I think it'd be 5 years, for 5 years, $250,000 a year, 1.25 million would go to the NTMP under this amendment. And then the remaining dollars would be either used for rehab, or if the administration finds some other purpose within the transportation sector for it. So that's what this would do. It just simply say it. Now the administration then, the next week we would hear a bond. And if we pass the bond, then the bond bill, basically, I'm sorry, if you all pass the bond bill, what would happen is that the $57 million would be bonded, and then the bonds would be sold, and within a year or two, or a year, all of those funds would be available to start go ahead and building those projects, and hopefully most of them would be built out in 3 or 4 years. You wouldn't be in a situation where some of the projects get built out the first couple of years, some in the mid years, and some have to wait till the end of like the 15-year period. So that's what happens if you pass the bonds. If you don't pass the bond bill next year, all that means is that then the administration will be getting the money each year, and that they will, as the money comes in, they will then just simply have to assign it to projects that need to be built first, second, and third, and all so on and so forth until they get 57 million in and they can build the projects. Or else the council could go back and ask the administration to present them a plan like has happened in the last two quarter cents, and just send us a plan that says this is the year that project will be built. So tonight's passing this amendment tonight doesn't really, it just basically assigns money to these projects. It will not be impacted if you pass the bonds next week or not. What will be impacted is just more the timing of the projects.
Okay. But to be clear, pass the amendment. We could pass the amendment tonight, or pass the amendment and then defer it, or we could pass it next week. But let's hear from the administration, Mr. President. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you. I have Mr. Real from the administration, and then we have Councilor Borrego. But Mr. Real.
Mr. President and members of the council, so this bill appropriates all of the proceeds from the quarter-cent tax on a per-year basis, if you will. So if you look at the actual section 1, it appropriates all of the money for the road infrastructure improvements, for trails, and for transit. If we were just going pay as we go, which is what we've done in the last 10 years because of the sunset clause, you would have, this bill would be fine. Because of our interest to try and get some major projects done and getting them funded quickly, because for pricing reasons and because interest rates are so good in the markets, it makes sense for us to take a portion of these proceeds to bond to get money for projects that are important for the city as a whole. The issue that I have is a technical issue, and basically it's deferring to the council, and that is that the amendment as I saw it that was sent to us late this afternoon, or actually before the meeting started, somewhat presupposes that the council is going to approve the bonds by inserting it in this bill and passing it tonight. And my only concern was I want to make sure that all of you as councilors have seen the bond bill and agree to the bonds before we put it in a piece of legislation that we pass tonight. If you all are comfortable with that and you all want to put the amendment here and go with that, that's fine too. But it was more of a concern that the bond bill hasn't even been heard and that we're already appropriating the 57 million in this bill tonight before you all take the action necessary to pass it. But I will defer to Councilor Benton since it's his he's sponsoring the amendment, and I just want to make sure that you all knew that we weren't getting ahead of ourselves.
Thank you. Councilor Benton, you were invoked several times, so let's take it back to you really quickly before we go.
Okay, so so the scenario, I guess what I'm hearing, Mr. Ryle, would be that that the bond bill is going to go to FGO. It'll be heard, or be reported out at FGO without a recommendation of immediate action. And the next time at which that is acted upon by the council, we'll have this bill up at the same time. And that one, I suppose you're suggesting, should be passed first, followed by this one?
Mr. President and Councilor Benton, obviously we'd like to get the bill in FGO for immediate action the night it's voted on at FGO so that we can get it, out quickly. I just wanted to make sure, councilors, and Councilor Benton, that we didn't appropriate money in this bill that we don't have yet, simply because you haven't approved the bonds. But if you all feel comfortable putting it in, we can either defer this till the bond bill goes through, or you can do it now, and we'll just take it as advisement because we don't have the 57 million until we sell the bonds and you approve them.
Right, but we're probably going to just bore everybody and extend the meeting if we talk about this too much. But isn't it true what Tom was saying, that essentially over the life of this tax, over the next, what normally would be the bond rate, we will see that much money. It would be a question of how. These projects would still be legitimate projects on a list. It would just be that only some of them would be achievable in the short term. Isn't that true? That is, I think that was what I heard from Mr. Manacucci.
Well, Mr. President and Councilor Benton, sure, if you believe that you want to wait to build a project like Paseo del Norte in 5 or 7 years from now, depending on how long we want to wait, which is why we are interested in bonding, right? So yeah, it's true that this tax will eventually yield that and more. because there's no sunset on it. But from the perspective of it's just really much more, at the end of the day, it's a process question. Whatever you all feel comfortable with. I actually didn't want to have this particular debate tonight, because that's why I was asking for a deferral, but we've had it, so I think we're good.
Okay, well, just trying for clarity here for everybody's benefit, because it was confusing to me. But anyhow, yeah. So that's fine. I will move for a deferral on this to our next meeting.
Thanks. So Councilor Benton has made a motion on the floor for a deferral until our next meeting, which is September 9th, thanks to our clerk who's on the ball. And I will second that motion. Next up is Councilor Borrego. Then
I guess we didn't have an opportunity to ask any questions, Counselor.
we just have the motion on the floor for the deferral, but it's up to you now, ma'am. You're next in line.
Well, I just, I'm supportive of the deferral after the discussion, but I did have some questions, and I'll just defer those to the administration since we're going to defer. But I wanted to be clear about how the bond does affect Paseo del Norte. And if I know that there's a list and there are categories, and I just wanted to ensure that in those categories that we are also looking at, and I guess that's a question for Mr. Rael, is that if there's already funding available for some of these projects, that those are priorities.
Mr. Rael, do you want to respond to that?
Mr. President, Councilor Borrego, we certainly are looking at all the major projects, because we obviously know that if we can get the funding available to get as many of them out the door, that it's actually preferable for the growth and the development of the city. And again, as I said earlier, because of interest rates being where they are, it's to our advantage to look at projects that we can get built and get done quickly. So many of the projects that are being looked at are projects that have been sitting on the, if you will, on the shelf for some time, because the size of the projects are such that we don't have the money unless we wait 3 or 4 or 5 bond cycles with our normal GO bond program. So this is really an opportunity to do several of the projects that we have in the community that would otherwise not be completed for another 5 to 6 years.
And Mr. Rael, you know that my interest is Paseo del Norte. And I think that, for lack of seeing the list, which is quoted in this bill, I would like to see that list prior to the next meeting, because I want to ensure that Paseo del Norte is on that list, and that what I'm thinking in terms of how the bonding is going to affect that project, I want to be absolutely certain that I'm understanding and that my constituents understand that as well.
Thanks, Councilor. And just for the record, the proposed amendment that has not been moved yet does have that list. It's in our iPads. It was added earlier today. I realized it was late, but it does have funding for Paseo. Just to point you there, and then we can bring that back at the next meeting if the deferral carries. Councilors, other discussions on the motion for deferral? Seeing none, Councilor Benton to close. Microphone.
Not to close, but to close. Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Manacucci emailed that to everyone yesterday, but that is the list as it stands now, so no changes have been made to that. The only minor change was the neighborhood traffic management program.
And thank you for that, Counselor, but I've seen this list change several times, so I just want to be certain what I see and what we see at our next meeting is what I expect.
Yep. Councilor Benton has the floor. Thanks, Councilor
Benton. Yeah, well, the longer we leave it out there, the more chance that it could change. But I think we have a reasonable understanding of where it is on the council side right now. Thank you.
And so, Councilor, seeing no other discussion, the motion on the floor is a deferral of R47 until our next meeting on September 9th. Ms. Ortega?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
0 deferred to September 9th.
Thank you. Next up, councilors, is R65 by myself and Counselor Senna. But Counselor Senna, would you like to present the motion or the bill?
Thank you, Mr. President. R65 is prohibiting the police department from applying for or receiving surplus military equipment for civilian law enforcement use, requiring the police department to provide an inventory of equipment. I make a motion for a due pass.
Thank you, and I'll second that as a co-sponsor. Counselor Senna, do you want to, while you have the floor, do you want to explain the bill, or would you like us to go to comment or questions from counselors?
Sure, I can explain the bill. You know, we spoke on this a few times, especially in Public Safety Committee, to really what this bill does, what this resolution does, is that it prohibits the police department, Albuquerque Police Department, for applying for or receiving surplus military property. And I do understand that we have not participated in this program since 2015, but we just want to make it clear that whether it's the discretion of this council, the mayor, you know, proceeding forward, if we are still here, that our police departments don't utilize the 1033 program, as it's not conducive to or towards keeping our community safe. It's not reflective of what community policing means. So this resolution does exactly that. It takes allows us to say that no, our police department will not take part of the 1033 program and utilize equipment such as bayonets or mine-resistant vehicles in the future.
Thank you, Counselor. And I'll recognize myself, and then I'll go to the administration and just say, by way of introduction, this is an important piece. It's a small step, but it's an important first one in terms of how we reframe our conversation with our community about how we police in our city. You've all heard me talk about stories of seeing the old COPS programs turned into Homeland Security programs post 9/11 and how we participated in that here in the city and when I was a cop and in other places. But we're moving beyond that, and we see a different role for our police departments today. We're not at war with our neighborhoods. We don't need tools of war to patrol our streets and to serve that purpose. We have other options for providing law enforcement appropriate tools for law enforcement responses, and we're building the other responses we need for non-cop responses. And I think this is an important first step. I want to acknowledge, and before I forget, and say thank you to Ms. Romero and Mr. Ferran for helping us put together the event today. We received a letter and heard from some of those faith leaders today, more than 60 community faith leaders signing a letter to our council that I think you all received by email, excuse me, through your analysts, encouraging us to do this on behalf of our city. As a way of moving forward beyond these old ideas of how we should police. But that said, we talk about police a lot. We are grateful to have this mayor and the police leadership we have that have chosen not to participate in this new program as it's been opened up by the Trump administration. But this would ensure that no future mayor or council or city police department would do so. And speaking of cops, I see some, I think, in the Economic Development Conference Room. And so we'll go to the administration first, and then I think we have a couple of amendments that counselors may want to offer, and we'll come back and do that once we have the administration. And so I think I see cops in Economic Development Conference Room.
So Council President Davis, we are, the Mayor Keller's administration, as both of you mentioned, has always been supportive of this approach and has not participated in these programs since we've gotten here. APD is available to stand for questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Nyer, and thank you for that. Counselors, other questions? I'm going to start with Counselors Borrego and Bassan because I think you have some amendments that are available in the iPad, and I'll let you choose which one, if any, you want to take first.
I do, Counselor. I have an amendment, and I was just reaching for my extension cord. But let me read this. This would be considered amendment number 1 to R2065. And amendment number 1 is on page 2, strike lines 28 through 30. And the explanation for this amendment is that it removes the following whereas statement from the resolution, as there may be a valid need for the use of dual use equipment already in use by APD, Whereas the Albuquerque Police Department maintains other equipment which serves dual military and civilian law enforcement, some of which may no longer be needed and should be removed from service. And basically what this does is it allows them, the police department, to maintain the equipment that they already have. And the event that next year we have a cut in our budget and we may need some equipment that's already being used. So that's basically what this amendment does. So I move that amendment.
That's floor amendment number 1. I see Councilor Bassan is offering a second. She is also a co-sponsor. And so on floor amendment number 1, councilors discussion on this item. I was going to say, I recognize Councilor Sena and then myself. Councilor Sena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to stress, that on this resolution, it kind of talks about one of our equipment that's used. I do question, are we utilizing the mine-resistant vehicle? Should we keep that, considering how pricey it can be? For me, I believe that if we were to be able to really have the equipment that we're no longer utilizing, and it's just sitting there, and we're paying to upkeep this equipment that the police are no longer utilizing, I believe that we should take the savings that we get from no longer utilizing the equipment, no longer maintaining that, and reinvesting it into our community. I mean, if again, we stress in this line that if it's no longer needed, it should be removed from service. And if we continue to just leave it there and pay for the upkeep, and while also stressing that the 1033 program required us to use these, whether or not it was warranted or not, to use this against our communities within the first year of acquiring some of this equipment. So it increased harm to our community, whether it was warranted or not. And again, this was back in 2015, 2014, when we were able to access some of the equipment. So I don't think that's conducive to community safety. So I won't be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councilor. And I'll just say quickly, and thank you. I support you. You said it well today and said it again here. Although I appreciate the sentiment that comes from the sponsors here, I think precisely for the reasons that they outlined is the reason we should oppose this amendment. It's precisely because when and if future budgets, and they're not going to be easy this year, are harder, we should not fall back on using equipment that's not designed for police work just because it's convenient or free or easy. It's precisely what the administration in Washington is asking us to do, to militarize our cities. As we said today, it's really hard to say no to when the word is free. But it does matter that this equipment is not designed for law enforcement purposes. It's designed for a battlefield. It's designed for something different. And if we're going to really change the way we do policing in our city, we're asking our officers to make the right decisions and have the right policies, and we have to provide them with the right tools and not give them tools designed for some purpose much larger and much more deadly. Or much more intimidating that's not designed for that. So I would oppose this. I see next Councilors Benton, and then we'll go back to Councilor Bassan and then close with Councilor Borrego. Councilor Benton. And Councilor Pena.
I have a question, and perhaps one of the sponsors knows the answer to this, or perhaps the administration or our friends in APD. Are there strings attached to this? I mean, this kind of equipment, can it be, if we were to pass something like this, can it be sold on the open market? And secondly, I think actually Councilor Sena already addressed it, which is, what are the costs of just keeping something that we're not intending to use? I mean, if nothing else, the cost of storing it and protecting it. But I mean, for instance, if we wanted to sell a tank to Mexico, can we do it?
So I'll throw this back to the police department, Ms. Nyer, but with the large equipment, and I see Councilor Sen as well, with the large equipment, we're required to keep it. We can return it if DOD would take it back, but it's been my understanding they don't really want it. We could provide it to another agency, but at the moment, there aren't any agencies looking for tanks and other equipment like this. And no, we can't sell it on the open market. I think there are some restrictions, but if APD has some more specifics, I'd ask them just to jump in here a little bit. Councilor Senna, you wanted to answer that question?
I do just have a response, but would love to hear from APD as to what they have to say.
Sure. I see some police leadership folks in economic development.
Good evening. It's Lieutenant Wallace. Hey, everybody. In response to your question, no, we cannot. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sean, go ahead. Our Lieutenant, go ahead.
Okay. As far as selling any of our equipment, no, we're not allowed to do that. The way it works is any items that we receive from this program, if they're considered controlled, then we take them and use them. And once we're done with them, we have to give them back to the state. We're responsible for upkeep and maintenance of those items. If they're not considered controlled, then once they come to us, they're ours forever, and we are responsible for disposing of them the same way we would if we bought something on a grant. So in regards to your question about the mine-resistant anti-ambush vehicle, that will go back to the state. We're already in the process of getting it back to the state. Paperwork is just being drafted by the state, and once it's completed, that vehicle will be given back to the state and given to another agency within the state.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. I'm sorry, Councilor Senna wanted to respond I think you addressed the sponsors, and then we'll go back to Councilor Benton. Councilor Senna.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. President. I just want to know that I do know our own members of Congress are looking at ways to address specifically that. I'm not sure that if it has been introduced quite yet. I know that, members of Congress were in recess and are getting pulled back, but there are considerations from our federal delegation. I believe the act is called the PROTECT Act, which would actually allow for cities like ourselves who can't get rid of some of the equipment, as APD leadership lieutenant was just mentioning, that we would actually be able to apply for a grant and essentially give it back, or essentially sell it through a grant. But I know that those considerations are being made and the conversations are still going, but just want to stress that because of those limitations through the 1033 program from receiving these equipment, that currently speaking, we would have that challenge. However, that doesn't mean that federal delegations are not making those evaluations and giving us an opportunity to make that happen.
Thank you, Councilor, and thank you, Councilor Ben. Councilors, other questions? Councilor Bassan, then Borrego, then Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. So a few things. Nothing about this amendment says that APD couldn't decide to get rid of anything. And if they're in the process of getting rid of it right now, that's great. And that's what we are not in any way discouraging that. However, it can be noted that there might be other supplies that they are using or that might come in handy. That is something that is not to be, as said earlier, used against communities. I know that some people feel that APD is just seemingly out there to be against the community, but that's not the case. And especially if the community is against APD, and if they're the ones that are attacking APD, they deserve to be able to have the proper, supplies in order to protect those of us who are innocent. There are people that are making bad choices with weapons. And I think that to say that we need to give everything back that we have is an extreme that might not be necessary. So I'm hoping that we can recognize that, it's not to say that it's an impossible option or that we're requiring it to all be given back or we're not requiring it. APD can use that discretion as they're already showing us now.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Borrego, then Councilor Pena, and then I think that we'll go back to the sponsors to close. Councilor Borrego.
Actually, I'd like to save my comments to close, please.
That'd be great. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have a couple of questions, maybe for Mr. Melendres, attorney. Who else is on? Samantha? Anyway, I just wanted to get some clarification on, I appreciate the sponsors and what they're trying to do here. But I just want to know, so it's my understanding that we haven't done this since 2015. We don't use the equipment that we have already. I know that we're doing away with some of it. And then I'm of the understanding that the federal program is being done away with. They're not going to be doing this anymore either. So it seems kind of like moot. I mean, I feel like in a way we're telling the community something that's just happening already, and we're putting a resolution forward. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I just, you know, I feel like it's a little divisive if this is actually what's occurring. So if someone can answer those questions, I would appreciate it.
Well, I think we would defer to APD about what is actually occurring.
Sure. And Lieutenant Wallace, if you want to respond, I know that in the staff write-up, we shared some news stories about the Trump administration repealing the Obama administration executive order that prohibited this program, and the Trump administration opening these applications. I don't know if Lieutenant Wallace, you have any more specific local information for us.
You know, I'm not sure exactly what you're after. Are there any specific questions that you want to ask me about the program? Because I'm not sure what you're really looking for. I'm willing to provide any information I can for you. I just need specifics.
Councilor Pena?
So what I'm asking is that, like I said, I appreciate the sponsors bringing this forward. It seems a little divisive because based on some of the information that I've received, we don't do this already, right? So we haven't accepted any equipment since 2015. We're not using the equipment that we have, and that the federal government is actually not doing this program anyway. So I just want clarification. I mean, you know, and if this is really just about solidifying that we don't accept any equipment in the future, if everything what I said is accurate, then, you know, maybe it's a whole nother resolution. But so I hope that provided some clarity. I don't know, who knows what we have and what we don't have. That's my other question is, I haven't really seen a list of what we have. I've heard that we have some stuff that's not really like military grade stuff, but I haven't seen a list. So I hate to be vague.
Councilor Pena, I'd point you to the text of the resolution. There's actually a list in the resolution itself that lists all of the equipment that APD is responsible for under the DoD grant. But I think, Lieutenant Wallace, the councilor's question is just about whether the program is currently available to or open to departments from DoD or through the state.
Yes. So as far as APD is concerned, we are not currently involved in the program. All we have, the items that we have are what we have. We're not able to solicit any. We're not able to go on the website and obtain any new equipment. And like you said, the last time we actually got anything was 2016, not 2015. But we have not actively participated in the last 4 years. We do get audited because of the equipment we have. We sign every year an agreement that says we're in the program, but like I said, we haven't gotten any new equipment since 2016, if that helps.
Thank you, Mr. President. It doesn't. So, you know, I just don't know, you know, if this resolution is going to stop that, yes. If this is already a measure that's being taken to do away with it, we're not accepting anything new. The federal government isn't doing it. It just seems like we're putting a resolution forward of what's already being done. But if I'm wrong, that's the question I'm asking. Right. No one.
You know, I think as far as the Albuquerque Police Department is concerned, we are doing our very best to return items that we don't need. I know we're looking at trying to use funds that the city council and the budget allows us for to buy other equipment and replace some of these items that we have. But as far as the program itself, we're not actively involved with it in regards to other people around or other departments. around the state, I can't comment on that. I just know what we're involved in, and whether this resolution does anything to help that or not, that's not up to me to decide. That's you guys. That's why you guys get paid the big bucks.
Council President Davis, Councilor Pena, maybe I'll chip in. This resolution would not result in any immediate change to how we're doing things. It wouldn't change anything that we're doing right now. I believe from reading the analysis that your staff put together that the point of the resolution may be to make sure that it stays that way, whether this mayor were to have a change of heart, which I would never see happening, but maybe we all win the lottery and there's someone new here. I believe the sponsors' intent is to capture this desire on the part of the council going forward. And but just to be clear, there would not be any immediate operational change as a result of this resolution.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. So that's kind of what I was kind of leading to, because I really want to make the right decision for the community. As I agree that, we need to make sure that we're not, militarizing our police force either, but it doesn't appear that we're doing that, and that although we do have this equipment. So I might ask that maybe, because the amendment that we have in front of us kind of adds to what we're talking about. And it just seems as that we could put something forward that really just says that we will not participate in this program as a council. And then it sounds as though we're already doing away with the equipment we have. And are we using it? I mean, that's a question for APD. Are we using any of the military equipment currently that's listed here?
Yes, ma'am. We do use some of the equipment that is listed on here, whether it's out at the range or officers have it issued to them. But there are some items on here that we are currently using.
And how do you think that I know you're not using tanks, but how do you feel that doing away with some of these items would affect the police department? Is it small equipment? Is it some of the
yes, ma'am. 90% of the equipment that we have is small. They're small items. We don't have any tanks issued to us. We do have an unmanned robot that we use, and the Special Operations Division, they use it on barricaded situations, bomb call-outs. We have sighting systems that our officers have. We issue those to officers in the field. We have some cargo containers on there, tractors. We have if you have the list in front of you, number 10 is a telescoping light. It's a system that we have out at the range where they can have lights on out there at night. Most of them are very, very small items, but like I said, there are some. We have some containers on there that were brought to help store some of our items that we have. We have a couple of trailers that are prefab buildings that were initially brought when we were looking at trying to build a new substation in the southeast area command. We have those buildings out at the tactical range. But again, any item that you have on there, if you want to ask me where it's at, I pretty much know where all of them are.
So that better answered my question, because now we're saying we're just going to get rid of all this equipment that's not, kind of, I guess it's military grade, but it's not a tank. And for lack of a, better way to describe it, is that I feel like we're telling the community that we have all these tanks out there and all these, I don't know, weapons to use in war situations. But it appears that we have an inventory of things that are just helpful. And you guys having to get rid of all this stuff is, other than the ones that obviously have people alarmed about. I just think that, we could maybe work on this resolution a little bit to, come back with something that says, hey, you know, the military grade tanks that we have, or things like that, what are we doing with them? Where are they? How are we getting rid of them? Come back and have a resolution that says we're not going to participate from now until we all pass away and we have a new mayor and the whole bit. We're not going to participate. And then some of the smaller things like a container, that we keep it. So I don't know, you know, I have a lot of reservations because it's one of those things, just like the energy code. I mean, I supported the energy code, but there's some really things that I think are going to affect our police department. And when we're talking, you know, I know the temperature that's out in the community. You know, I know what's happening. I mean, it's hitting home for me in terms of what's happened. But you know, sometimes I think with what's going on in our community, we really have to educate people, to tell them about what we're doing. I mean, we've been working really, really hard for a long time towards community policing. The DOJ has been in, and we've really seen we have issues that need to be addressed. We have, you know, our violent crime. But, you know, there's some real results that are happening. And I feel like we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater because, you know, for the Southwest area, we have a community policing model that's working. And our police officers, to me, are doing a phenomenal job down there, you know, and what we could do is really concentrate our efforts on how do we better bring the community together, how we enhance the community policing model that we already have. You know, this political, you know, division stuff, I don't think it helps us any, you know, although I appreciate what the intent of the resolution, but within the intent, we have you know, a storage unit. So I'm just a little concerned in general.
Counselor,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, ma'am. And Counselor, let me just point out, I appreciate your passion on this, but what you said you wanted is what this resolution does. This resolution doesn't direct APD to sell or dispose of anything. It doesn't stop them from using any current equipment. The line that was pointed out here says APD should consider whether some of this could be done. But it appears you might not have read the legislation. The only action item
I lost you.
Counselor Davis.
I lost you.
It just says that APD is prohibited from receiving or applying for surplus military equipment in the future, which is exactly what you just said you wanted. It doesn't do anything else. I don't know where any of those other things came from, but I'd point you to the text of the resolution.
That's exactly. So I did read the legislation, but that's what I'm saying is that it's kind of misleading in how we're putting this forward to the community.
Point of order, Mr. President, we're on the amendment, correct?
Yes.
We are, and you're next in line, Councilor Bassan, for floor amendment number 1 relating to the whereas statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to point out that this amendment that we're talking about, we're speaking, Councilor Borrego and I are speaking about for all of the discussion that we just heard, which I happen to strongly agree with. The part we want to strike is whereas the Albuquerque Police Department maintains other equipment which serves dual military and civilian law enforcement, some of which may no longer be needed and should be removed from service. But who gets to decide whether it's needed or not? Because they're using this equipment right now to train so that they can become better officers, so that they can be more involved and efficient with community policing without having not tanks, but armored vehicles. That's something that they're already looking at giving back. So we want to try to strike that out so that we don't have to return what's already being used or things that could be of use that are not a severe and strong, you know, warfare-like equipment. I'm just going to cut to my last part. I urge your support on this amendment.
Okay. Thank you. We'll take that as your close, but we do have Councilor Jones, then Councilor Sena, and then back to Councilor Borrego, and then we close on the amendment. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sitting here listening to all of these comments, and it seems to me this has become a real political quagmire. Do we have this legislation here because we really think there's an issue with our police officers using assault weapons and tanks? And because it sounds like they're not. It's against their policies. So I can't think of a good reason to have something like this out here other than to make a political statement. I believe that our administration, which we've already confirmed today, is in charge of the police department. And I can't believe that this administration would ever allow assault rifles and tanks and the things that we're talking about here. So I'm not exactly sure why this legislation is important, but I certainly can't support the legislation if it does not contain the amendments or the amendment that's been put forward now. So I think we need to start taking care of some stuff that is truly important to the city, that really, really takes us forward instead of doing political arguments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor Senna, then Councilor Borrego.
I want to just touch on what was stated previously, that are we utilizing this or are we not, some of the equipment, and, in talking with some of our officers, just saying, do we utilize some of the equipment from our 1033 program in our everyday community policing work? So that's my question to APD, especially the list of equipment that we were provided in our resolution. Is that utilized in our everyday community policing work that's standard to what an officer would do every single day in their work?
Councilor President, Councilor Senna, as far as community policing, no, none of these items would have anything to do with community policing. However, some of these items are issued to officers that may carry them every day.
Councilor Senna.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just want to note that, our whereas statement is simply noting that we do have this type of equipment. Some of them are utilized, some of them are not, as was just stated. And we're simply saying if it's not utilized and it's just sitting there, then if there's opportunities that present itself, as I had stated, as our congressional delegation is evaluating, and we can actually get funding for that because we're not utilizing it anymore, then we should look at those avenues and take that funding and reinvest it into our communities so that we're safer.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Borrego, you asked to go last, and here we are. Councilor Borrego.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, councilors. That was a great discussion. I couldn't agree more with Councilor Pena and sort of her assessment. What concerns me is that the Albuquerque Police Department, they have a job to do, and they have certain tools that they have to do it with. And I'm not saying that we should have military grade equipment, because obviously we have the National Guard if we have that sort of situation arise in Albuquerque. So the thing that concerns me is that, and I go back to when I worked in the planning department, I had a measuring wheel to measure acreage for land use when we were out in the field, and we didn't use it very often, but every once in a while we had to use that little wheel to go out and measure distance. And so what I heard from from the officer is that they have some equipment, and maybe they don't need all of the equipment, but really it seems to me like we are sort of micromanaging what they need and what they don't need. And can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilor. So, is that really our role as policymakers and for the city council? It seems like, maybe moving forward, we say, military grade equipment should not be accepted, period. But what they have now, it sounds to me like they're using some of their equipment, and there are things on their list that they're still utilizing. So I do not, I would encourage councilors, if this bill is going to go forward, that we not act in fear and that our community not act in fear, because there has to be a balance somewhere between the police department and the community. And this is where the breakdown of trust occurs. It's kind of like a marriage, which, I mean, some of us who have been there, when you start breaking down the whole idea of trust and communication, that's where the problems. Counselor Davis, are you stopping me? Yeah, I know.
No, I'm sorry. We're trying to fix.
What
We're
I'm
trying to fix a technical issue here. Sorry, we lost you. We couldn't hear you, but anyway.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. You're okay. It's on our end. We just lost our plugin.
Oh, what I'm trying to say is that, there is equipment that different departments need. And if they already have it, why would we in the future want to go, in case they need something, have to go purchase it at a higher price? It just doesn't make sense to me. It's not efficient. And so that's why I put this amendment forward. If this bill is going forward, then I think these amendments need to be included. And I urge your support.
Thank you, counselors. And seeing no other discussion, we'll ask Ms. Ortega if she resolved her technical issue. If we can get Ms. Ortega back, she'll do the roll on the floor amendment number 1. Ms. Ortega,
Yes.
are you back? Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Council President. Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Benton,
No.
Councilor Borrego,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson,
No.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Senna,
No.
Councilor Davis.
No.
That fails on a 4-4 vote.
Thank you. Councilors Bassan and Borrego, you have floor amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move floor number 2 to R65 on page 2, lines 33 through 35, amend section 1 as follows. The Albuquerque Police Department is hereby prohibited from applying for or receiving any surplus military property listed on the prohibited equipment list, recommendation 1.1, or the controlled equipment list, recommendation 1.2 of the Presidential Executive Order 13688 for civilian law enforcement use from the U.S. Department of Defense, unless a need assessment and equipment use policy is first submitted to the City Council for its receipt. And 2, add recommendations 1.1 and 1.2 referenced above as Exhibit A to this resolution. The explanation is that this resolution references the Presidential Executive Order 13688, but goes beyond the recommendations in that order. It appears to have been developed through an extensive and exhaustive review of military equipment potentially available for the local law enforcement, and recognized that while more militaristic equipment like armored personnel carriers, high-powered assault rifles, and aircraft perhaps should not be readily available to local law enforcement agencies, that other potentially available equipment like office equipment, cameras, plywood, I'm going to add in some ammunition for training, and maybe perhaps body cams eventually, since now we're really making sure to use those in full. They should be available. Instead of placing an outright ban on receipt of any military property, this amendment would limit the ban to the more militaristic equipment unless acquisition of such equipment is justified by APD and a policy for its use is presented to the City Council. This will bring transparency to any such acquisitions and give the City Council the opportunity to adjust any relevant policies to prohibit any future inappropriate acquisitions. Maybe we should have begun with this amendment, and I urge your support. And I hope and I got Councilor Borrego. Thanks.
Thank you. And Councilor Borrego, I see you as a second, if that's right. And so I'll ask Mr. Moya to clear the board here, and then we'll take questions. I see Councilor Sinna's first in, and then councilors usually raise a hand. Councilor Sinna.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I just want to note that the 1033 program, as it was created, requires the whole program actually allows for municipalities to acquire equipment that is military grade, that was utilized on the battlefield. In fact, it's the Department of Defense that we received the equipment from. And as part of the program, of the 1033 program, it actually required us, once we got the equipment, to utilize it within its first year of having the equipment. So if we talk about erosion of trust and breakdown of trust, it's specifically that. Whether or not it was warranted that we utilize some of the equipment We were required to use it. So I want us to really evaluate that and think about that. If we're going to get some of the equipment that is stated through this amendment, say it is some of the militarized equipment, it is an armed vehicle, that we will have to use it, whether it's needed or not, in our communities. So I'm just stressing that that's what is required. That's what the 1033 program lays out and is part of our pretty much a deal with accepting the equipment. And it's required, again, otherwise it's just taken back. So our community, when we're reaching out and listening to how militarization of policing has impacted our communities, specifically communities of color, and we're talking about this erosion of trust, it's exactly that. We're utilizing this military equipment, whether or not it was warranted, and within the first year of acquisition of that type of equipment. So, on the second point, this amendment is doing exactly that, of micromanaging what APD does and does not need. It's laying out what we're saying, that, oh, this seems to be militarized. This doesn't exactly seem militarized. So I can't accept this amendment. I can't be supportive of it. I believe that overall the 1033 program is very erroneous in terms of what our evaluation of what community policing means and what it means to keep our communities safe. It actually just escalates a situation, as was noted in the resolution, that there were multiple studies done by a diverse group from Charles Koch to the American Civil Liberties Union, that participating in this of militarization, it just erodes public trust and it actually increases police violence. So I want to just emphasize that our continued participation of this program, of utilizing some of this equipment that again has been utilized in the battlefield, whether it's a sleeping bag or a tank or bayonets, that I want to note that it's not just our municipality, that Albuquerque isn't the only one that participated in this program. $6.9 billion was utilized from the Department of Defense to utilize militarized equipment into what we believe would be community policing. But I don't believe that seeing those from the military on our streets policing us is conducive to safety or what community policing really means. Granted, I completely support our police departments and know that they have to do a task that is important and keeping us safe, but I don't believe that escalating a situation in which we have to use militarized grade equipment to police our streets. So I can't support this amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Sinha. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just because equipment comes from the Department of Defense doesn't make the military equipment dirty. So let me please clarify, we do not have bayonets. We do not have a tank. We never wanted to get those. We're not intending on getting them. But ammunition could come from that, sights and scopes. There's a storage container that we were told tonight that's being used. This is all equipment that is utilized by our police force to keep us safe on the streets for people who are doing harm to us. And by not allowing equipment to come to us at a discount or for free that is not just extreme warfare materials, then I think that that's fiscally inappropriate as well. We need to keep our situation safer here in Albuquerque, and we need to focus on that. This is not about the fact that because it belonged in a certain program, it makes it unacceptable for us to take. We can do community policing while keeping our police department safe and making sure that we can have some limitations. So this amendment is put in here so that we can, instead of closing all the doors completely, we have some options to have some moderate approach to be able to work together and make sure that we can continue on while keeping both civilians and our police department safe.
Thank you, Councilor. And seeing no other discussion on that item, we'll take that as a close and ask Ms. Ortega to take the vote on floor amendment number 2.
Councilor Bassan?
Absolutely, yes.
Councilor Benton?
No.
Councilor Borrego?
Yes.
Councilor Gibson?
No.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
No.
Counselor Davis.
No.
That fails on a 4-4 vote.
And counselors, we are back on the bill as originally submitted. If there's any other discussion, if not, I'll take it to the sponsors for close. And Counselor Senna, if you don't mind, let me make a brief statement. I'll send it to you to close, and then we'll go to vote. I've asked Mr. Moya to share the screen here just so we can clarify what the language of the resolution is. Mr. Moya, would you just do that for me really quickly? Thank you. I just want to point out to folks, we've had some discussion about what the resolution does and does not do, and I just want to point to the plain language of the resolution. It's not amended this evening. You'll see line 33 there, that beginning of line 31, but be it resolved by the City Council that the police department is hereby prohibited from applying for or receiving surplus military property for civilian use from the Department of Defense. That's here going forward. We're not participating in this program anymore. We won't apply, we won't receive it, we won't accept it if it's offered to us for free. That's what this program, that's what this resolution does. It doesn't cancel APD, it doesn't cancel programs that we have, it doesn't cancel it doesn't cancel the mine-resistant vehicle or the sights that are used on specialized weapons. It doesn't do any of that. That discretion is still within the mayor and the police chief and the police department, and Lieutenant Wallace, as part of SID and others, have looked at this and decide what is the appropriate use for this equipment. That's another resolution for another day. This simply says that in the city of Albuquerque, we aren't returning to this anymore. I would point to a story in the USA Today on June 12th, 2020 that was shared around by many that points out that the Trump administration had reversed the Obama era executive order that was mentioned in one of the amendments, that essentially the Obama era amendment was restricting the program, and the Trump administration is opening it back up. As Lieutenant Wallace mentioned, you can go online now and you can see the surplus equipment available for law enforcement to apply for. It is done through the state as the sort of fiscal agent, but it's possible for us to do this at any moment. I'm grateful we have the chief and the police chief and the mayor we have who are committed to not participating in this. But if the 11th floor wins the lotto pool and they're all gone next week, who knows who would be the mayor and what decision they would make. But I think this is important. When we talk about repurposing our policing for right sizing it, with the 3 other pieces of legislation tonight about how we're restructuring the way we focus our government on serving communities of color that have been disadvantaged and quite frankly, targeted through systemic racism. Nothing is more demonstrative of that than policing. Often not on purpose, but by results and outcome nonetheless. And this equipment is first and foremost used most often in those communities. And so I think it's disingenuous for us to offer ideas that we want to solve other areas of inequity for communities of color and not take a real stand with the community who's asking us to change the dynamic between our community and our police. And quite frankly, our police department is saying they don't need it, don't want it, and don't use it or in the future. And so I think this is okay to do that. I apologize for the speech, but I want to point that out. There was a lot of misinformation, as counselors pointed out, about what this does and doesn't do. It simply says we're not doing this anymore. And I think that's a good place for our city. And I thank the council for the lively debate. Councilor Senna.
Thank you so much for that, Council President. I agree. And I also want to note that our police department are our guardians. They are not our warriors. We're not in war with our communities. And by allowing them to continue to participate, so if they so choose, I know that they are not currently participating, but again, whether it's the discretion of this council or the mayor or the next chief, we don't know. We can't guarantee that. And as our communities are having these continued conversations and telling us that we want a shift in this narrative, that we want to continue to look at our officers as guardians, not as warriors in a war zone against our communities, we shouldn't have to look at our streets and see these militarized grade equipment if that were to happen. So I urge your support, because I know that our communities of color, specifically, as Councilor Davis had mentioned, are reeling as we're having these conversations, as the Black Lives Matter movement are continuing these conversations of what community safety will look like, that this is moving towards that step to say that our officers are our guardians. They are those that are looking to look after us, not in war with the community. So we don't need this military equipment, and we won't participate in the near future. So I urge your support and appreciate Councillor Davis for his statements earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Turning my air conditioner down, sorry.
Okay. Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
No.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
No.
Councillor Pena.
No.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
That fails on a 4-4 vote.
Thank you, councilors. Disappointed in that, but hopefully maybe the mayor can issue some executive order that would do that in the meantime. Councilor Pena, Borrego, and Sena, R75.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce R2075, strengthening and reaffirming the City of Albuquerque's commitment to address racial and social inequity. And I also have a floor amendment to move tonight. So after this, I'd like to move that floor amendment.
So first, we have R75 with a motion for due pass. Is there a second? Councilor Sena, is that a second? And so, Councilor, thank you. Councilor Borrego, you have a floor substitute, I believe, for R75.
I do, a floor substitute, and I would like to move that floor substitute. And we'd also like to request a deferral. So I don't know if I need two separate motions on that.
We do, in fact. Let's move the floor sub if that's your preference. Get a second, we'll move that, and then we'll defer the whole thing until the next meeting. Is that right? And I see Councilor Sena offer the second there. Councilors, any discussion on the motion to approve a floor sub for R75? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega, would you take that?
Councilor Bassan. Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Benton? Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Borrego?
Yes.
Councilor Gibson?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sena?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
8-0 on the floor sub.
Councilor Borrego, I believe you have another motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request that we defer this to, and I'm not sure of what the meeting date, Crystal, is that September 18th?
The 9th, I believe.
9th?
September 9th is the next council meeting, Councilor, if that's where you'd like it to be considered.
Yes, please.
And I see Councilor that Jones is a second. Thank you. Councilors, any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Borrego?
Yes.
Councilor Gibson?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sena?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
8-0 postponed as substituted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benton, R79.
Thank you, Mr. President. R79 is extending the interim regulations for the North Fourth Corridor to implement development regulations until the integrated development ordinance is updated with permanent regulations for the area. I move a due pass.
And I see Councilor Borrego as a second. Councilors, any discussion on R79 or from the administration? Councilor Borrego, is that a question or are you still just second there?
That was a second.
Thank you. Seeing none, Councilor Benton.
Urge your support.
Mr. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Borrego?
Yes.
Councilor Gibson?
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sena?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
8-0 passes unanimously.
Congratulations, Councilor Benton. Councilor Harris is absent for R82, so I'm just going to pass it since we don't have, unless we have someone who wants to carry it for him. Seeing none, I'll move on to item G. Councilor Pena, Borrego, and Senna.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is R83. It's directing that the city of Albuquerque explore opportunities for promoting diversity and decreasing barriers to serving on city boards and commissions. I move it do pass. And I can talk a little bit about it, then I'll defer to the co-sponsors, but this is really trying to, as you know, having some of the conversations that we're having leading up to this now is that, we really, when we're talking about social and justice and social equity, we have boards and commissions in the city of Albuquerque, and those are some of the real underlying things that I believe need to be addressed to where we create more diversity in our boards and commissions, because right now we don't have that, and we need to eliminate barriers to serving as well. And I'd ask that Councilor Borrego or Senna if they have anything else to input.
Councilor Senna and then Councilor Borrego.
I was just seconding the motion, but I can take this time to just emphasize that evaluation of the access for our communities of color, to our Black, Indigenous people of color, having access to serve on these boards and commissions is really important, because I want to make sure that boards and commissions are reflective of our community, and this resolution is really taking an emphasis to that. So I will also defer to the other co-sponsor, Councilor Borrego, if she wishes to make a statement on it as well.
Go ahead, Councilor. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Councilor Senna and Councilor Pena for, and especially to Councilor Pena for pushing this forward, because I think it really creates an opportunity for us as a city to promote diversity and to be inclusive as possible, and to start creating that balance that we were talking about earlier with the previous bill R2065, and trying to ensure that people serve at all levels. And so I urge your support.
Thank you, councilors. Councilor Benton. I saw you did have your hand. It wasn't a close. I'm sorry. I had you next in line.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, and I have been interested in this issue of diversity on our boards and commissions for some time now. In fact, I think the sponsors, or some of the sponsors, were aware that we were asking for an analysis of the makeup of these boards and commissions. And I'm hopeful that when this passes, which I think it will, that we begin with that, because it's pretty clear that we have an issue there. But I was previously just kind of starting with that. And I think we need to start with that still, is to analyze the makeup of the boards and commissions, and how representative they are of the various districts, but also, of course, of the various groups that we want to be diversely represented within the boards and commissions. So I appreciate the effort, and I hope we start with developing some good data on what the boards and commissions look like presently.
Thank you, Councilor. And then Councilor Pena, did you have an opportunity to close?
Yeah, I just really urge everyone's support. I think it's important. It's something that, I've been working with some staff to just develop the analysis over the years. I mean, since Nancy started, and then Sharice was with me, and then Nancy's, back with me. I think right now has been an opportunity. I didn't see this opportunity as being available, but in light of some of the things that are happening in our community now, I think that, we're primed to bring the right attention that this deserves, to ensure that we have a more diverse boards and commissions throughout the city. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pena, actually, I see that, and it's again, we just hard to see everybody. I see the mayor's conference room wanted to weigh in. Would you be okay if we asked the administration to weigh in and then give you a chance to close if needed after that?
Yes, but you didn't let me weigh in a minute ago, but yeah.
Councilor from upstairs.
Thank you, Council President Davis and Councilor Pena. I'll keep it quick. I just wanted to acknowledge our Deputy Director of Constituent Services, Helen Maestas, because she stuck around all this time to hear this bill. You know, since Mayor Keller took office, he prioritized from day one, bringing really back to life our boards and commissions. There were hundreds of vacancies. And with your help, we have made over 300 appointments to the city's various boards and commissions. In addition, Helen's team has really brought up to par the online agendas, the online minutes, and all those things that go along with running a functioning public participatory process. So I know that Deputy Director Maestas always looks at diversity when our floor is making that appointment, and she's a great resource whenever those council appointments come up as well. So we thank the sponsors and we support this bill. Thanks.
Thank you.
So thanks to administration and thanks to Helen, because, you know, I apologize for not, because obviously we don't do this thing in isolation of each other. So I appreciate them and their willingness to work to make sure that we get this done and move our city forward.
Thank you. Ms. Ortega to call the roll.
Councilor Bassan,
No.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sena,
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes on a 7-1 vote.
Thank you. Next up, Councilor Pena, Borrego, Gibson, and Senate R84.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was hoping to have some people come to speak, and I apologize. This was my doing. Again, we had a family emergency last night, so I haven't had any sleep in 24 hours. So this is R84, directing the City of Albuquerque's Office of Equity and Inclusion, Human Resources Department, the Small Business Office Workforce Development Liaison, to collaborate with local disability employment providers to explore opportunities for creating supportive employment opportunities among persons with disabilities. So there's a gentleman, Chris Love from Mandy's Farm, who came to me and, you know, talked to me about this. Obviously, everyone knows that I have a family member who oh, there's Chris. He is here. Sorry, Chris. So, you know, they came to me, and obviously everyone here knows that I have a brother who, you know, without supportive employment, he wouldn't be gainfully employed and a contributing member of society for over 17 years, without the help of organizations like Mandy's Farm, who provide job trainers. And, you know, and when he presented me the idea, it's something that I had talked about for a long time. But when he presented the idea, you know, I said, I just need to really move forward and do this. And I think this is just going to be kind of monumental for the city of Albuquerque if it passes, in terms of, you know, bringing people from the disabled community. They come with job coaches, and they do sometimes better jobs than our regular employees do, you know, and they're just really wanting to participate and you know, do anything they can to make sure that they do a good job. And I think at the city, it would just be so awesome to have this community be part of our City of Albuquerque family. So I would ask, Mr. President, if Chris can speak.
Sure, Councilor, very briefly. Yeah. Chris, how are you?
Good evening, Mr. President and Councilor Pena. Thank you guys so much for inviting us. I'm Alex Luce. I'm with the organization that Chris is with, and we are really excited just to present this bill as a really amazing opportunity to open up employment opportunities for folks in Albuquerque, particularly those with disabilities. But what we know about this type of legislation is that it impacts many marginalized communities, and many communities who have experienced underemployment will benefit from the provisions in this bill. And so we are just really excited to be able to support inclusive employment. And we feel it would be a huge benefit to the city of Albuquerque to see this pass. So thank you all so much for having us. Happy to answer any questions, but we are really excited about increasing inclusive employment for citizens in Albuquerque.
Thank you. Chris, did you want to say anything real quick?
Basically just what Alex was saying. You know, we're really excited over here about this, and we think it really will help the community. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. So I'd ask the other sponsors to speak as well.
Sure, and Councilor Borrego.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councilor Pena, for sponsoring this and asking myself and Councilor Gibson to co-sponsor as well. As you know, I recently was the sponsor of the closed caption bill for the hearing impaired. And I think that this bill and other bills that we're going to be seeing really promote inclusiveness and opportunities for all populations. And I think that that's what, you know, it makes us a better city, and it helps us to employ people that wouldn't may feel like they might not have that opportunity. And I'd also second this.
Thank you. And next up, Councilor Johnson, Councilor Bassan, then Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Chris, I'm sorry to just meet you now on TV, but thank you for asking us to write a letter for you so you could get a job that you wanted. So Chris, congratulations, and I'm proud that you're living in our district. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just, you know, and please, everyone, forgive my naivete with this, but I was under the impression that we have laws, and I don't know what we're doing wrong and what we need to enforce better in order to make sure that those with disabilities do get treated more fairly. So I absolutely want to make sure that there is the equity with that. I don't see where we're not filling that gap aside from creating this resolution. So I would really like to learn more about that.
Mr. President, I think Councilor Gibson, I'll let her speak first, but I'll speak to that just real quickly. I think sometimes within our systems, we have barriers, right? It's not just so easy for somebody to fill out an application or to do a job interview, or, you know, so we have these barriers that we have to try to make sure that we fill the gaps so that they're more inclusive for people with disabilities, and how we do that. So the laws are there, but there's obstacles in the way that we just need to tear down. So I think Councilor Gibson, Mr. President, and then I have a floor amendment too. I'm sorry.
Sure. Well, we have Councilor Gibson is up next, and then we'll come back to you for an amendment. Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councilor Pena, for initiating this. I don't know if the laws are exactly where they need to be. I think there might be some more things that we can do, but a bigger thing is what Councilor Pena already gave an example of, opportunities and connections, and helping the steps that need to happen in order for people who maybe haven't been in the workforce before, might be their first job, or maybe they're doing something different than they did their last job. So any way that we can kind of facilitate, crossing those bridges so that people, can work and be gainfully employed and actually feel a part of the our economy and our in a little bit closely linked with our society. I think those are all great things to do. There's a lot to be said for feeling a part of something, And as much as I remember complaining about getting up in the morning and having to go to work, I was a part of something. And if I didn't go to work, I would have missed it. And I wouldn't be the happy-go-lucky person before you today. So anyway, this is a great bill, and I hope that it really will kind of knock down some of those barriers and make it, present more opportunities for people who can use them. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gibson. Councilor Senna, and then we'll go back to the sponsor, and I think she has a floor amendment, and then we'll move that one. So Councilor Senna, you're next.
Thank you for that, Councilor Davis. I do appreciate Councilor Pena and my fellow co-sponsors on this. I just really appreciate it, especially as prior to coming to council in my advocacy work, speaking with children with disabilities and complex medical needs, and just having the conversations with them of what they envision, what they grow up to be, and what careers and avenues they will be striving for. And so just having this conversation with them really spurred my desire to make employment more equitable. So I just appreciate Chris for coming here today and really shedding light on the importance of this resolution. And I appreciate you. And sometimes we don't really quite understand some of the barriers unless we hear from those that experience it, and especially in Councilor Pena's case, noting family members who take care of their loved ones, having to see their loved ones go through that. So I just wanted to know and appreciate you coming on almost at 9 o'clock on a Monday night to support this resolution and showing the importance of it into the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Senna. Back to Councilor Pena. I believe you have an amendment. Councilor Pena, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
There we go.
Floor Amendment 1 to R 2084 on page 1, line 3 through 4, replace Small Business Office Workforce Development Liaison with Economic Development Department on page 1 through 2, lines 24 through 25 on page 1, and lines 1 through 4 on page 2 delete. Whereas in the City of Albuquerque Economic Development Department was recently awarded a $450,000 grant from the W.K. Kellogg Foundation to support city's workforce development efforts, including the hiring of workforce development liaison at the Small Business Office to coordinate the efforts of workforce development programs across Albuquerque. And on page 3, lines 22 through 23, replace Small Business Office Workforce Development Liaison with Economic Development Department. The explanation of this is the purpose of this amendment is to expand the opportunities for Economic Development Department to collaborate with the Office of Equity and Inclusion, the Human Resources Department, and local disability employment providers in fulfilling the tasks outlined in this resolution.
And I see Councilor Borrego is offering a second. Councilors, any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego. Councilor Borrego.
I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you. Councilor Gibson. Councilor Gibson. Okay, thank you. Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
8-0 on Amendment 1.
Thank you. Councilor Pena, back on the bill as amended. I think we're close.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'll close to again thank Alex, Mandy's Farm, Chris, especially you for shaking me and making me move on this. I really appreciate it. I want to thank the co-sponsors. This is really something that I'm very passionate about. Like other things, but anyway, this is something I'm very passionate about, and I just really would urge your support. And I want to thank the administration too, because working with them, obviously we have to make sure that we get these things through with, sending them to the right department. So I want to thank, the Economic Development Department. I don't know if there's anybody or from the administration want to say anything, but I just really appreciate you guys helping me out with this. And then I want to give a shout out to obviously Nancy and Jeff. I don't see him on the call this evening, but Jeff Hertz, you know, he helped me to put this together and worked with Chris and Alex at Mandy's Farm to put this resolution together. So I really appreciate his input as well and his efforts. So thank you. And again, thank the co-sponsors.
Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson. Got it. Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously as amended.
Congratulations, Councillor. And Chris, thank you for being with us. Hope we'll see you again soon, hopefully in person sometime soon. Councillor Bassan, R88.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move R88, calling on a stay of enforcement on the prohibition of mobile food trucks and mobile vending carts in the NRPOA zone district. I move a do pass.
And I see Councillor Jones has a second. Councillors, any other discussion or comment from the administration? Going once, going twice. That was a wonderful open. It might even be your close, but Councillor, any other?
I just hope everyone realizes this is temporary until either the IDO amendments get approved or not approved. So that way right now we can kind of have a legit way of going about having the situations with mobile food trucks supporting small businesses and community events in a safe way that still follows all of the state health orders and regulations with the city.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
8-0.
Passes. Congratulations. Councillor Bassan, M3 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move M3 as amended, expressing support of the Albuquerque Police Department.
And Councillor Borrego is a second.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, this is a memorial that's, stating in no uncertain terms that we have strong support of the men and women in the police department that are putting their lives on the line every day. So I'm urging each counselor to take this opportunity to enthusiastically voice their opinion of the Albuquerque Police Department and those people that are putting themselves out there in good ways, and they're trying to help us. They are our guardians. I agree with that. And even our guardians need to be protected too. And they sometimes need a boost. So I think that this is our moment, especially hearing lately that maybe our guardians are feeling like they're not as supported by the council as I believe we have all expressed. So I urge your support so that they can hear our voices, that we are indeed on their side.
And Councilor Borrego has the second. Councilor, do you want to make a comment here while you have the floor?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Councilor. I wanted to express, having been a city employee, that the process that police go through. They go through an extensive training. They start off in the human resources department, applying for jobs and, eventually being accepted into the police academy. And it's a rigorous training. In recent years, the para bills have changed. So the time that they used to work was 22 years. And now I think it's more like 25 years. And that's, 25 years as a public servant in the line of duty that they have, which is usually in the line of fire, unfortunately, and dealing with some of the worst offenders and also dealing with some of our wonderful people out in the community. So their job is not easy. They go home after a shift and hopefully go home to their families. And, it's a thing that, working for the city for almost 30 years and knowing some of these officers and knowing them just as regular people, it made me realize, I would never want to have that job myself because it's so dangerous. But on the other hand, what we talked about earlier about, balance and trust, this is something that I think the city council and the mayor's office are definitely wanting to work on. And I think that we can build that trust again, and that we can let our police officers know that they are supported, and also let the community as well know that they're supported. And so I'm looking forward to all of us working together to ensure that we get there as a community.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Center.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I just wanted to take this opportunity to give a shout out to my 2 area commanders. Our newest area commander for the Northwest is Cecily Parker, and I just want to congratulate her again for the official appointment in that position, and really thank her for the work she's doing for our community and reaching out to address a lot of our constituents' concerns, especially around our traffic. As you know, course is beginning to get a little heavy-footed in that area, but I just want to reach out to her and take this time to thank her for the work she's doing and for her appointment, and also to our Southwest Area Commander Tim Espinosa for always working hard for our community, and just thank him for all the hard work he's been doing, and especially addressing our constituent needs as well, as we do get them quite often. So I just wanted to appreciate them at this moment.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Pena, and then Counselor Ben.
Thank you, Counselor Sena, for saying those things. I was going to do the same thing. I just really want to give a shout out to the Southwest Area Command, Commander Tim Espinosa, Sergeant Middleton, Gabe Candelaria, Josh. That's what I was kind of talking about earlier, is that, they're kind of the model for our city in terms of our community policing, and working with Deputy Chief Medina. I just want to say that they're just doing such a great job. And when we're sitting here and we're having these conversations out in the community about what the police are doing wrong, I look around and I see that we have problems. But I look around and I say, our area command, they're out there building a lowrider, they're playing basketball at community events, they're dancing at events. One of them even got on Good Morning America. They're attending events. They just worked with the community organization, the West Central Group. They put together 100 food boxes and distributed them now during the COVID. They work at the neighborhood schools with students who are disabled. They provide services to the community members, and they do a lot of data driven policing, and it's something that I can go on and on about them, but I just really want to say that I know some of our men and women at the police department are feeling a little down, but I don't know everyone in APD, but the Southwest Area Command, I've always worked very closely with them, and I think they do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Ben.
Yeah, I'll jump on the bandwagon of giving a shout out to not only the Valley Command and the part of the Southeast Command that serves District 2, but also the Downtown Public Safety Unit. They're doing such a great job, and they're I'm not going to call out anybody by name. I think they all know how much I appreciate them, and I am critical often, and have cast a critical eye at APD, and will continue to on things like their budget and them being efficient with their budget. But I'll just single out one person, and that's Sergeant Pete Silva, who's now finally left downtown after more than 5 years of really great service to downtown during the tough times, often tough times when we were not committing to the need for safety downtown. I appreciate the mayor's commitment to that. But P is moving on. He's going to be the chief recruiter APD to recruit new officers. So we're going to miss him downtown, but I want to thank him for all the great work he did down there. And I went on a bike ride along with the downtown bike unit last summer, and I was so impressed with how compassionate they are. They're dealing with people who are homeless and on the street and suffering from behavioral disorders and addiction and so forth. But they're very compassionate, and they're working really well with our outreach teams who from Albuquerque Street Connect, who are trying to make contact with the most frequent flyers. They call them, it's kind of a funny name or funny way of describing them, but people who regularly come in contact with police and use police resources and use emergency room resources. And I love seeing that interaction between those teams and our APD downtown, but it's not just there, it's in the valley, it's all over the city. I think, we have so many great people working in the department. So I'm very supportive of this memorial. Thank you.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Excellent. And I hope I don't have to name everyone here, but I do believe that the two commands that serve my district, Foothills and Northeast, are the best and have the best people. And I hope I tell them that every time I see them, because they all go above and beyond. So thank you, Councilor Bassan. And thank you for all of our people in blue.
And let me join and say, I think it's good. I appreciate it. I think the process of the Public Safety Committee made the legislation stronger. And I appreciate Councilor Bassan for going through that process with us. I think we have good legislation, and thank you for bringing it, Councilor Bassan, to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really grateful to all of you for your comments, and I hope that all of those in blue have heard this. And if they know somebody that hasn't, I hope that they share it, so that this is the beginning of them getting some affirmations that are going to tell them that they are supported. I believe that we are trying to walk that walk in addition to just talk the talk. This is a good start, and I think that we're all wanting to do good things. So that being said, I just want to make sure to also thank all of those that didn't get thanked that are in blue, because that's like the end of the Oscar speech, is to make sure to thank people that we may have left off the list. So thank you all, and I do urge your support.
Ms. Worthtagen.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilor Pena, R91.
Thank you, Mr. President. R91 is approving fiscal year 2021 appropriations to supplement funding for eviction prevention assistance programs during the public health emergency. I move a do pass.
Thank you, Councilor Borrego, for the second. Councilor Benton has a comment, but Councilor Pena, did you want to introduce this first?
Yeah, I don't have the analysis in front of me. I lost my page, but it's just that $300,000 is hereby approved as an expenditure from the CARES Act grant in the operating grants fund to be administered by Family and Community Services Department to provide eviction prevention assistance to Albuquerque residents for the duration of the COVID related public health orders. I mean, if you just read and see, people are really having a difficult time with evictions, and people who with their children and who are getting sick, and just, it's just a tough time out there. And, we've provided lots of dollars for different things. And I really think to be able to help people stay in their homes, it's something that the administration already does. So it's actually providing additional resources. I don't know if there's anyone here anymore from the administration, but it's really just adding money to something that they're already doing.
Thank you. Councilor Benton.
Yeah, speaking of the administration, I just wanted to ask about that. I know that the limit on this, at least according to the write-up, is $1,000 per month. But is this even going to go far enough? If it's not, then we certainly ought to be very, very supportive of it, but just concerned about that.
You can bump it up by an amendment, Councilor Benton.
Council President Davis, Councilor Benton, thank you for that. We are supportive of this legislation. Carol Pierce, our Director of Family and Community Services, is here and able to answer questions, but I will say that we will be taking a look to make sure that we are meeting the community's needs, and if we need additional funds, we'll put that in the operating budget when we send that down to council.
That sounds good.
Thank you. And next up, I think, Councilor Pena, did you say you have an amendment for this? Is that right?
I don't
Counselor,
know.
I had a question.
I'm sorry. Okay, so we have Councilor Gibson, then Councilor Borrego. I'm sorry, Councilor Pena. We're trying to sort out some paperwork back here to get us out of here. But next up, Councilor Gibson, then Councilor Borrego in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to add that I sat in on a teleconference, a Zoom conference with the National League of Cities last week, and it was really a good conference. And one of the things I learned, one of the staggering numbers I learned, was that 40% of families living in this country are at risk for losing their homes. So I can't even wrap my head around that. My arms around that. It's just a huge, huge number. Anything that we can do to trim that back has got to be a good thing. That's a lot of homeless people on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Borrego.
Thank you, Mr. President. I always ask myself whenever we're doing appropriations, the same questions: who, what, where, why, when, and how. Let's see, who, what, where, why, when, and how. And I'm not understanding the how exactly. And I wondered if Carol Pierce was there to talk a little bit about how that, you know, in all fairness, Councilor Pena, how that money would be distributed. And I'm supportive of this. I just want to say that, but I'm still not clear about how that would be distributed.
Rector, I think we see you there in budget.
Yes, thank you, Council President Davis and council members. Well, right now, our major mechanism for distribution of eviction prevention dollars is through our health and social service centers. And in fact, we're very supportive of this legislation because, as all of you are saying, there is a great need in our community. So typically, pre-COVID, we use HUD dollars to help with eviction prevention, rental assistance, utility assistance, and the CARES Act dollars. This legislation of Councilor Pena's will be very helpful to add more money to respond. So right now, because eviction prevention is such a important topic, we are meeting weekly with our fellow partners at Equity and Inclusion, as well as my team, to decide how are we getting the word out, how will that be in different languages. We're hiring temporary staff so we can beef up our staffing at our community centers, or not our community, sorry, our health and social service centers, and have them be bilingual staff so we can respond to the need. So today's conversation also included an eviction prevention almost package that we can share with the community, even some of those frontline people like school social workers that are seeing this need among families, so we can really put our tentacles throughout the community so they know that this money exists and how we can help them in our community, in our health and social service centers.
Thank you, Director Pierce. That is really great. And I'm really glad to know that there's already an existing structure in place, and that is going to supplement that. And that is that's what I needed to know. So thank you for that.
Thanks. Councilor Bassan, and then I'll recognize myself and back to the sponsor. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I was just wondering if Director Pierce, when you do have that packet put together, can we get a presentation, just because that sounds amazing to keep us all on par.
Yes, City Council President Davis and Councilor Bassan, we would be happy to share that package with all of you.
Thank you. Maybe a presentation, Mr. President, or something. I don't know how that gets put on the agenda.
Absolutely. And it's
Thank
just at your request. So whenever y'all are ready. Counselor Senna, and then I'll recognize myself.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I do just want to note and appreciate Director Pierce for all the work she's doing, especially in the realm of eviction prevention, because as we were stating, there's this wave of evictions that could be looming. I want to note too that in consumer protections that Director Karen Myers is doing an excellent presentation as to how we first go through the process for community members when an eviction is brought forward to them, what they need to actually be doing. So I just wanted to note, so through that process, do you connect with the consumer protections and say that, yes, before we go through this whole process, these are also the services available to you? Can you talk about that a little bit? And then perhaps we'll have an overall presentation, as Councilor Bassan had noted, sometime in the future.
Yes, City Council President and Councilor Senna and other councilors, we are connecting with Karen Meyer. She's done an excellent job, Director Meyer, on all those different resources. So on our weekly meeting we're having, she is a part of that. So we're connecting those dots. And so actually, I think at today's meeting, we landed on 4 different documents that we needed. And some of those were kind of high level for the community. Then it was Karen's document on how that would be part of the package. And then the 4th one was the details for those like school social workers or other nonprofits in the community that are reaching out to a variety of populations. So in short, yes, we're connecting with her directly and she's part of our bigger team, if you will.
Council President Davis, can I do a follow-up?
Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to also ask, as we're hoping to start up our town halls again to ensure that information comes out in real time and a language that our community speaks and understands. And so that's my next question. Is this outreach and some of these forms, are they being also translated and making sure that we make the outreach to our limited English proficient communities?
City Council President Davis and Councilor Senna and other councilors, the short answer is yes. We are starting with making sure that we have expanded our Spanish English workers in our health and social service centers, but we are also talking in this package what we need to do to have it translated into Spanish and other languages, the shorter ones that really talk about the outreach, and our partners in equity inclusion have been very helpful with that.
Thank you. Director, I want to follow that very briefly and just say, I think Council Borrego asked a good question about the process. I had 2 questions, if you know the answer, and I don't want to delay this debate because I'm sure this will pass, but do you know how much money is currently available in the funds you have roughly? And 2, what is the process for an individual to apply for those funds? In other words, what proof do they have to bring? What process is it they have to do in order to receive those? And how are their funds distributed? Do they go to the landlord? Are they written to the individual? Just can you walk us through how someone will walk in the door and get processed here?
Councilor Davis, I'm happy to give as much of an answer as I can and happy to follow up with more details. I cannot off the top of my head tell you how much money is in that. We've got multiple pots, if you will. Some of it's HUD money, some of the CARES HUD money that came, and now there's this CARES legislation that we're looking at tonight. So, and then we also received some One Albuquerque funds to really help with eviction. So part of the importance of the different funding is HUD money often comes with some strings and requirements, such as a W-9 as an employee, and that you have to be employed. So that can be a barrier for some members of our community. So that's what was great about getting the One Albuquerque funds. And that's what can be great about some of these CARES Act dollars. So there are different requirements. When somebody comes into a health and social service center, what our staff does is assess what's the best source of funding. So if they don't have the required W-9, then there's some other mechanisms of funding. And so if it's eviction prevention and it's money, that check actually goes to the landlord to pay that back rent if that's what's needed. But I can certainly, there are people on our team that are much more knowledgeable and eloquent than I am, and we could include them in another discussion.
That'd be great. And I don't want to prolong this. I think this will pass. I think it's a good idea. I know myself and at least another counselor who I want out without their permission, have been working with the county, talking to the county about a coordinated eviction prevention program there, and using similar funds to support for landlords to apply, for example. In other words, before they evict someone or start to file the paperwork, how they can come forward sort of in a block grant and bring the paperwork forward for different folks. And so I'd love to explore that with y'all a little bit and see if there's a way we can integrate that program. I think merging city and county funds and working with like the apartment owners and the landlords early to prevent that initial filing for eviction that can follow someone and puts them in lots more jeopardy, I think would be a great way to supplement this and to use the city's service centers and hopefully some coordinated dollars. And so maybe we could follow up on that. It'd be great to do. And certainly if there's a need for more money, I think we have an opportunity to join with the county to do that. I know that's a priority for some of our commissioners as we look at the eviction freeze preparing to lift at some point. But Councilor Pena, thank you for getting this started. I hope maybe we can supplement this down the road as well. Councilor Borrego, I see you've had your hand up, and then assuming there are no other questions, we'll go straight to Councilor Pena to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I don't want to belabor the discussion. I think we've gotten a lot of great information from Director Pierce. But I do have a couple of questions just to help me understand a couple of more points. Is this, during this time of COVID, there's not any special, I guess, exceptions for in the eviction process that follows the standard eviction process? Is that correct, Director Pierce?
Councilor President Davis and Councilor Borrego. Well, yes, although remember there was a federal moratorium and that is sunsetted in terms of eviction. And that's part of the rising concern as well with that sunsetting. So that paused action in the heat of the pandemic, but right now there's really nothing more in place. There may be some state legislation, but I can't really speak to what the state has in place at the moment.
So I hope that if you can answer some of our questions when you do that presentation, that would really be helpful in knowing. And also, I mean, this is definitely a small amount. And I hope that we as a council look in the future to maybe supplementing this amount. Thank you.
Ms. Nyer, it looks like you've been left alone, but I thought I heard you trying to jump in there. Do you want to get in?
Council President Davis, Councilor Borrego. Yeah, Mike's still here, but I am one of the last ones standing. Yes, I just wanted to clarify that the state Supreme Court entered a stay on all foreclosure for non-payment proceedings. That remains in place for the duration of the public health emergency. So that's still in place at the state level. But of course, there are a lot of nuances to that.
Thanks. Councilor, seeing no other discussion, back to the sponsor to close. And then we'll have one other item. So don't pack up yet. We have one other item on our agenda we haven't gotten to. Councilor Pena to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I would have known there would have been this much enthusiasm for this, I would have definitely put a higher amount on that. But, I appreciate everybody's, sounds like desire to move this forward. I think it's important to what Councilor Gibson was saying, it's in the resolution. It talks about here in Albuquerque, we're really having a hard time and our families are feeling the stress and the burden of this and it's affecting, even their family members or young children, the home insecurity. So I appreciate everybody's help. I want to really thank again, Director Pierce. She's always doing a great job. And thank you for working with Nancy. Nancy is the one that really wanted to push this forward. She was really passionate about it. She's hearing from a lot of constituents about the burden that they're having to face. And, she really helped put this together. So thank you, Nancy, wherever you're out there. And I'm trying to hurry, Councilor Gibson. So I urge your support. It's important. It's important stuff.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Brago. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Councilor
Oh.
Benton.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Okay, folks, don't pack up. We're going to go back to item F. So we skipped item F, which was R82. This was Councilor Harris's bill, making findings in connection with the Juan Tabo Hills Estates PID resolution authorizing the sale of revenue bonds. We skipped it because the sponsor's not here to present it. And we weren't sure if this was something that was timely, but after checking with some of the members of the board, it appears it is. So I'm going to pinch hit here and just say I will sponsor or make a motion to approve R82 on behalf of Councilor Harris, if I can get a second. And thank you, Councilor Borrego. I honestly have no idea what this is about, but it does authorize the issuance and sale of Series 2020 bonds in a principal amount of about $8.6 million for the PID. I know Ms. Yar, as a member of the PID board, can answer any questions about it if necessary, if there's any other discussion. And I'm told that, oh, there's always a floor sub for these. So I'm going to move the floor sub in your iPads, I'm sure. And if I have a second, Councilor Borrego, thank you. And any discussion on the floor sub that's available? Ms. Ortega, would you take the roll call on the floor sub, please?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
No.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
7-1 on the floor sub.
Thank you. And Mr. Padilla tells me that we do have bond counsel available. I think I see someone peeking around the corner in the budget conference room. You sat through this whole meeting for this thing and we almost didn't do it. I know you're here for questions, but if bond counsel has any comment on this, I apologize. We just don't have the sponsor to present. So if bond counsel or the administration wants to make any comments, otherwise we'll move to vote.
Mr. President and councilors, I'm Daniel Alsop with the Modular Law Firm. We're the city's bond counsel. I'm happy to give a brief overview of what action is being taken tonight, or the PID, or the financing in general, or just stand for questions, whatever is your preference.
Thank you, Daniel. I'll defer to the counselors. I know they've had an opportunity to review it. We do have the staff write up. I just want to be sure counselors have a chance. Councilor Senna.
I'm sure everyone's not going to like this, but can you do a very quick overview because we don't have the sponsor here? I do know that we do have the write-up, but just to hear, especially for the public to know, because I know some of them are still watching. So just a quick run through of it, if you could. Thank you.
Sure, happy to, Mr. President and Councilor Senna. The resolution before you right now would approve the issuance by the Juan Tabo Hills Estates Public Improvement District of special levy revenue bonds. It's a requirement under the city's PID policy that the city council approve the issuance of any PID bonds before they're issued for any PID formed by the city. By way of background, the city formed this particular PID in 2017. And the PID has been partially developed. Development is ongoing. I should mention that this PID is located in the southeast part of the city, basically at the very most southern end of Juan Tabo. It's adjacent to another PID formed by the city that's issued bonds. That's the Volterra PID, and it's a very similar development to that. The PID board has adopted a resolution authorizing the issuance of these bonds back in May. It adopted another resolution this afternoon, in fact, amending that resolution. The bonds are expected to be placed with the New Mexico Finance Authority. The Finance Authority board approved their purchase of the bonds in May. The City Debt Committee approved this issuance on August 5th. And this resolution was introduced on August 3rd. It's anticipated that closing will occur on September 18th. The bonds for this PID and for any PID are payable solely from special levies imposed on properties within the PID. And so these bonds do not obligate any city funds in any way. And with that, the expected term of the bonds is 29 years.
Thank
And
you.
so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilor Senna, any follow-up? Thank you. Councilor, seeing no other discussion, we'll call the question. Ms. Ortega, would you call the roll for the final matter?
Councilor Bassan,
Yes, and I just want to say thank you for staying through this very long meeting for that presentation.
Happy to.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Counselor Benson, are you asleep? Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena. Thank
Yes.
you. Councilor Senna,
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously as substituted.
Thanks. Councilors, thank you for putting up with us. Thank you to the administration for sticking with us and to the public for sticking with us through all this. This is a big meeting with lots of moving pieces. Hopefully we can get our legislation in early next time and we can get back to regular order as we get our committees in. So we'll be doing less and less of these long meetings. But thank you all for your patience. We'll see you in a couple weeks. There being no other business, this meeting is adjourned.